sesame seeds and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest sub-sea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Every day, more than 10,000 cubic meters of sand are dredged from the Lagos Lagoon. Authorities say this unchecked activity is destabilizing aquatic habitats, threatening communities and placing livelihoods in danger. At a press briefing in Alausa, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Dayabush Alebioshu, said urgent action is needed to protect the lagoon.
What are we looking at achieving at the summit? Coming up with policies, agreeing, identifying problems, profiling solutions. I think we have admired our problems for too long, how beautiful our problems are. This is now the time to get up, speak to those problems, come up with policies, come up with laws, identify how we can conquer, and then move forward from there.
Already, erosions have claimed coastal communities such as Idotun village and the Igbejuleki, sweeping away homes, displacing families and destroying livelihoods. The Lagos shoreline has also been threatened for decades, worsened by climate change and human activities. Officials warn the illegal dredging is left unchecked could undermine waterfront settlements and escalate flooding risk. To tackle these challenges, the state government has partnered with Netherlands, a global leader in water coastal management, to find innovative and sustainable solutions. Beyond addressing these threats, the government says the lagoon holds enormous potential for transportation, tourism, fisheries and trade, if properly managed.
We have invited representatives from all of those areas, particularly the royal fathers and the heads of communities. We've invited them. They will be coming as the representatives of those areas, so that they can also tell us what they're experiencing. There's going to be data collation amongst other things, and it's only when you have data you would know how to use it and how to speak to the problems.
For the state government, safeguarding the lagoon is not just about protecting the environment, but also securing the economy and heritage of Lagos. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Familiarly, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I, with you in mind We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice
voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Amandi Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekubali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 coming up on 29 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're done.
It's a beautiful Friday morning. Thank God today is Friday. When I say it's a beautiful Friday morning, is it beautiful because it rained cats and dogs this morning, and a lot of things happened. You know, I saw some people when we were driving to work this morning. I saw some people who parked. You know, they had to pull over because, I mean, the fog was too much. If you didn't have an air conditioner in your vehicle, you wouldn't be able to see the next car. In any case, I think it's still a beautiful Friday morning because, as usual, I'm happy because it's Friday, so I get to rest over the weekend. Good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, quickly on the show today, State of the Nation, Tinubu's reforms yielding results amidst insecurity and poverty. Now, that is coming from our Vice President, Kashim Shettima. Away from that, Senator Ali Ndume accuses Tinubu and Akpabio of lying as National Assembly splits over Electoral Act and tax reforms. Ahead of 2027, religious bodies clash over calls for INEC chair Amiputa's removal. Now, these are the major topics of discussion this morning, but we also have other interesting stories that we'll weigh in on before we get into the major stories. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Jane Ogoy.
Now, let's get into the first banter. Nigeria's regulatory war over sachet alcohol has exploded into a full-blown controversy as the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, NAFDAC, pressed ahead with its ban on the production and sale of alcohol in sachets and small PET bottles, despite clear directives from the federal government and the House of Representatives suspending the policy. The ban, enforced from January 22, 2026, has triggered protests from workers, unions, and manufacturers who accused NAFDAC of ignoring due process and pursuing a unilateral agenda that could cost thousands of jobs, reduce government revenue, and push consumers towards unsafe illicit breeds, while the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, condemned the move as a monologue by NAFDAC, stressing that no consensus was reached on the ban dates, while the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, warned of far-reaching economic disruption and governance breakdown. Workers under the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association have also staged demonstrations at NAFDAC's Lagos office, threatening nationwide protests if the ban is not reversed. Well, critics argue that NAFDAC's defiance of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation's directive on December 15, 2025, and the House resolution of March 2024 undermines democratic oversight. Now we are back at it again, living in very interesting times. I think this is the third time we are talking about this ban, on alcoholic content that are produced in sachet and PET bottles. And we did talk about it a lot in terms of the dangers inherent in it, the economic downside to all of it. And now we see a back and forth. The National Assembly has stepped in and said, look, yes, we had a decision that it was going to be banned, but we didn't have a specific date. Now that stepped up, went ahead, to start implementing, enforcing the ban on the 22nd of January. And there have been protests, on both sides, the pro and the anti. And so Nigerians are confused. Personally, I'm confused on whose side are we now? We see people say, look, it's going to take away thousands of jobs. And some people say, well, it is killing society. Yeah. So which one takes priority? if you ask me, like I said, I'm for this ban because I've seen the damage, that it causes to people, health-wise, accident-wise, because, and I said that, look, the best place to start this enforcement is from the motor parks, because as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, you confront a driver or you accost a driver or you have a discussion with a driver or a conductor, and as at that time, the person is already reeking of alcohol. How? And they even flaunt it with the sachet thing. They put it in one side of the mouth. Yeah. They are talking to you, and it's everywhere. We also have young men, who get involved in it. Because it is low end, the affordability is pervasive, is everywhere. Anybody can. If you have 100 naira, you can afford it. Unlike the big bottle that you need something like 7,000-8,000 naira. So the low end product market makes it easier, for it to be accessible. And it's not good. We also talk about the health implications of it. People that have internal organs damaged because some of these products are of even low quality and they are adulterated. So I think it's a good thing that NAFDAC is doing. But like I said the other day, I think there's a farmer war that is ongoing, that is brewing in all of this, that we are not aware of it. So, but I think it's something that can be resolved between the agencies. I'm talking about the NAFDAC, the manufacturers, and the House of the National Assembly. I'm happy that the National Assembly has stepped in, but unfortunately, sometimes when our National Assembly, when the legislators step into something, they start, in the process of oversight, we see a lot of things, some kind of under-the-table arrangements, and it doesn't speak well. At the end of the day, society, is at the receiving end of the problem that we're even trying to solve.
I totally agree with you. There was something you touched on, that there should be a lot of dialogue, and I do agree. When policies like this are about to be implemented, there'll be a lot of pushback for economic reasons, and even for, basically for economic reasons. But I think there should be a lot of communication and not combat, because that's what is happening. Then on the flip side, Nigerians are also confused about who is in charge. The House of Rep have said, hold on, let us check, let us weigh the options, weigh the pros and the cons, while NAFDAC is saying, okay, we have heard you, but we are going ahead. So really, who is in charge of all of this? And then when you put out policies like this that affect lives, that affect livelihoods, there should be alternatives. And I don't think that, I'm sure NAFDAC has had various sit-downs with some of the stakeholders, but there hasn't been any truce. That's why they have gone ahead. But this is going to linger, and I don't know how the enforcement is going to happen, because you also said something, Mr. Okoro. You said it's at the bus stops that you find.
Yes.
I don't really.
Motor parks.
Not just the motor parks. In fact, I have seen a lot of shop owners, elderly women, not even men. I'm a woman, but I see some elderly women. You go to their shops, like all these petty roadside shops. You're seeing them drinking those things, and like you said, it penetrates the market faster because it's low end, and it's very affordable. How many people typically can afford the bottles? But also there is also a place of misinformation. The average person is still thinking that NAFDAC is not saying don't do these PET bottles. They are saying that there's a standard. But people are thinking
that it is an outright ban.
So you see, sometimes there's still this misinformation, and that's why there's a lot of misunderstanding. But like you said, there should be a lot of communication.
And I just hope that they are able to resolve all of this, so that Nigerians, people that are involved in that business, people who earn a living from that business, can move on with their life. Now, let's quickly run to the papers and see what the headlines are saying. And we start with the Nigerian Tribune. Nigeria on recovery spree strengthens against major currencies. Rivers, APC discussing with Wike to resolve impasse. Bashiru, National Secretary. Well, people, after stoking tension, they go back to resolve it. That's interesting. Well, FCT workers appeal industrial court ruling, resume strike. We are still in court. Obey ruling, Wike tells workers. Now, the big story, 2027, waiting game persists as Senate delays Electoral Act bill. With the riders, defers action till Tuesday, raises mini committee to distill senators' views. Reps step down consideration of outstanding clauses. 4 lenders set for strategic decision as recapitalization deadline approaches. We will create more institutions to make Oyo greater. That's coming from the state governor, Seyi Makinde. Borno government orders direct payment of LG allocations. And the opposition alliance will chase APC out in 2027. Buba Galadima. says opposition ready to queue behind most popular candidate. Kano governor must submit NNPP's mandate before defection. He adds, that's coming from Baba Galadima. And in the world of health, scientists developed injection that repairs brain after stroke. That's coming from a report. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
Okay, let's check out the front page of The Guardian. The lead story, how varsities mass-produce research without solutions to societal ills. APC weighs leadership shake-up as Ndume warns of northern discontent. 58.4 trillion naira budget scales through second reading without debate. IPOB faults Soludo's threat to revoke Onitsha Market's ownership rights. Wike commissions 12 ambulances as FCTA workers resume strike. Zulum okays direct payment of monthly allocations to Borno local government. Amotekun denies accidental discharge at Owo training ground. NCC removes 450 illegal signal boosters, reassigns spectrum. Fuel price hike imminent as oil prices exceed budget benchmark. Senate probes waning Abuja-Kaduna railway operations and still aviation. Cargo agents kick as FAN increases tariff by 257%.
Now, that's it on newspaper headlines. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the major topic of discussion. State of the nation, Tinubu's reforms yielding results amidst insecurity and poverty. That is coming from the Vice President, Kashim Shettima. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll bring in our guest and we'll talk about it. Stay with us and don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is BOP This Morning. Now let's get into it. Vice President Kashim Shettima has hailed President Bola Tinubu's economic and governance reforms as vital steps in rebuilding Nigeria's global image, insisting that the administration is restoring credibility and attracting international confidence. He argued that Tinubu's policies are laying the foundation for long-term stability and growth, portraying Nigeria as a country reclaiming its place on the world stage. However, this upbeat narrative clashes sharply with realities on the ground, where ordinary citizens continue to grapple with rising inflation, unemployment, and worsening insecurity. Or in Ondo State, youths have openly decried the failure of the APC-led government, lamenting broken promises and deteriorating living conditions. Meanwhile, heartbreaking reports from rural communities reveal families in tears as suspected Fulani terrorists destroy homes and livelihoods, with fresh abductions, including incidents allegedly targeting figures close to Tinubu and Shettima, further stoking fear nationwide. Well, let's bring in our guests, and we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter and a political affairs analyst. He will help us make sense of what the Vice President is talking about as an analyst. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Good morning.
Did you see the rain this morning?
It touched me.
It touched you?
Yes.
But you are dried up.
Well, somehow. I had to stay within the confine of the office.
All right, beautiful. Good to have you. Good to know that you were able to defy the rains to make it to the show this morning. We appreciate your presence.
My pleasure. Thank
now,
you so much.
we've also been joined virtually by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a legal practitioner, civil rights activist, and a constitutional lawyer. Good morning to you, Barrister Adams, and thanks for being part of this show. Okay, we need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Okoro.
Beautiful. Good morning, Barrister Adams. Thanks for being part of the show. We appreciate your presence.
Yeah.
We've also been joined
virtual.
Okay, good morning. He's saying good morning to the team.
Good morning, Barrister. I'm missing you here in Lagos.
Okay,
we'll see very soon.
We'll see very soon. Thank you very much. We also have Barrister Eze Eluche. Eze Eluche is an attorney at law and a political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Barrister Eze Eluche.
Good morning. It's good to always be here every Friday morning. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for your presence, sir. We appreciate you. We've also been joined by Mr. Olusegun Okwade. Okwade is an economic and financial expert, public and political affairs analyst. Good morning to you. Okay, I've just been told that he's going to join us in the course of the show. And from our Benin outstation, we have activist Kelvin Ejumudu. He's the National Secretary, Human Rights Protection Congress, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Delta State on human rights. He's also a political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Comrade Kelvin Ejumudu, and thanks for being part of this show.
Good morning, sir, and thank you for having me.
Beautiful. Thanks for your presence. We appreciate it. Now, let's start with Mr. Dele Fonimo here in the studio. Dele, our president says, look, our vice president says, look, our economic policies are making progress, economic growth and sustainability, and all of that. But there seems to be some kind of disagreement. Some people are saying, no, we might have policies on ground, but those policies, we have not seen them yielding fruits in the immediate. They might yield in the future, but at the moment, it is improper for anyone to gloat that, look, we have made it. We have turned the corner like the president told us the other day. So in all of this, what's your reaction to the comment coming from the vice president? And the fact that Nigerians are also saying, no, Mr. Vice President, it is not yet to huru. For now, Nigerians start suffering. So what do you say in all of this? Help us make sense of it.
Well, if I were in Shetima's shoes, I would even do more than this.
Okay.
Because this is considered his government. He holds a joint ticket with the president. So to that extent, he won't go anywhere and begin to run down a government that is also a major stakeholder, you know. And so I'm not expecting anything less or different from what he has said. Now, let's take these policies one after the other. The removal of subsidy. The removal of subsidy took the feeding bottle from some people, and up to now, they're still reeling in pain because it became a cesspit of corruption, the subsidy regime. You recall that a former chairman of PDP, his son was sentenced to, I think, 12 years imprisonment, you know, for funny transactions in the subsidy regime. And a lot of people are also there that they were importing virtually nothing and collecting money. You also recall that when the new CBN governor came, there was about 7-point-something trillion debt on subsidy. And he went into it employing international audit firm. And at the end of the day, only 5 could present papers. 5 trillion. The other 2 trillion, nobody has ever presented paper up to this moment.
No, I think you're talking about demand for forex. That's what the
No,
it's about forex. You know, there were demands for forex, you know, and when they went into it, they discovered that look, some of them were actually phony.
Phony, you know, and so what we are saying to this extent, and good enough, all the 3 major candidates in the last election made a promise that they were going to stop subsidy. At what point they would rather have stopped it is what we don't know, because it's just a matter of guess now. Now, on the dual exchange rate, just like you just mentioned, with that correction, you imagine 2 trillion that could not be
accounted for.
It would have gone down the drain and into private pockets. So that stopped. And you also recall that as soon as this administration came in, the exchange rate will melt to up to 1,900 to $1. Now it's steady at 1,400. You know, and so those 2 policies, I share those policies, and it's also making some inroads.
Okay.
Now the tax reform is just coming up. We don't even know. In fact, there was a joke that even those in the tax office, they don't even understand the tax reform act. So we cannot comment on that as yet. But there are areas where I would call this administration low. I would call this administration low on security.
Okay.
The level of insecurity in this country is extremely high. And sometimes those who are outside this country, they fear for our lives more than we that are residents Because any little thing, you get calls from outside. How are you? Are you okay? Are you safe? As if the bedlam is everywhere. So government has not been able to do the right thing in the area of security.
Okay.
I would call them low.
Okay, all right.
Then,
all right.
in the area of the purchasing power of the average Nigerian, we are not there.
Okay, we are not there
yet.
Not there. We are not there yet.
Let me quickly ask you this before I lose my thoughts. One of the things this administration always says is give us patience. Sorry, give us time. Be patient. It's going to get hard before it gets softer and better. But for how long do you think Nigerians should, exercise that patience before we begin to reap some of the so-called dividends of this reform, seeing that the elections are just roughly 13 months away, 14 months away? So what's the time frame? How long do we keep waiting and expecting that change to come?
You see, the waiting would have been less traumatic if those who say we should wait are also living it.
Waiting with us.
Waiting with us. They're not living it. You see a local government chairman's convoy, you think it's governor that is coming. At the rate we buy fuel, I was just told this morning that it's likely that there will be marginal increase in the price of fuel. Last week, there was 100 top up. So, which means we are still heading back to 1,000. And yet, because these people, they use taxpayers' money, they don't show that kind of feeling that will make me wait.
Okay.
If you are saying that I should fast, you are a pastor, and you are saying that the church should fast, and I see you eating.
Okay. All right. So it doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up.
All right. I'll come back to you in the course of these conversations so that we'll talk about
my state.
Okay. Yes, your state.
Insecurity in my state.
Not just insecurity. The people are also disgruntled with the APC-led government.
No, man is a...
We'll talk about that. Let's bring in our virtual guest. Let me go to Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eze Eluche, I would like for you to help us, untie this knot based on what the Vice President, Kassim Shettima, said. He said, well, look, the economic policies of this administration are making progress. We have turned the corner. We are not where we were before. So do you see that where you are in Owerri, what's the state of things now? Help us understand. How do the people feel about, is there the economic decline? Is there economic downturn, or is it growth? What do people see? Purchasing power of the people and all of that. Help us make sense of what the Vice President said.
Well, thank you very much. I think the reality is this. When you look at conglomerates that have left Nigeria, since Bola Tinubu came into office, you'll be able to gauge whether the Vice President is lying or is being truthful. Because these conglomerates have economists, have projections, they have all the professionals that can help them gauge whether a country is going in the right direction or not, because they are always so when they look at what is going on and they run away, you now know that something is happening. In Nigeria, Procter & Gamble, PZ, Shell, Mobil Exxon, you name it, more than 15 major conglomerates have left. ShopRite.
Barrister, I had to button at this moment. We also understand that Shell is planning $20 billion investment, and they are trying to come back.
Well, all those plans for now, no, they are not there. That is the bottom line. I'm talking about
the plan is there, but you might say that they have not come.
Okay, but you know the way. Okay, let me just answer that. You know the way these oil conglomerates work.
Okay.
They may bring in one equipment and say it's $1 billion, and you can't have any way of gauging or whatever. Okay. But look at all the other companies that have left this country, and Shell left in the course of Tinubu's regime. So we cannot agree with what Mr. Vice President is saying. In fact, we can only conclude that he's telling absolute lies, because all around us, the dire economic faces us in the face. Forget their voodoo statistics, where they claim that so much is happening. The GDP has jumped up, it has come down. What comes out from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, where they turn out figures that are clearly boo-boo figures. The fact is, the Nigerian on the street, the conglomerates and in the boardrooms how are they feeling these economic policies of this government? And with regards to what Mr. Fanimo said about some of their policies being good or not, all of their policies are both, they can be referred to as scams, like the so-called removal of fuel subsidy. When it was removed, Mr. Tinubu assured us that the benefits from those removals will be channeled into other areas that will cushion the effect on Nigerians. We've only seen the removal and not one single cushion.
But talking about cushion, the governors admit to getting more monies from the federation account. And the president says, well, because we removed fuel subsidy, there is more money to be shared by the tiers of government. And the governors do admit, they acknowledge the fact that, look, we are getting more money.
We can look beyond what the governors are saying. If before this government came, the exchange rate of the dollar was in the 400 naira region, and now it is 1,400, it is obvious that they are going to get about 3 to 4 times more than what they were getting. But it's not based on any development in the economy. It's just based on making the naira worthless, making the naira near worthless. So yes, if you are getting 10 naira before and you're not getting, if you're getting 10 million or 10 billion and you're not getting 40 billion naira, only because the value of the naira has crashed, they should be ashamed to even say that they're getting more funds, because it's not what's happening. The fact is that they are getting whatever extra income based on rubbishing the naira. Are you now telling me that if they make the naira 10,000 naira to $1 and the governors now tell us that they're getting money, we should accept what they are telling us? Because maybe the smallest state get about 3 trillion. Does that mean they've gotten more money? No, they've only impoverished us more. They've pulverized the economy. What the indices we should be looking at are the corporate bodies, the individuals in the society. And look at the contracting officials. The president goes about in Escalade. He flies all over the world with his fairly used jet, virtually only visiting Nigeria once in a while. And somebody has the guts to tell us that the economy is improving.
Barrister, please let me put you in here. Reforms aren't a new thing in Nigeria. In the 80s, we had the SAP, the Structural Adjustment Program, and it pretty much worked, like I hear, to a certain extent. But this current reform, what do you think are some of the lessons that we have failed, perhaps, to employ from the lessons from the time?
The current reform
regarding the current reform of this administration.
All their reforms, like even Mr. President said during the campaign eras, was to broaden the tax net, reduce the purchasing power of Nigerians, and impoverish Nigerians. These were direct comments from Mr. Bola Tinubu. He will broaden the tax net. He will reduce the purchasing power of the naira. Now, when a man makes that comment and begins to flow with it, how can you, for goodness sake, say those kind of policies are good for the economy? Or that, voodoo-linked policies that you can see it on the streets is affecting the common man. And somebody's telling us that these things are working. Perhaps it's working because they are building new jetties for presidential fleet. They've bought new vehicles for the president and his wife and the vice president. So to them, the economic policies are working. But for Nigerians, for the conglomerates, for the companies, for corporate bodies, for even the entrepreneurs who are now faced with horrific tax burdens, this is not working.
Okay, all right. The earlier we understand that, the better. Now, Barrister Eze, before I leave you on this conversation, I would like to ask you, isn't it proper to say that the Vice President's statement is incorrect than saying that he is lying? Which one?
Now, you see, when you say it's incorrect, you give him the leeway to begin to meander. But the fact, and at times we have gotten to that stage in our lives when we should say the truth and we should not shy away from saying the truth. So the reality is that Mr. Kashim Shettima lied absolutely against all indices, against all international organizations like the World Bank, IMF, who are telling us that Nigerians are getting deeper into poverty. So what is he basing his lies on? So they are blatant lies that were just meant to deceive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barrister Ezeluchi. Now let's take this conversation to Barrister Asim Adams, who is in Port Harcourt, the troubled city, the troubled city of Nigeria at the moment in terms of politics, the back and forth, the gladiators and all of that. Barrister Adams, good morning once again. Please, can you help us make sense of what the Vice President said, that, look, the economic policies of this administration are making progress, that there is economic growth. And one of the analysts here in the studio, Dele Fanimo, said that, look, the removal of the oil subsidy, has helped us in some way. As a matter of fact, he also said that the other three presidential candidates had promised at some point that this fuel subsidy was going to go. Do you think that the president, in the way that he has handled the removal of fuel subsidy, it's something that should, have been the way it should be? And what I'm saying is that, look, has it been properly handled in terms of the time it was removed, in terms of the earnings, the accrual from the removal of fuel subsidy, how it's been handled and all of that? Help us, make sense of all of this. Hello, Barrister Adams. I need for you to unmute your mic.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Okoro. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
The economist will look at the economy from the economic angle. The lawyer will look at the economy also from the lawyering aspect. The common man will look at the economy from his own angle. Now, my own angle as a lawyer is that I am not an economist. I cannot look at the figures, statistics they churned out to contest those statistics. Because the basis for which they churned out those statistics, I do not have the technical know-how or expertise to, churn on my own and debunk them. Now, I will look at things from the real perspective. Just like Edward Bob wrote a letter to the pessimist, the optimist, opportunist like myself. Now, if you look at section 14 sub 2B of the 1999 Constitution, it talks about welfare and security for the people. Then you go to section 16 sub 1B of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It says about the economic objectives of the government, both at the local government level, state government level, and the federal government level. Unfortunately, we are profiling the federal government level right now. Section 16 sub 1B says that whoever that is the president, that you must tinker with the economy, harness its potentials to the happiness of the Nigerian people. The word happiness is not my own, word. It's in the Constitution, in capital letters, happiness of the Nigerian people. So the question we need to ask the economists and those who have been saying they have done well, they have not done well, is this: are Nigerians happy economically, or the way the economy is being driven? My answer, and the pure simple one, is no. Indices have come, which is the realistic indices of an economy that should be working in favor of the masses. One, the average two-bedroom apartment in any part of the city, the foodstuff skyrocketing. Maybe they've gone down from what they have stated. I don't know. Employment is also very, very high. And so many other things that will tell me that the economy of Nigeria is not in good shape. What the president and the Executive Council are practicing today are expansionary and the big boys in power. That is why you find out that the rich keep getting richer, while the poor keep getting poorer.
Okay.
The economy of Nigeria has lobotomized denigrated, dismembered the middle class to the extent that in Nigeria today, it's either you are rich or you are poor. Let me tell you that there are things the middle class were able to do some years back, but they cannot do it now. They now fall into the cubicle of the poor people that we have in Nigeria today.
Okay, all right.
So these are the things.
These are the
if
things.
I want to like round up, let me round up with this, is that I will not be a prophet of gloom. Let me not be a prophet of gloom. I will say that, yes, we cannot say, if we want to be very objective, that the government has not done something great or good. Electricity, they have improved on it.
Really?
You can drive into, yes, in the area, yes.
Okay.
The supply, they've improved. They have a generation of electricity, yes. Absolutely, yes. We are talking with facts. Generation of electricity. And I've done my own preview. In Lagos, I did it. In Port Harcourt, River State, I'm doing it. So there is, that. In that aspect, I want to look at the people, the Nigerian people is this. The government has done well. I can drive into any police station today, buy my fuel and go. I don't really care about the price the way it is now.
Okay.
Because where there is no scarcity, I do not feel the pains.
All right.
So these are the things I give to them. Let me not be able to just leave it at that point.
But Barrister Adams, we'll come back to you in the course of this conversation so that we can expand it. Now, let's go to Benin City, where we have Comrade Kevin Ejumudu. Good morning to you once again, Comrade Ejumudu. Now, let us into...
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Beautiful. Are you an activist? What do you see in the streets of Nigeria, in the streets of Benin, in the streets of Asaba, when you walk? What is the reaction of the people about the economic policies of this administration? Let us into all that, are the people happy? Are we making improvements, or are we going backwards? What do you see? What do you know?
Yes, thank you very much. Without mixing words, I want to say Nigeria has never had it this bad. It is bad to the point that families are struggling to even get 2 square meals a day. Some, the battle with just having 1 square meal a day to run an entire family. Small and medium-scale businesses, which happens to be the driving force of the economy, they are folding up. You struggle to get power supply. You pay a humongous amount of money for power supply. You buy fuel in higher purchase, but the demand for your service is poor. Because according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the first need of man is food. Food, shelter, and clothing before the need to be loved and be liked and self-esteem needs. What is the price of food commodities in a market? You can't go to the market today and boastfully with 10,000 naira to buy something tangible for a family of 3 or a family of 2. So at the end of the day, I do not understand the rhetorics, the criteria or the prerequisite with which the Vice President, Alhaji Shetima, came up with to say their policies have been able to elevate Nigerians from poverty across boards. The truth is, why are there increasing crime rates? It's because poverty is in the land. Why are there increasing civil disobedience? It's because there's poverty in the land. When the youth are not engaged, they look for avenue for self-help, scrupulous means to make ends meet. And you see today, a 21-year-old boy will kill his friend because of money. A 20-year-old boy will kill his mother because of money. We've never had it this bad. I grew up as a young chap in Delta State at that time, when the seaport Warri was working. We go there after school to offload items, and you get paid. And crime was never in a dictionary. We were proud to say we've made 2,000 naira, 1,000 naira today, and we're happy with it. Who told us the activity for where the labor platforms to work? Nigerian workers are being subjected to poverty.
All right. All right, comrade, if you look at, we are discussing the economic policies now. Assuming your position now is that they are not, that we are not making progress. Are there things that you see more like long-term benefits of these policies? If we continue to sustain them, like we've been advised by the Bretton Woods institutions, well, that these policies are good, that we need to sustain them. Do you see anything, is there anything that tells you that, look, we might just, hit El Dorado if we continue to go in this direction?
There is no long-term benefit of all the policies. For example, the oil and gas sector, which happens to be the goose that laid the golden egg for the Nigerian economy. You told us subsidy is gone, and your refineries are not working. By now, we ought to believe that, okay, having removed the money for subsidy, Port Harcourt refinery will be working, Warri refinery will be working, Kaduna refinery will be working, and we'll say, okay, for this purpose, the price of PMS and diesel and all of that has reduced. But at this point, none of them is working. Then the man who happens to bring his price down, they are fighting him to ensure that he doesn't get his price being brought down. The policy of the financial policies also is zero. You said you want to level up the naira in the parallel market, and at the end of the day, what do we have? As worse as Buhari's 8 years regime, the naira to the dollar was stable on 700 naira. As worse as the Buhari administration that we were all saying there was hunger in the land, the dollar was 700 naira to naira. Just one statement he made on that day he was sworn in as president has put this economy of Nigeria in tumult.
Okay,
I'm telling you, it's not a joke. In the coming days, the hunger will bite harder and harder.
Comrade, one of the major failings of this administration is the absence of an aggressive economic buffering before he took out the fuel subsidy. And then going by your own assessment of this administration, at this point, should we assess them on their future promises, or should we still harp on the current quality of life in Nigeria?
We must say we are retrogressing as a nation. And if we are retrogressing by their policies they've made, then we have to go back to the drawing board. We cannot accept their explanation going forward.
Okay.
A father that tells the child that when I come back from work, I'll buy you biscuit. When you come back, there's no biscuit. The child begins to wonder, is this man really my father? That's the point we are wondering now. Is the president really our president of this country?
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Comrade Kelvin Ejimudu. We'll come back to you in the course of this conversation. Let's return to the studio where we still have Mr. Dele Fanimo, and we are going to talk about Ondo State. But before we get into Ondo State, I would like to ask you talked about the removal of the fuel subsidy, that had unduly been corrupted, You talked about round-tripping, over-invoicing, and all of that. But I also heard you mention that, look, that one man, the son of the former PDP chairman, was jailed. And in everything that went down about oil subsidy in the past 10, 15, 20 years, this government has been able to send only one man to jail, or one man that people even feel is infinitesimal, more like he's taking the fall for others. In that area, do you think that this administration has done well by just removing the fuel subsidy on the pretext that, look, it was benefiting some people unduly, yet, like some others say, we are still back to subsidy. You remember the 7.7 trillion naira. Have they done well in having to ensure that, look, they bring to justice people who ensure that the average Nigerian like you and I, even people below us, for the oil that we have in terms of the subsidy, have they done well in that regard?
You see, in essence, what we are trying to draw out from all of this is, what is the level of corruption? The fight against corruption.
Exactly.
And we succeeded in fighting corruption. Absolutely.
Around the oil subsidy.
Even generally.
No, but unless we
I will narrow it down to subsidy.
Yes.
But generally, there's this attitude of giving us an impression that law against corruption only affects the lowly and not all these highly placed people, particularly political office holders. And I also will say, without fear of equivocation here, that even the EFCC and ICPC have not done much in this area. For instance, a lot of accusations were leveled against some politically exposed person on this oil subsidy regime. The man that you describe as a fall guy in this process is not even politically exposed. It was his father that was formerly the chairman of
a political party. Yes.
A political party. What about the others that were fingered in the process of this oil subsidy? Those who shipped empty vessels, raised invoices, collected money, you know? Now, we need to consciously fight, but unfortunately, I have a feeling that most of these people that have access to this subsidy money are today godfathers of some of these politicians. Because they have tons of cash.
Okay, so apparently you are saying that it will be difficult to do.
It's like a difficult task for them. Because you ask yourself, why would politicians be arraigned in court and then drama follows? Today, they have granted leave for Yaya Bello to travel to Saudi Arabia for lesser Hajj. Somebody who has a case of over 180 billion naira that he has not cleared. So what if he gets to Saudi Arabia and he takes a detour to any of these Far East and never returns until the end of this administration? What happens? We will just forget it.
Okay, now, so quickly, before we go to Ondo State, you have interest in Ondo State. If the EFCC has not done well, ICP has not done well, who should take responsibility for all of this?
It is these agencies that should take responsibility.
Okay, not the person that appointed the
No, what I'm saying is, we have not seen if the presidency had held back the EFCC. And I feel that the EFCC should even return to the Minister of Justice. And do the job in collaboration with the Minister of Justice. Because most of these cases, before you even get to prosecution, some of these cases are lost because of lack of diligence investigation.
Okay.
And so why would the governor be let off the hook in Nigeria and in less than 6 months offshore?
So if the EFCC has not done a good job, will you advise the president to change the leadership of the EFCC?
Is it the leadership? I think it needs structural realignment.
Structural realignment.
Yes.
Now let's talk about Ondo State. What is going on in Ondo State? People are protesting. They say, well, the APC-led government, that
if
is not doing well.
If it is possible for me to port to Abia and claim Abia,
Why will you want to claim Abia? Is it because
I'm ashamed of what is going on in my state.
Okay.
I've not seen any tangible project that this governor had embarked upon.
Can I name one?
The gate?
Yes, the gate.
The gate is on paper. I was in Akure recently. There was nothing. I'm from Akure, the state capital. There's no gate. There's no new gate in Akure. I can tell you that for free. And after this program, I'll call somebody to go to that government house and take a shot and send to me.
No, but the people raised the objection. Probably that's why the governor stepped down on the gate.
In a state like that, a state that has federal allocation, a state that has IGR, a state that has 13% derivation, a state that gets royalty from some of these oil companies around the state, and yet you can't compare Ondo State with a state like Enugu that is not an oil-producing state. You can't compare Ondo State with a place like Borno that is ravaged by insurgents, and yet this man is trying to do so much for that state within the limited resources available to him. You can't compare Ondo State with Oyo State.
So now your governor is a second-term governor. Do you expect to see any changes before he leaves office?
Second term is always rest period.
Okay, so he's waiting.
For political.
Okay, you've lost it all.
We have lost it all. That's the truth.
All right. Now let's return to Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eluche, as we coast home on this conversation, I'd like for you to tell us what are your concluding thoughts on this, especially, and I would like for you to talk about the issue of fighting corruption, the effort of this administration in fighting corruption around the oil sector, having removed the fuel subsidy based on the fact that, well, it was enriching some Nigerians unduly, just few Nigerians. How far has the government gone in ensuring that, look, the people that cripple the economy with true oil subsidy, that they have been brought to justice? Help us, sir.
Well, thank you very much. The reality is that there is no effort whatsoever being made by the regime to tackle corruption. Because if the whole idea was that those subsidies was being paid to ghost firms, was being paid to non-existent companies, what effort? No effort has been made. The FCC has not even bothered, or the ICPC, to go after such characters. Rather, all the government is trying to do is to lampoon the people with more taxes. So there is no effort whatsoever or tangible efforts being made by this government to address corruption. Rather, they're rather promoting it, because once you come into the ruling party, the APC, all your sins are forgiven. And that kind of mindset is what encourages even more corruption. Every day we hear of trillions which are missing in the NNPC, trillions missing there and there, and no effort whatsoever. The Olukore of the EFCC will come out and start talking that he's going after Wayahupu, going to harass students in hotel rooms. That is all the government is concerned about, and not going after the mega corruption. Just a few days ago in China, the government executed 11 fraudsters, 11, who, because of the magnitude of fraud that they're doing. But we don't do the kind of thing in Nigeria. Rather, you keep on promoting and elevating fraudsters to higher office. In Delta State, the picture of James Ibori coming up for Senate is already awash in the whole. So you see that there's deliberate encouragement of graft. In Kogi State, the immediate past governor, Yahaya Bello, who was FMC was brandishing his name all over the world that he was wanted. Now he's in the corridors of power. So anybody who thinks that this government is tackling corruption, it's not being truthful. I don't think even from his antecedents, Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot fight corruption, even if his life depended on it, because we know what his antecedents are. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Eze Eluche. Now let's return to Barrister Asim Adam and get his concluding thoughts on the issue of economic progress made by this administration. Barrister Adams, please, if you can, in 1 minute. Barrister Adams, can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your mic.
I told you, I have done that. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Your concluding thoughts.
I told you earlier on that based on the economic failure and the economic policy failures of this government, the Senate should impeach the president, because under Section 16 sub 1B, he has not brought happiness to Nigerians. And it is constitutional principle and mandate that you shall think of the economy to the happiness of Nigerians. And if 80%, 90% Nigerians are not happy with the economic policies, it means their policies have failed. So he should either resign, or the National Assembly should initiate impeachment proceedings against him, because that is gross misconduct.
Okay.
That is gross misconduct. When you refuse to, you will neglect or refuse to implement or execute sections of the Constitution. That is what you swore to protect. But it's unable to protect Section 16 sub 1B, talking about economic policies. They have failed. So if it has failed, it means there's no need for you to be in government. Section 14 sub 2B, you have also failed Nigerians. You can't give welfare, so you should reach him.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. And to you, Comrade Kelvin Ejumudu, can we have a wrap on this conversation? Hello, Comrade, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Okay, please give us your concluding thoughts. Go ahead, quickly.
Yeah, we must hold our leaders accountable, because our leaders, they don't have shame. When people steal with impunity, they steal without considering the next generation, then we must hold them accountable. Enough is enough. When you are elected to lead well, govern well. We can't continue to give promises to the next generation. I watched my late father talk about in the best. Today, I'm married, I have children. I'm talking about Nigerian problem also with my friends in the parlor. How long are we going to remain in this wilderness of poverty? It's an aberration, and we must name it. Corruption and accountability is an epidemic in Nigerian soil. Everybody steal and they have the free day. Until we hear they are held accountable, they are being jailed after their tenure, even while in service, some are being impeached and jailed, then they will sit up. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Kelvin. Gentlemen, we would like for you to stay with us as we get into the next topic of discussion. We'll go on a short break now, and when we return, ahead of 2027, religious bodies clash over call for INEC chair Amopiton's removal. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. You're still watching VOP this morning. Nigeria's political and religious landscape was thrown into frenzy as the Muslim rights concern, MURIC, urged President Bola Tinubu to sack INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Amopiton, ahead of the 2027 general elections, accusing him of incompetence and bias. MURIC's demand, made public on January 29, 2026, has stirred heated debate, with critics warning that such calls could destabilize the political electoral process and erode public confidence in the nation's democracy. The group insists that Amopiton's leadership threatens free and fair elections, framing its appeal as a matter of national urgency. But the backlash was swift. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, and the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, jointly condemned MURIC's position, dismissing it as politically motivated and cautioned it against dragging religion into electoral disputes. CAN argued that Amopiton's removal should be dictated by sectarian interests, while SCSN stressed that Nigeria's fragile unity could be further endangered if religious bodies continue to weaponize faith in political battles. What do you think about this? What sense can you make of all of this?
MURIC has a funny antecedent. Yeah. And when they know that the Nigerian public seems to forget about them, they raise up some dust and then pass it on to a better, credible organization to take from that position. So for me, if it were to be some serious-minded organization that is coming up with this, I would want to interrogate it properly. But if it's coming from MURIC, we know the antecedents of the leader of MURIC. We know him, Professor Ishaq. And so for me, but it sends a wrong signal. What is the essence of playing up religion in a fragile, already dissipated crisis that we're trying to tear down? Now, is it a sin for a Christian or even a Muslim to be appointed to midwife an election. Has religion anything to do with the outcome of any election? No. In the Southwest, you have Muslims. In the South, even if there are not many, you have Muslims. And you have migrant Muslims that are in South. In the Southeast, you have Muslims. There are places where you have Sabongeri in almost all the cities in the Southeast, and they are populated by Muslim Northerners. Now, what is the essence of pushing this kind of narrative to further polarize us?
Okay,
along religious lines.
Now, let me stay with you on this. I had a guest on my show, Political Lens, yesterday, and he was very dismissive of Murik and the Sharia Council, just as you have been now.
Yes.
As you are. But when we dismiss these people, they seem to be having their way. And you asked the question, should or does religion play a role in Nigerian politics? A lot of people will say yes, that it does play a role. Look at the way we are debating about the Muslim ticket. Now, that said, I would like for you to listen to what Sharia Council said. They said that the Senate, the INEC chairman now, as a lawyer, that he authored a document that clearly stated that there was genocide in Nigeria. Shouldn't that be concerning to the Muslim community? If you have a professor who at one point authored a paper that said there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, and suddenly he becomes INEC chairman, shouldn't it be concerning to people of other faiths?
Well, it was said, and it was reported that the INEC chairman made such statements in the past, but I've not been able to lay my hands on some of this.
No, but he also has not denied that.
He has not even been talking about all this.
Yes.
Because he doesn't need to even talk about it. You understand?
No, like our people say, silence is acceptance.
No. You see, this man has a job to do. And this man, the Murik, is just trying to distract him from doing his job. Okay. And so if I were to be in the shoes of Amupiton, I will not even make any statements.
Let me ask you, at some point, if we dismiss these people, if we become dismissive of them, you recall that when Jonathan was using Ihejurika to fight Boko Haram, they said, look, your people are killing my people. And they put pressure on him. And they removed Ihejurika. Look at where we are today. Do you think that the president might just listen to the Sharia Council, Murik, or the Muslim community, Islamic community, and say, look, maybe they are right. Let's look for
I just said
Did you see that coming?
I just said something that if it were to be Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs that is raising this, I'll get worried.
Okay.
If it were to be some other strong, notable group that has religious learning, I will be worried.
Okay, so
but
this one,
Murik, the next thing he's trying to target now, I can bet you, is he will want to subsume this argument under Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs.
We are out of time. Let's run to our virtual guest. Barrister Asim Adams, I'd like for you to take a comment on this. Okay, I understand that we've lost connection with him. So let's go to Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eze Eluche, we hear the Sharia Council and Murik say, look, Amubito, you need to step aside. The president should remove him. Why? Because at one point he authored a document that clearly stated that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. Now he's INEC chair, the head of the umpire, going into an election. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, thank you very much. For those who are followers of Nigerian politics and then who understand what Murik and Professor Ishaq Akintola, who heads that outfit, it's a rabble-rousing outfit that just comes up with stuff once in a while to attract attention. And I think this is just been distracting Nigerians. They want to give an impression that, okay, some people do not want the INEC chairman to continue in office, and because of this and that reason. But the reality is this. We know Mr. Professor Amopiton has a role to play. He's already fulfilling his functions. He's doing the INEC duties. Let him do it. This trying to distract us with the belief so that it will create a feeling amongst the population that no, he's not going to kowtow to some religious persuasions. It's neither here nor there. Mr. Amopiton, he has made the INEC chairman. The whole attempt to make it look as if it's against the Muslims is pure ridiculous. And it does not still distance from the reality that he will still get ahead and do what he has been set out to do by his by the person who nominated him, that is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is pure distraction. And it's not discussing this kind of topics here gives it currency, which it does not deserve. Mr. Amopiton did state facts that there was Christian genocide against Christians. How does telling the truth make you unworthy to occupy an office? So he's trying to be distractive and say, okay, because of this reason, he will not count votes. Are the people going to vote? Are they those who have committed the genocide? The reality is Professor Ishak of Murik is just doing what he knows best to try to create some kind of dust, be relevant, and get settled. But that's not what we should be discussing here.
Okay, that's not what we should be discussing. Barrister Ezeluche, let's quickly take your concluding thoughts because we're out of time. We might not come back to you. So let's have your concluding thoughts on what we talked about today.
Well, I mean, I still do not have any faith or confidence in what Professor Amopiton will do, and it's not based on his previous intellectual acts, his previous intellectual prowess. That he affirmed that there was genocide does not detract from what he can do as INEC chairman. But Nigerians need to maintain 110% focus to ensure that he does not slip, he does not detract from what the INEC chairman will do. There should be follow-up, because this is just to try and detract us, but we must continue to follow every step that Mr. Amopiton does as INEC chairman to ensure that there is no messing up of the next elections, because we are all suffering the pangs.
All right, and thank you very much, Barrister Ezeluche. Let's bring back Comrade Kelvin Ejumudu into this conversation. Comrade, as we wrap up, I would like for you to, I also understand that we've lost connection with him, so let's come back to the studio where we have the reporter, Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele, can you give us your concluding thoughts about, one, the economic progress we are making according to the Vice President? What is going on in Ondo State? And the call by Muri, for Amopiton to be removed. Just
we need to step up our game in the economic sphere so that at least an average Nigerian can have some respite the way the economy is biting. And then we also have to show optics of empathy. I mean, our leaders should empathize with their followers. If you are telling me to fast, you should also lead by fasting too. Not that you are feeding fat and you are making me fast. Then Ondo State, it's just unfortunate that everywhere you find out that the house is always tied to the apron string of the executive arm. If not, what is going on in Ondo State is enough for the House to come together and impeach the governor and his deputy. Because he cannot lay claim, despite the humongous resources available to him, he cannot lay claim to any tangible infrastructure. Roads that were started by his principal before he died, those roads are still there, unattended to. So where is this money going to? And you will come on here to gloat over paying salaries. Who cares about the salaries you are paying? Are you paying from your personal pocket? Is it not out of the state resources? Is it not from taxpayers' money that you are paying this? Okay. So what can we lay claim to? And this is almost over 1 year that has been in the saddle as a democratically elected governor. Not even when he took over as governor when his principal died. So cumulatively, he has spent close to 6 years in government, and we cannot show anything.
All right then. All right. I must say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Dele Fanimo, reporter and political affairs analyst, for being part of this show. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. We also had Barrister Eze Eluche, attorney at law and political affairs analyst. Very big thank you to you, Barrister Eze Eluche. And to Barrister Asim Adams, lawyer and political affairs analyst, a very big thank you to you. We also had Kevin Ejumudu, comrade and special advisor to the governor of Delta State. Gentlemen, I say a very big thank you. Now, this is where we have to draw anchor on this program. On behalf of my colleague here, Jen Agoye, and backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. We will return at 10 o'clock for in-depth analysis of newspaper headlines. Please do join us then. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's a beautiful Friday morning, and I welcome you to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Now it's newspaper review, so where we make sense of the headlines. And Chukwumokoro very much with me in the building. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Moses.
And also Dele Fanimo is right here. Good morning.
Good morning, Moses.
All right, then. So now let's dive into it. We do have The Guardian, The Punch, Nigerian Tribune, and a few other dailies that we will be touching on. We'll be taking the headlines from these dailies this morning. And particularly, we'd like to start from the Nigerian Tribune. The big story here is on the 2027 election. Says, waiting game persists as Senate delays Electoral Act bill, defers action till Tuesday, raises mini committee to distill senators' views, reps step down consideration of outstanding clauses. That, of course, is the big story on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. So, Mr. Fanimo, what's your reaction to this headline?
Well,
we've had civil society groups, a few of them, protest the passage of the electoral, the review of the Electoral Act. They want it done now. Now.
You see, for a body that has been showcasing some level of inept attitude to their responsibility, all eyes are on the Senate on this particular assignment. And they know that if they falter, the outcry and possible backlash may also affect their fortune. So now they need to really do a thorough job. And it's like a soldier that has never gone to war. If he's faced with war at one time, he might just run away from the war front. So these people, the only thing they know how to do and do fast is when they want to promulgate a law that suits them. And don't forget that...
Like pass the budget.
And don't forget that this particular assignment is like a double-edged sword. It may consume some of them if it is passed the way Nigerians want it passed. And they're also looking at a way of escaping such booby trap. So it's a dicey situation for them, but we are closing in on them and watching them closely to be sure.
Who are we? Nigerians?
Nigerians. We're watching them. It's just unfortunate that the CSOs are not as active as it used to be. Otherwise, the plenary session should be monitored by the CSOs, and daily reports should be given to Nigerians through the media. And the media has a role to play in this. If third-term agenda could be scuttled as a result of the deviance of the then AIT, then we should also be ready for whatever game these people want to play at this point in time, because this will determine our future. It will also assist us in electing those we feel can do the job, not people that are imposed on Nigerians. So it's a very, very crucial exercise that we cannot toy with.
I understand this is not question and answer, but let me just ask you, what's likely to happen if this is delayed and then passed, say, towards passed in December? 2026.
There will be distractions.
There will be distractions.
If it is delayed, there will be distractions. And it will be hurriedly passed to the extent that those salient points that should have been included in the amendment may be glossed over, and they will have a way of explaining it away. That in the course of stampede and rush, that they missed out a particular clause that should have been amended. So we have I think about 7-8 months before proper campaign starts. So we should do it now. Before June, we should have a clean copy of the amended Electoral Act.
All right. Well, you talked about what's your take on this one? What's your take on this?
Okay. Now, what you and Dele are saying, is that, I want to create an analogy. The policeman that stays at the checkpoint, to collect toll, 10 naira, 50 white and 100 naira and 200 naira, depending on the severity of your offense. Maybe sometimes if you look at him somehow, you have committed an offense. Now you want him to go back to the divisional police station to sign a document that says, tomorrow I will not go to the checkpoint. That is it. You people want senators to go and
You're sounding like it's a hopeless situation that we are in.
He's already sounding like a pessimist.
Because I've already
like a pessimist, and it's breaking my heart.
No, it shouldn't break your heart, because I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optimist, but I'm a realist.
You're a realist.
I'm a realist.
I know you like to say that.
Yeah, I'm a realist in this, because I know that there's always, a constant invisible to an extent, because we don't come out in the open to shove, push and shove. But that conflict is always there between the we and them. And nobody wants to easily move out of his comfort zone. People don't normally do that. You understand that some of these people, they know how they got into office. So what you are telling them is, the way I got into office, like Heradua said, the process that brought me was flawed, eminently flawed. Now you want these people to go and sign something that will shut the door against them in 2027. They will not do that. They will not do that. We've been going back and forth, and we'll continue going this back and forth. At the end of the day, they said that the committee has been set up to distill their views. But I know that distill is to water down, except my English is failing me at this point, or to separate, mix, more like a mixture of and separation of components. That is what I understand. So when that committee comes up now with their recommendations, it is going to be watered down to the extent that there are escape routes, where they can easily maneuver. And I keep saying that, look, the electoral law is not our problem. Our problem is the character of people that are in places of responsibility to handle all of this. And I keep going back to June 12, 1993. The Electoral Act we had, the only Electoral Act we had there was option A4. You queue behind Dele and Dele queues behind Moses. And that was how we gathered results all over the country. And they said, by last account, they say it is the best, the freest and fairest, election that we have had in this country. So the Electoral Act that we are talking about, it's going to be a numbo jumbo. All this whole abalo with time will just end. And we'll see something that the president will just look at it and sign. And after the president has signed it, we'll start debating it again. By the time we finish debating, we have conducted elections and we move on. So that is what is going to happen. Not as if I don't want the letters, to be tight, foolproof, so that if you just do something, we'll capture you and say, look, you didn't pass this election. I want all of that, but is it going to happen? That's the debate. Is it going to happen?
All right. Barrister Asim Adams joins the conversation. He's a constitutional lawyer. And I have hope that your analysis of this will give me some sort of reprieve and, give me hope that, yes.
Away from what Chukuma said.
Away from what Mr. Okoro has said. Talk to us. Go ahead.
That's right. Thank you, Moses, my brother. I think we are going to discuss the amendment, but it's unfortunate that Lalong, another game which I cannot understand. He ought to be, he's the chairman of the committee that should have, I don't know why he has decided to, whether he's abdicating his responsibility to sign. We want, sign. We want, also have what they call credible elections in Nigeria. Number one is this, Section 27 they are introducing Section 27, sub 5 to 7 of the Electoral Act. That is, they want to amend it. What does that mean? Is that 185 days before the election, that is when elections should be conducted. So if we look at from this amended, 2025 Electoral Act, if it scales through and the president and consent to it, we may be seeing elections taking place in November of every year or every election year.
Okay.
No longer February.
Okay.
You understand? And you now have 6 months between that November to the swearing in on a Democracy Day for you to adjudicate, you go to court, finish all the matters that pertain to your election to the Supreme Court.
Before swearing in.
So what this particular, before swearing in. So, and this is for only governors and the presidents. You understand?
Yes.
The House of Assembly candidates are, winners are not included, but president and the governors. So 185 days before election, time. So we may be seeing elections taking place before swearing in. I mean, you may be seeing elections taking place in November, like I said. This is a novel. This is what we have been trying to, ask for. And if that is altered, it then means that Section 285 of the 1999 Constitution also has to be amended. That talks about the time limit for appeals for elections, etc., as the case may be, to accommodate this new, rule of 185 days before swearing in. So that is a novel. The second one is there is what we call submission of all political parties must submit the list of their candidates 210 days before any election year. Before now it's 90 days. You have about 60 or so days to submit. But they have extended to 210 days. So that is almost a year before the election. All the candidates of the election their list must be submitted. This is also to obviate the serious issues of candidacy. You see, parties have been going to court. After their primaries, they begin to go to court to say candidate A was not the person that the primaries or was elected to the primaries. They now go to court, like what happened in Plateau State. They now go to court, and before you know what is going on, a man who believed he won the primaries will go ahead and contest election, and at the end of the day, about swearing in, Supreme Court will come with one judgment that he was not the rightful candidate for that particular election. So that has been taken care of now, by, this section in the amendment. Then there is another novel instrument of the PVC is no longer compulsory. That is, it's not mandatory for you to use the PVC. You understand? Yes, you can use your name, you can use whatever that is verifiable, as it is, because they found out that the PVC, most of the PVCs were not readable by the beavers machines, thereby disenfranchising a lot of people. That is why you find out that when the PVC fails, it becomes a problem for them to accredit you to vote, because they'll say the PVC has failed. You understand? I mean, the beavers machine has failed. Yes, has failed, and you can't vote because you have not been accredited. But in this case now, we are going to be seeing NIN, ETC, and whatever can be used in the place of that. That's another novel, act. Now, if I still have time, I will just run it down. Section 10, sub 2C. Yes, then that section 10, sub 2C is that, all voters now must, if I want to register and get my PVC, mind you, let me put it very straight. This particular section does not abolish the use of PVC. It does not abolish the PVCs are still going to be used.
But then you can use.
But where there is a problem, other means of to vote, as case may be. Then to register now as a voter to get your PVC, you must have to include your NIN. Your NIN, you must get your NIN number. Your NIN number must now be used as part of the registration formalities. Before now, long before NIN came out, you know, a lot of people collected their PVCs without you imputing your NIN number. But now it is a mandatory requirement if this particular whatever goes through. Then Section 12, Sub 1D and Section 12, Sub 2 to 1 is advocating for prisoners, those who are in prison, even awaiting trial inmates. Before now, they have been disenfranchised. They cannot vote from prison. But now, it is now, mandatory that the INEC should make, available provisions for them to participate. That's right, to vote as well. Then you have Section 44, which talks about mandatory early, voting. You don't need to wait. Once everything has arrived, even if it arrives by 6 a.m. and you have everybody in the polling unit, you start voting immediately. You understand? So early voting is now encouraged. Then you have Section 60, Section 60 sub 5. This is where the crucial and the gravamen of this amendment is all about. Why you see P2B has been clamoring to say, please pass this amendment into law. Section 60 sub 5 is saying that electronic transmission of votes is now mandatory. It's no longer at the whims and caprices of the presiding officer. You know, the Supreme Court heard that the presiding officer is at a discretion or liberty to either transmit now or later, as the case may be. It is no longer like that. If you vote, after voting, the results must be transmitted electronically. No excuses. Excuses. They say that as the case may be. I think are very key and important. Yeah. But in a memo our group sent to them, even when they were doing that public hearing, we are surprised that they did not talk about it. Section 135, 36, and Section 138 of the Electoral Act. For instance, these sections, because of time, I will just run a summary. The first one section is that you are the one to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the elections were not free and fair. So if I lose an election now, I will be the one to prove that the elections were not free and fair. We were advocating that it should be the burden on INEC's neck or shoulders to prove that the election they conducted was free and fair, not the reverse. That is one part. The second part is Section 138 or so. The moment being sworn in, etc., as the case may be, you now begin to eat. Assume that particular this does not come into force. You now begin to meet. 8, 6 section, the other section 10 is coming into force that says 285 days and 185 days before election. So you better delete Section 138 of the Electoral Act that says that you can be in office while your matter is pending in court, and that whatever you embezzle, if you steal state money or federation money for the period you are in office illegally, that nobody will hold you accountable if your elections were nullified as a governor. So what that means is that if I have been sworn in to be governor of my state, Edo State, and at the end of the day, Supreme Court now said, no, I was not supposed to be the valid governor voted in there. And I've embezzled about $1.2 billion for that period I was in office before I was removed. That I will not account for that $1.2 billion. That particular section 138 should be removed, since this other section is coming in to modify it. So these are just the key points we have seen in that whatever. It's a number one.
With the crop of politicians that we have, do you see this seeing the light of day?
it will be difficult because from what Lalong has done now, it will be difficult because Lalong, for no just cause, I know he's going to hide under the cubicle, that under our constitution, the maximum or minimum days he is supposed to be at the National Assembly is just about 131 days. Insofar as he has fulfilled that, he has no, impediment to being absent from duty. But we are asking that in a very crucial time, a very important time like this, that we need this amended Electoral Act to be enforced. Why abdicate? Why run away without even giving us an excuse? So it is a ploy by politicians to frustrate this particular amendment. That is what we are saying. And like you rightly said, even as it is, he may get to the president's table, he refuses to assent. Because certainly, if he assents to this is going to be a novel, and it's going to affect him, his elections. You understand the point? So these are the things. They might frustrate it. They might filibuster it. They might filibuster it in the National Assembly before it even gets to the third reading, as the case may be. And I believe that is one of the moves that Lalong is doing right now, that is running away from moving forward with the amendment.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
I'm happy that Barrister Adams ended where I started.
I'm not happy.
You are not happy.
But see, the onus really is on the people and civil societies to put pressure. Can we put pressure?
Yes, we can.
On government to ensure that, look, even if it gets to the president's table, the president will have no other choice but to do the bidding of the people by signing.
We can, but the question is, do we have the staying power? Can we push through all of this? Yes, we have. We can as a people. We easily get we easily get tired. We run out easily. And like when people say we run out easily because poverty has been weaponized, I say no. It's not because poverty has been weaponized, because poverty itself should even be a driver. If you are hungry today, then I know what people do. People that are hungry today, I know what they do so that they don't stay hungry till next week. But our own, since we are hungry today, and we just relax as a people and say, oh, well, all hope is lost. Poverty has been weaponized, and we accept it. And we just do talk show, and go. But in other climes, the poverty that we see will propel and drive people into action. That's the difference between us and other people. 1/3 of the things that happen here can happen in the Middle East countries, and even in North Africa. Every place will go up in flames. But because we are very resilient people, that is how we comfort ourselves. We are very resilient, and instead of saying we are docile, we say we are resilient. We say, okay, let's try tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be better. And that tomorrow...
I think the government understands the...
all of that.
The psyche of the people.
This, and they use it against us. At every turn.
In fact, I was reading up on a story this morning about those that went to protest the protest demolition. Some that were caught were taken to court, and they've been asked to pay what's this thing called now? Bail to the tune of about 200,000 naira. And I'm like, in my head, first they are complaining displacement. They are complaining about the fact that their roofs were taken, and now they have to cough out 200,000 naira to build themselves.
No, they're not paying. It's just a surety that if they run away.
If they run away.
Bills
and bail, things like that bonds tend to make the people feel, you will now find parents saying, must you go out to protest? Must you go out? Why don't you just stay? Is it only you? So everybody else sits back because everybody else is trying to protect their own. And government officials have their way. They have a field day because people will not speak with one voice against the actions of those in authority. It's appalling. It's appalling. But that's what we are faced with. All right, gentlemen, let's move on to another story now. Yes, that story was taken from the... Barrister, you want to say something? Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yes, okay, Moses, thank you for the opportunity. If I wanted to talk about the arrest of the protesters,
okay,
you understand? by the police and they are charging them to court, the Lagos State Police Command should understand that protest, is part of our constitutional rights. Then when you now begin to say that they were singing abusive songs, where is that? Where is there any law that says that if you sing an abusive song to somebody, then that becomes a crime or an offense? It means you are going to arrest the whole of Dubai market women. It means that the whole of the market in Lagos Island, all of them will be in jail by now. You understand? Now look at what they did. Now they said that they were singing this song to provoke. What is provocation? I want to ask the question, what is provocation? What are the ingredients of provocation to a reasonable man? That you now begin to say that as a public officer, that you were provoked by my mere singing of songs. What kind of democracy is this? I have seen situations where eggs were used to splatter on cars of police and public officers abroad. I've seen situations where somebody from the crowd slapped a President Macron in France.
Barrister, I think we have allowed this. Sorry to interrupt you. I think we have allowed this because when Idris Abdul Karim came out with the song Nigeria Jaga Jaga, Obasanjo at the time, confronted him with words. I didn't want to say that. No. But he confronted him with words.
So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is it is part of our culture and customs that when you are driving on the road, somebody will curse you and say your partner, you understand, sorry, open and close. Some drivers can even on the traffic. So it's part of us. Then we just laugh over it and go. Yeah. So why should a public officer should be a man that has restraint and patience and tolerance. I've seen situations where you see protesters even pointing at the police officer and taunting him.
Yes, absolutely.
He doesn't get provoked. So
yes,
if singing of songs can provoke you, it means that if I insult you, you can even shoot me as a police officer because you are provoked. So the court must not allow this to happen. I'm so bitter this morning I'm not in Lagos. The court must not allow this to happen. They should release those people and let them go to their houses. What is the essence of even asking them to pay money for their bail for whatever reason? These are things the lawyers there should take up and go and free those protesters who were unduly arrested, as the case may be. So sad. I feel so bad that I'm not even around that area right now.
It's sad indeed. We need you back in Lagos, please. Please come back.
I will soon be there.
When I told him that I'm missing him, he didn't know the import of my missing him.
I will soon be there.
Let's take some other headlines here. I'm just going to read out the headlines and we can pick the ones that we want to react to. So we have 4 leaders set for strategic decision as recapitalization. 4 lenders, I beg your pardon, I take that one again. 4 lenders set for strategic decision as recapitalization deadline approaches. We will create more institutions to make Oyo greater. Makinde. Borno governor orders direct payment of LG allocations. And opposition alliance will chase APC out in 2027. Buba Galadima says opposition ready to queue behind most popular candidate. Kano governor must submit NNPP's mandate before defection, he says. And we also have Naira on recovery spree strengthens against major currencies. Rivers, APC discussing with Wike to resolve impasse. Basiru, National Secretary. And also we have this headline, FCT workers appeal industrial court ruling, resume strike. We are still in court, obey ruling, Wike tells workers. And Wike also said, look, there's an article I read yesterday night. It was like, look, he really cannot be bothered. If you like, get all the civil servants in the world. And, well, Barrister, what's your reaction to the headlines taken?
Yes.
I would like particularly to the Wike story.
The one in Rivers State that interests, let me start with that of Rivers State.
Okay.
You know, if you read the headline, Bashir has recanted. He has said the recent narrative, I've seen that going around, where he has said that Wike is an important or integral part of the renewed hope agenda of whatever, of, you know, the president. Mind you, this has been where the problem has been. Yes, Wike has never said he's a member of APC. Wike has never said that he belongs to APC, but he said that in Rivers State, there's what we call rainbow coalition of all the political parties, APC, PDP, and some other political parties who have one agenda to, you know, make sure that President Tinubu, you know, gets another 4-year term by 2027. So he said he was a leader of that particular renewed hope, you know, agenda that has that coalition, and that there's no political party in Rivers State. Not that there are no political party physically existing, but when it comes to the principles and the agenda of making sure that Tinubu, you know, come the next election and win it, that there's no political party, that they are all one. I think Bashiru misunderstood what Wike was trying to say. So at the end of the day, he now found out that truly he was misled, and that was why he had to recant. And he recanted, he now, you know, formally, you know, did what was right to now say that Wike is the leader of the renewed hope agenda in Rivers State. Renewed hope agenda, even Simple Fubara said, that is a part of the renewed hope agenda. All his supporters, both ex-governors of Rivers State, said they are supporting him and they are supporting the renewed hope agenda of President Tinubu. So which means they belong to the Rainbow Coalition, as the case may be. So that solves that. I think that issue of 001 and whatever should not be laid to rest. And the issue of whether Wike will be exiting or sacked or is having problem with APC has to be rested right now. With events going on. Even yesterday, Popus Odima was very clear to say so he does not really think that Rivers State is right for, you know, Congress of APC right now. These are statements, you know, a yes a week of this world. That is for that. The other area I want to look at, the FCT strike. A lot of people think when in the FCT, whatever, there is a war between Wike and them. Wike is just a minister. The FCT is an agency of government. Wike will live there one day, but the FCT remains. Now, so it is how you go about it because...
Sorry to butt in. One of the complaints of the protesters is the fact that directors' tenure are being elongated, and that is preventing others to rise to positions that is ordinarily due onto them. And they've asked, and they said, okay, look, it will stop. But then they saw that 3 months after, they saw another director, a few more, their tenures were elongated. That's part of the complaints that they're having.
Now, look at what I feel should have been done. You see, when you feel your right has been breached. See, Nigerians, I don't know exactly, we say we are practicing democracy, but at times we practice autocracy or mobocracy. Let me tell you why. The courts are there. If I feel that I work in a place and like what they said that directors, etc. has given, I run to court to restrain the FCT as it may be from carrying out with such a whatever. Not me, you as the case may be. Why can't they go to court? Is it not court they went to now to appeal, you know, the ruling gotten by FCTA in the National Industrial Court? And the clarity must be that because a lot of Nigerians have been misinformed. What they filed, they only appealed it, and they filed a motion for stay of execution. Has that motion for stay of execution been granted? It has not been granted. So if the Court of Appeal has not granted that stay of execution of that particular order of the industrial court, and you say you want to continue your strike, how legal and feasible is that? These are the questions we should be profiling and asking. But people don't want to know because the person involved there is a yes or Wike. But let me tell you, if the workers are able to get their way, that whosoever that is coming to that particular ministry, people must know that there is no holder of that particular office that has not had problem. El-Rufai became, a billion because he was FCDA minister, as case may be. But at the end of the day, it's going to be like that. Okay. The crux of this matter, let me just put it very straight, is because the people, if you listen to the chants of the workers, most of the chants of those workers was that this is their land. The Gwaris, who form majority of the people who work in FCDA, believe that that particular ministry belongs to them. And they are not happy that a non-Northerner in the person of Yesowike has come in there as the first Southern FCDA minister. So you have ethnicity behind some of these things there. And Wike has said this has been what has been in that FCDA, that he inherited the system. So why are they now? Is it now that they want to visit the sins of his predecessor on him? These are questions left unanswered, as the case may be. But I believe that one day, very soon, we'll get to know.
All right then. But another question I want to ask is how much of this will affect the president's re-election in Abuja? He lost Abuja the first time. He lost the FCT the first time.
APC lost.
APC.
Oh, he lost.
He lost under the APC.
Jonathan lost Abuja too. Buhari lost Abuja. The Abuja electorate, not Abuja per se, but that Aso Villa polling unit. Presidents normally don't win it. I don't know why. Dating back to Jonathan, in 2015, Jonathan lost it. In 2023, in 2015, in 19, Buhari lost it. In 2023, Jonathan lost it. Tinubu lost it. So there is something about that Aso Villa unit. And so,
I think what is there, yes, Miss Okoro, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, I can hear you.
The reason is this: Abuja, you don't need to even win Abuja for you to become president. The only problem associated with Abuja is that for you to become president, you have to win 25% of all of that 36 states and Abuja. This is what has created the problem that has made the FCT look as if it's a very important unit that you must win. This created a lot of furore during the time of the Supreme Court, judgment. That Tinubu did not win 25% of the votes in Abuja. You can lose the vote as a president, but score up to 25. The interpretation of Section 299 of the 1999 Constitution that says that if you have won 25% in 2/3 of 36 states and Abuja, so many people were interpreting it to mean that once you win 2/3 of 36 states, you must also win 2/3 of FCT for you to become a president. But the Supreme Court came and resolved this and said, no, 2/3 is 2/3. That the moment you're able to win 2/3 and you are not able to get 2/3 in Abuja, that you have won 2/3 of the states. And now interpreted Section 299 to say that Abuja should be regarded as one of the states of the federation. Invariably, what that judgment is now saying is that we are now having 37 states when it comes to election matters. And you have to win if you're able to win 2/3 of 37, those who are mathematically inclined, if you calculate 2/3 of 37, you know the figure you are able to get. So if you're able to get like 20 states or 21 states, even if you don't score 25% in Abuja, you have gotten 2/3 as required by the Constitution for you to be Nigeria. So finally, Abuja is not that important that you must win. That's why President.
All right. Barrister Adams, I think you approached it from a different angle. That was exactly not what I was even talking about. I was talking about, the pattern that has become normal, that presidents normally don't win the Aso Rock Villa, the Aso Villa polling units and polling booths and all of that. But that's it. Talking about what you said. Well, I think the Supreme Court, that was their decision on that matter. And a lot of people still believe, including eminent lawyers, believe that judgment was political as far as. And the operational word there was, is it 25 2/3 of the 36 states and Abuja or with Abuja? So that interpretation of and with, became a legal conundrum. And the Supreme Court interpreted it the way it suited them. But I want us to move away from that.
That is what we are saying.
Yes, I want to go to River State, where the jigsaw, the political jigsaw in River State is trying to untangle as it were now, unaided by anybody, but by the factors themselves. Like what Basiru, he said his Oshunma, his name is Basiru, said, he has made a recant and all of that. A lot of people address the Rivers issue with a lot of emotions and sentiment, So, and when it is played up, people begin to, take sides based on how their emotions and their biases drive them. I've always maintained that the mistake Sim Fubara made was to have started fighting Wike in his first term. 1 year, less than 1 year into the life of his administration. That was a very big mistake. And now, Wike was very smart to say, you have not even, the fight has not even started and you're already shooting. Because he started shooting very early. And this is what we see now. Now, everybody clearly understands that Wike, is the leader. Members of the House of Assembly that went to, say, look, let us shoot our swords. There were the same set of people that said, look, Wike is the political leader of River State, and that is what it is. He cannot be in control of the 27 or 31 legislators. He cannot be in control of the 23 local government areas. He cannot be in control of the party apparatus. That is talking about the APC, not even the PDP in River State. And you say governor is 001. Governor is 001 for the optics. For the optics, it's 001. But who is in control of the structure? Still the FCT minister. That is one thing people need to realize. Fubara would have been able to, reverse all of that if he was underground building his own political structure. I go back to Abia State. In 1999, you know what happened? Ojozo became governor. And a lot of people aided his ascendancy, his ascension to office. He said, this person said, give me commissioner, he gave. This person give me this, he gave. This person give me this. He gave everybody, and everybody went home satisfied. In less than 1 year, he started reversing all those appointments and all of that, and now putting his own key people. By the time those people realized what was going, he had gone far, he had taken the rug off their feet. He was now in complete and total control of the structure. That was why it was possible for him that even when his chief of staff, T.A. Ojo, was in prison, he won an election. And T.A. was smart too. When he came back, he didn't start fighting immediately until he got a second term. At that point, there was nothing the governor could do. But this man was quick in getting into the fight, and it has consumed him. He has to work extra hard. Fubara has to work extra hard 10 times to get back to government house in 2027. That is the way I feel. That's what I see.
You know the problem, Mr. Okoro, you've spoken very well. You've spoken very well. This is my own take also. It's just that I want to echo what you said. You have spoken, my line of thought. Now, let me add to what you have said. The issue of 001 is subjective. You are the 001 of APC, according to them. You are not the 001 of PDP. These are different political parties. But nobody is, struggling with you to say that you are the 001 of APC. That is your own take. It's your political party. But can you say that you are the 001 of PDP, of all the political parties in River State? I don't think so. Because PDP have their own leader. Now, I want us to differentiate 001 as governor in terms of governance and 001 as political leader. 001 as governor in terms of governance, then 001 as a political leader. I will give you examples. In Oyo State, Lamidi Adedibu was 001 political leader. That the governor, who is 001 governance etc., must bow to him, must come to him. If you don't cooperate with him, you will not have good governance in your state. In Kwara State, Bukola Saraki was 001 as political leader, not 001 as governor. If you don't work with him, it's your own business. In Edo State, my state, Tony Aneni was 001 political leader. He was even in 001 political leader, which the governor comes under. Tony Aneni cannot talk, and the governor says a different thing. That is how it has been in Nigeria. So you are 001 governor. Nobody is dragging that with you. But when it comes to politics, you are not 001. That is what we are saying. The man that is 001 is your political leader. In this case, Yesowike. Now, let me tell you something. Even if Yesowike were not to be a politician, I mean, were not to be a minister, sorry. If President Tinubu were to visit Rivers State and Wike and Sim Fubara were working hand in hand, no quarrels, Tinubu must visit Wike in his house after visiting the governor. There are times he may even visit the political leader first before visiting the governor, because he knows the political weight of the political leader, which is 001. So these are the things that I've tried to make people to understand. That the Rivers problem, there is no problem there. It's just that Orina crisis people, those who want problem will go and give false information and create what we're having today.
Right.
And I'm happy that Fubara is learning the hard way now. You saw the statement he made to one of your sister stations to now say that the president told him not to do anything and allow those two candidates who are, the faction of Yesowike to go ahead and win that prize. Things are swinging in the favor of Yesowike as the political leader of Rivers State. He has not made much noise about it, but those who don't want him, the enemies who are Wike's enemies, who are now new friends, the Ahitophels, I've said this before that Fubara has too many Ahitophels in his government. They advise him and mislead him. Just like Ahitophel in the Bible misled David and Absalom, the son.
I know you as a constitutional lawyer. I didn't know you as a clergy
the cabinet
or a Bible student. I didn't know you as a Bible student.
You understand? And you saw, yes, you saw the advice that was given by Ahitophel. Oh, yes. You saw that it was cataclysmic. Oh, yes. You saw that he led to cataclysmic results.
But
the same thing happened in Rivers State today.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Let's give Delifanimo 1 minute to react to the stories, and then we'll wrap up this conversation.
From the first time this crisis broke out, I've always said, I am not an apostle of betrayal. Fubara betrayed Wike, regardless of whatever Wike is doing now, aftermath of that betrayal. So if he's consumed by this, the result of this betrayal, I don't have sympathy for him.
We're not even looking at the fact that one leaves office and tries to control governance in a state.
Then
how that affects democracy.
You should have resisted it.
Democracy.
You should have resisted it, not that you just play along.
If he had resisted, somebody else would have accepted. And then we'll still have this going.
He will remain who he is.
So it's not even about the people.
Politics is not about people in Nigeria. Politics is about self.
What's democracy, please?
You know what? As Ivor Jennings said, I always go back to. He said that people cannot decide. The people cannot decide until someone decides who the people are.
Who the people are. But please, can somebody just remind us of the elementary definition of democracy? Government of who?
I like the word you use, a definition. There's a difference between definition and practice.
Practice.
Oh well. This would be a good place to anchor this conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Delifanimo, veteran reporter, Chukwuma Okoro. Also, he'll be back here later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. And also, Barrister Asim Adams. Thank you very much for your contribution
Thank you.
on the program. Chukuma, what do we expect later tonight?
Yeah, I'll return with Dr. Peter Aonosike and we'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories.
All right, there you have it, 6 p.m. Don't miss it. By the way, 11 o'clock is time for sports. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful Friday. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Amandi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Makore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Lolly, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate life.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us, this is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Amandi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the...
The thing where they cause problem now for area now, and they talk say for school, Gerard and Lampard do better pass. Every analyst get their own. Some people say now Gerard and Sabi league grand pass, he get marking. Who they talk on? And Friday don't reach, I say my greeting now, won't get morning this time. Good morning. Say you know don't join us this day. One thing we want start to talk for the show, we say we want to apologize. First of all, based on say the show is supposed to start on time, where they call 11:00. If you put a clock for the back, you know go bad. But based on say one or two things just keep us on side. They call them technical glitches. Something like technical breaches on join because presenter where we say come show where we say phone the ring show not start on time and technical problem. Presenter where we say come they try to adjust in understand in share no balance. Now technical problem. everything are technical. But how technical you say when they watch me day? Now we go talk now when time go reach. But more just jump, enter one man, we say they for the story, Anthony Joshua. But before then, we say una good morning, depending on where they watch from. So Anthony Joshua there for the matter now. For the first time, open mouth, talk for camera, say CRCB. Since that time we be saying losing two friends, Lateef Ayodele and Sinagami. We be saying not be good news. We will talk. We have for Lagos about the expressway. We be say Anthony Joshua be UFC World Heavyweight Champion. Not be UFC. What heavyweight champion for understand for boxing world. Not be UFC. UFC no they are different. Figures kind of person. Now in there for the news, and he say this is not the first time we be say I go allow myself talk. If you see what we want to show you now, you see friends. We say all in life, the day with time, but that news now we be say with the year. Saying don't come out, talk for the first time, now good news. Now, one problem people they talk about Anthony Joshua be say, we never know whether Anthony Joshua will see fight again. He get many fight, they call pending fight, they for ground, where they wait for a fight, where they ground, they come up the weight. But with the one we all see so, me never know whether I go say yes, I won't fight for this boxing thing, or me just wait. Because if you look the matter psychologically, everything not go work well for now. So it go good, man. Just think away, think twice. Whether I don't come back, but some people say it go take like 2 years, some say it go take like 3 years. Now 2 times with that world heavyweight champion, and if you get a chance, you go want to do it again. But based on what you happen now, Lateef Ayodele and Sinagami will be saying in Paddy, will be saying love well. Sometimes people go say, why be say that thing even happen for Nigeria? We be say come holiday. Some people say why be say not happen for that side, people they talk many things for the matter. Social media around just there everywhere, but. See, what you go happen. Understand? What you go be. But even though me not they believe say what goes up must come down, because get it don't go up now, it never come down. If you check the economy now, we understand what they talk. But Anthony Joshua, we wish him the best. And we they wait to know I want to do and next time when I go just to come back, start to the fight again, or you will just from here, your match break, back full stop, time go talk for Anthony Joshua. Then from Joshua news for boxing, mostly jump enter another one. We say not be good news. Nigeria the mom person we say. We like where we respect and they do have a club side. Even we there with the say fans, they say, please sign this guy, Chukwueze, sign him. People they beg, say I beg, let's sign Chukwueze. Now who we need to talk now? The corner, somewhere Chukwueze say don't lose him, mama. After we say the corner brief illness, and so they both take corner. When they say brief, it means a small sickness. One second later, you go knock the woman, so now the woman can't go move, can't go where we say go say hi. So go rest in peace. If you look at where we go say Chukwueze and mama just get say eyes, they resemble where. And now the news not good for Nigerian football because never too table we talk about prayer points go good though for NFF. Matter more you carry NFF prayer, enter Super Eagles. Understand? Because in never too table we talk about Wilfred Didi. When we say you have the Super Eagles cap, you just score in first goal. So Mr. Sunday Didi. Now don't jump from one player to the other. Now we say now Chukwueze don't go lose in mama. So I don't know how this one will take sound. For people will be say then they Fulham people say no go like the news. Somebody say Chukwueze. Now player will be say no tell us. Say now player will be say we need to watch for club football. Chukwueze they do well for Fulham. Now loan from AC Milan. But as I say, I'm not sure if you go back again because I'm not today for that side. But your day where the 1 main day because people they give him pressure on Adama not go West Ham now. Then we also that Belgian boy said they worry too. So now be the one problem say they get. But Chukwueze they get playing time under Marco Silva. Sometimes you go play like free romance, like you play, enjoy yourself anywhere, go for 11, go for right, anywhere, left side, anywhere they play. So, but this news, now Super Eagles news, now NFF news, now World Football news because star player don't lose in mama. Now more jump from Chukwueze matter, enter another one. Where we say connect to the matter because now the first time we say our president, we call #1 citizen, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they shoot mouth for the matter, say, hey, we be saying be president, saying go try best to see everything. When we say Chukwueze they need based on prayer, he go to give their support. They pray for them. They say people will say don't lose their mama for this kind of painful and difficult time. Say I beg. When I just take cards. When I just be around because now some people say if you do anybody, now only see dead be like they go everywhere they go. If you enter any door, understand? So you call say it's inevitable. So if you now ask me, I'll talk to Chukwueze, we did with you. For all of us, we say we did for you. VOP TV Sports, we did with you. And time don't reach, we say we go do that what they do for people who say don't go connecting to sports. And at this time, we go give that just check a time for the man we say don't lose him. Man, they call Samuel Chukwueze. If na answers, we'll talk say recipes, now we won't give them. Now, yes, mostly jump from Chukwueze matter, I'll go down with the break. So, Akko Adams, Akko Adams done there for the news now. We'll show you the picture, show you the video, show you the footage. Where we say Akko Adams now they defend. Even, you get what you want to know about Nigeria people, our math not too good. I dey tell you. We go just enter now, check out for the editorial now, I'm not saying. Our math is not good. When I mean our math not good, we dey talk so kind of be say, if person see and person hear and I go say, no, not talk this thing. Now me will check now. Understand? Producer go connect now for editorial. You see, person not get everything not be problem for area. I dey tell you, this is what I tell now, real matter. I not get it not be problem. Person buy motor, who they track say not like the color. Not be early stage of witchcraft is that one. Person buy motor now. You ever say the track, you say not like the color, you not get to, but you don't like color. Now be problem now. Akko Adams now, people that say when you face your business. We'll show the post now for editorial. We'll show now. We'll not show now. See because he get to the play now. Akko Adams, the day you started the day for social media, me like him. He speaks some kind of Spanish. They play well for Sevilla. Since he come back from Nations Cup, God bless say we are now a blessing to the team. If they see chance, they play, they get opportunity, they score. Sometimes I'll go do that Lumumba celebration. That is the play now. But when I see screen, see the thing they cut issue now. See now this one now. And Akko Adams, come say he get time for social media. Some say Boniface get time for social media, not get time to the play well. But in a way they talk say Boniface not be talent, and not in a cut format too. Why now say Boniface not be talent? Boniface not be talent, and they score all those goals for Leverkusen that time. Now see this one now, they say not agree for anybody. People will talk ourselves, still they agree for people. Aaron Eze, at Pastor Aaron Eze, now Pastor, he post down. I don't remember, you know. He said, that one not clear. And I said, what we see here, they say, boss, please, leave social media alone. Not you get phone, the check phone, and concentrate on scoring goals. Not let your case be like Boniface's own. Nigeria get bad matter. And if you look this picture, you go see Akko Adams now player, we say they young. Akko Adams say, you get what I'm saying, text, what do you call her? Saying text, what do you call this man at that time? Osimhen. Saying text with Osimhen, say Osimhen, how you take the do? Maybe say they play where they train where they do all those things. But now God don't say bless. I don't reach that level now. Small. You don't do professional football. He say he can't reply the guy. He say not repeat this thing where you they do, not where you do again. It's not necessary. You not fit type Boniface list. He said he matter. Now that guy also get time for them follow and say, I just inform you based on how street be. I not compare you with anybody. Just focus on your football, Baba. Understand? So you have like special advice. But Boniface, what did Boniface even do? Now, presenter will not like play, I like to sit down one place. You understand? What did Boniface do? We not want tired, they're not tired like Stanley. He said, Boniface, see what Boniface do? He say, if they play ball, they do well, they show himself, they try well, until the injury can get a small knock. Now, since he come up for the Leverkusen, we never 2 years Boniface matter. But one thing they talk say Boniface too much. He too get time for social media. Social media and Boniface are brother. They like social media well. But now when we say Akko Adams, they get see. Now life. Anybody feel they do social media. Anybody if you like them, just did there. But you make you see they play, maybe they concentrate. Now because Boniface don't they play well again that time. Now make you get might. When they talk say Boniface, you know they do well, they do well. Because say if they give the social media some kind of attention. But if Akko Adams now, if you call Nations Cup, play well, carry 10 bronze, go as. Congo, Sevilla, and they score goal. They will do this one, they do celebration, different one, they do this one. You not get everything now they do again. We need to understand, say, we get player for Akko Adams. But normally, if you want to check the matter, because nobody who go report case or police a weak case, say if you hear from A, hear from B, people don't like to hear from C. Now only A, they will hear. It's not first to report the weak case, but not all the time they play like that. So Akko Adams, if I want advice, you may give you this advice. May you just take and judge anyone you may you lose time. Understand? For small truth, you hear what this brother advise you because the advice they give you not be bad advice. For Nigeria, if you play well, now you will they talk about. If you miss goal, Yakubu for area no till now. People never say forgive him. Chukwueze, you see that what you do, they go still won't remember. Say I play. You play. I say, what you make an invest on Chukwueze? You don't know saying that person will play penalty, you say keep a goal and I play penalty. No. See, even if I want to do chipping, I want to do Brian J style. If keeper jump go one side, I will be world class. So now we play penalty, we keep go one side, that's how we play. But it gets to what they call precision. It gets some shot, we say keeper go see, you go never say get family for us, you go leave them. You understand? All the Alex, when the Brazil, Chelsea guy. If you just concentrate, your face, you go fair leave the shop because you know say I have people at home who needs me and needs my future. You just leave her. Respect yourself, tell your club, say I'm sorry. But if we check the one way we say she going to go play, you just play like that. So they talk her. If Akada tomorrow change and say now they play well again, Papa will go Russian like 2-0. If you just do social media now, not go to play well, we'll go Russian, they will take Russian. Not because I'm me, but based on Nigeria, me just sit there back. Our man to talk. So criticize players be like gift for us. But now they make rich for us. We like to criticize. If you not play well, they criticize you. If you play well, they'll say. So if you want to they play well, just like they be like, look man, if you not to play well, they're on average. You not say this Super Eagles, they matter. Not be clear I will be take go come on himself for Instagram that time. They get a salary bully, small thing, it will be wrong. The same as the goal score of Ronaldo mentality, and not agree go. Okay, I will just see jump. Come up from that one, enter Pinnick. I don't know what thing Amandi Pinnick they talk. I bet if you know, maybe you explain, give me. Amandi Pinnick don't come out now, they talk plenty. We respect her. You still get some kind of, if you get one to say, look, Pinnick do what I like. See, Amandi Pinnick, if I want you to talk about Pinnick now, the two I tell like her. Now only one thing he do. He get conviction spirit. I don't know what they do. All those people they born for Ebola and you tell them. I don't know that man too sweet. Then I guess to say they leak. I don't know. He gets sweet smart. He go tell you like this. Before you know, they'll convince you. Understand? You can't play for Nigeria. This NFL, this Gusa will not get that sweet. Man, not too sweet. I don't know that you need to learn. But if you want to learn for opinion, you not go learn the other one. No. Just try learn. I tell they talk because you get conviction spirit. But this is where Pinnick they come and they tell us now say. Amandi Pinnick say, we don't even know this man for Ghana that year, for Delta that year, when they play State FA. You don't even know where they come. He get it in talk. He say, if you say na tenor, say Super Eagles, say we for go, I just can say we for don't go World Cup. But I not forget now 2018 time, we say I be coach, maybe say I be NFF president, not be coach that time no. Get that time. Now be the man maybe say make us go where we need to go, but that time. That's now from October 2014 to October 2022. That's why you say run, reach, and he come make sure say we qualify go World Cup. And now in 2018, but we know the player who lose against Ghana. Now when they follow Olise the talk for global football insights, you get some kind of your talk. Now your talk, and enjoy the talk in mind. Say he's surprised say Nigeria misses qualification. Say we not go World Cup. Say he's surprised. Say to say now before maybe saying the power. Say we don't go. He say for 2018 say we not even struggle. Because they give us a kind of update, say based on some kind of website, they say that time, say Algeria, they never lose match for 20 games, they not play like 20 matches, they never lose. Because the Cameroon are defending champions. Say Zambia can't be champions, say Nigeria be Mino that time. And not get time when Nigeria be Mino, last time they call Minos, I'm not sure. But me I understand what they talk. He said when you look back to the things they don't do, say on the time, say this kind of thing will happen and not go for happen. He said even the World Cup say we lose, don't say we lose the match, say na playoff. Say we lose, I based on playoff matters. Some say na direct losing, but losing now. You shouldn't be saying, mommy, I just committed sin, small sin and big sin. Abi, David, they get big sin and small sin. He say, all sin are equal. This is the way talking out of experience. David, they talk him. So because of David don't sin too much. You know what I do African news? Enough sin. So he knows say sin and sin. I understand. There's no way you can. Whether person you do this way, all of them are the same. So if you tell me something about Pinnick, wait till they talk good. Now you know. But for me, that will be like political talk. When they not get a chance, me enter that seat again. Not be saying not good, but who don't rule, may just go. We need other people to get that opportunity, maybe they for that level. When not for that level, we can't switch the field do. Because don't be saying now, whenever president, I'm not be saying I'm me, but many people didn't sign me, not to like her. Because our administration don't they go well. Administrative issues everywhere, corruption. You know, they do this one. They do this one. They do many things that they do. Even MPFA say you'll be on one side. You know, because in Nigeria League is strong. You know, nothing good to talk about our sports like that. If not be this one, we don't give us small joy. But if you now want me to give this NFF respect, may they resign. Impossible, it clearly not work. If they resign, me I go respect and say, I come out now, see. I just say they don't follow NSC talk. Say, we. The body, all of them from Egwavon, equip all of them. Kamalawa, Ibrahim Musa, all of them. May they just say, no one do it again. You see, I was after the ring there for them. When they jump or they celebrate them. Because what they do, now they call loyalty to the nation. How many nations maybe say go get? See, nobody talk about her. We not go World Cup 2 times. 2 times, like we come and say that consecutively. We not go World Cup. Nobody they talk, nobody they cough. Osimhen show himself anyhow. Use Philly George, Rob Grant. Nobody talk. Administrative issue. You can't ask yourself, say whether this way the governors they know this job well. My mouth be that say not too good, but don't say they not like me like that. They tell the truth because now the truth be that. You get the nation say you go say we lost, we didn't make it to the World Cup 2 times, but we resign. We go respect it and put in new people. They know they do like that for here. They want they there. Even next World Cup self after this how they come this year, if we never go the other one, they go see there. They want your day last night their park get on. When I try to see, I don't know how to see. I don't know whether they still need that family advice. We need to try the help in ourselves. Because this national thing they talk, it affects everybody. They need to help themselves. If I'm on the pinic, okay, now pinic the talk, say, if 9 time, okay, what you want more do? Okay, me, I don't agree. What you want to do? More give you chance. When you see another play, go rule again. You see, that this kind of thing go talk, say, this is a political talk. It's a political, because, yes, now political talk, because you tell us, say, if now your time, because I will go walk up. I beg. More lead there. Because they know what they do. Understand? You can't always talk about Bible, say, Father, forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. This one, they know what they do. When I see the president come out, they say, Chukwueze, they send condolences. I say, yes. That's so it be. National team, everybody, they say, yes, Chukwueze, we did with you. So for president to come out, me say president said they support sports. I don't get issue with that one because I'm normal team. To say president not to talk, me go see talk, say why president never talk. Because now player will be say all of them, they celebrate, say, Nigeria don't do this one, we don't try you. Now, Chukwueze now don't, instead don't do one side. So it's good that everybody come and they say, rest in peace to Chukwueze mama, and I like her. But for Chukwueze news, more just jump, we don't tell you about NFF and Magic Pinnick. What do you see they will tell you now? Super Eagles will not go World Cup. If you be sport person, nothing they pay sport people per se, their team not go World Cup. You guys they call gig based on street. And I don't say last time we say Nigeria go World Cup, you guys will do for a Keja. And they stand somewhere and they sit down, they do analysis, they pay me every time, every match. Now how much they pay? If you check on, so if you not make it to go World Cup, you go do analysis, you go host people for national, for open ground. For Keja, they never too far, not far from here. They go pay you, gigs go day. Salary go day one side, they will see they pay for this side. We don't say money all long. You call the place, they may World Cup be every day. But now, what you want to pray? You not go Canada, you not go Mexico, you not go USA, you're there to talk. It's too bad though. But Nigeria players now there, I don't know see me, they go on that TV, they watch World Cup. NFL, I ain't saying now. World Cup will not go. But it gave it to the one you just do testing. Because anytime they test microphone, even that Ruka or have their product they test them. When they test that, you say testing microphone, testing 1, 2. You know they hear 3, 4. Now every time 1, 2, 1, 2 is every time they say change it to 3, 4, 4, 5 or 5, 6. Now Super Eagles now we now want the one you just say do test run. We be like Sharjah whenever full. I bet put out Ronaldo versus Osimhen. Ronaldo versus Osimhen, how you talking? Portugal want you just do testing. They call it friendly match, but I call it testing. Because Portugal don't look our national team, look us, say yes, Nigeria good though. They have what it takes to be in the World Cup, but they know the World Cup. What do we go do? I beg Martinez, you do if you mean right, give them. NFF now our own to approve. We to approve. We approve them. We'll play Portugal. Now June. They want you just to test. So who go play the match? We know they go World Cup now. Never say I don't want to play because I'll have injury. You go play, show yourself. If you win Ronaldo's side, if you at least people never see Ronaldo, go see Ronaldo. People never know him, go know him. Everybody know him, but if you want to see him alive, who go back for Jesse exchange, you go back. Almost this squad though. Last Portugal score not be here. Yeah? That Portugal score not be here. Almost this squad. This one not be. This one is national team now. Team where they get Conceição, get Vitinha, get Fernandes, get Ronaldo, get Diaz, get Mendes. Yeah, Cancelo that one the Palini. Almost this team not be here. But Jota. All right. Rest in peace. Portugal see the Mount Jota every time. So if you look the news now, you see say Super Eagles go play against Portugal or not Super Eagles. More use Portugal. Portugal will go World Cup. If you say Super Eagles, last now we don't talk. Now we did down. Portugal will play match against Super Eagles. That match, if I play that match, if now me I go work out to do that match, I go target Ronaldo, not the ad. Understand? You know, they won't make another sugar for pocket. Target Ronaldo. Ronaldo can be your priority for that match. Understand? Not be pride, you know, if you not get money, you not get. Understand? Now, 10 out of say, he had all the due. Now he wanted the Dutch landlord. Because this thing, national team, these two players, they put them as the best players for the national team. And they get in pass. I want to talk any IET, go still work. But, not come, so now look, man, leave and see me for now, leave and son. Based on record wise. But if you check on, you see say this match, if this match finish, I trust my guys, so Bruno Yemichi, I trust him. But Yemichi just target Ronaldo jersey. Advice. Because nobody knows more, you might not see him. When the Packers and Al-Nassr don't play, no connection. We again go need to target Ronaldo jersey, might they think them. Besides somewhere, you didn't me try. And as I'm not beginner, you need Ronaldo jersey because to help you tomorrow. When you don't retire, so you say this is Ronaldo jersey. But personally for street, don't talk safe. Ronaldo get a jersey, not go wash him. Me not squeeze the success of the jersey because hit a blessing for Ronaldo. Because you see, most of they carry talk. Super Eagles go play match, right? If you talk, I will they say we respect Portugal, they're good. Now from Portugal to where? All Stars. You get one coach they call Kalinga, you know him? Now Dutchman, he get what he talk. He say Super Eagles. Man talk as he talk. He say World Cup go dey boring without Super Eagles. Simon Kalika, Dutchman. He don't open my don't say World Cup, say last one, say I be, Baba na lie yo, na lie. That's a big lie. I don't believe you. You want to just scratch cruise. You don't say we know you, we know what you don't do. We know you now. Don't be Simon, don't be Kalika, we know you now. Say World Cup will not be sweet without Super Eagles. Who tell you? World Cup not go without how? It's too sweet, I beg. World Cup go too sweet. You go wash and ever go open and wash and where? National team, whenever nothing they do themselves, and they be Super Eagles. Saying there's no the Super Eagles, the World Cup be boring. How? Boring. World Cup where Petty won't go play so. World Cup where Ronaldo won't go, where we see Messi, where we see Rafinha, Lamine Yamal. Like we say go boring. How you want to say boring? All the Carava don't return. Fukuk, all those German players, them say go boring. Musiala them. How? I mean, we watch Ivory Coast. I want to watch Morocco self. All the Al-Nuwa, they watch another for Roma. All the NSC, I go watch them. So don't talk that, you know, I beg. My opinion. You talk, say, welcome. I don't know whether you want, now I research job, now you the target. I beg. World Cup would never be boring without Nigeria. It would never be. Me, I stand against that one. But you know, if you talk, like you say, presenter to talk. Respect them. But my opinion, I'm saying a lie. World Cup go too sweet without Nigeria. Whether Nigeria play or not play, it go too sweet. Now I just say, Simon Kaliga one day for the news. Say, we just talking. How? World Cup without Super Eagles. See, we need to do World Cup because we get the score, we get quality, we get the stars. But for you to open math, they tell me, say, World Cup not sweet without Super Eagles. But you cut them for math, you too cut them for math. It just, World Cup, it don't even too sweet, remember. It oversee the warrior. Say World Cup not sweet without Super Eagles. You want your day news. Hey, get what we already see now. They say, Super Eagles, if you go World Cup, in another say, Malaysia FIFA sanction, don't give us hope. The news be like, the news you all resemble, because now FIFA don't go find Football Association of Malaysia, FAM. Can also obtain the result of their friendly match. That 3-0 defeat over force with the documentation. They go use player nationalize, all this kind of thing. You're not eligible to play for this one, go to play. Now the entire, what do you call it? FAM, what they call Federation of Malaysian Football. The executive committee now. So that they'll go resign for the result of that scandal. They resign. Now, straight at the talk. If the national team, when they do, whenever people not do well, they go resign. Now, see the entire, what do you call it, Football Association of Malaysia. Nobody did it again. And new people, they won't go rise, can't come on top. For Nigeria, that one that for Nigeria. If you not go work up, we'll go work up, everyone will collect salary. That's what you'll be. So, if you look the news now, it can't be as say, you start connect to Congo own. But not say, they say Congo now, Congo, dear Congo, but I'm no reason now. You don't even deserve to go that World Cup. If you not buy, which I play, not rich. Nigeria, not, see. This World Cup, we are not even rich. Because now this Eritrea, not because they say we get the stars. You understand? Nobody knows Nigeria gets stars like that too. Until we play Nations Cup, we can say, yes, Nigeria are good to go. Now the talk say like this, I beg. Okay. You get one comment when I see that. You got very good to me. He say, hello, my man. I phone and talk. He say, how do I explain that 10 African countries? Me and the yell. Let me talk. I say, he never comments. He said, how can I explain that 10 African countries are going to 2026 World Cup? Nigeria not there. Bros, if you tell yourself true, now bad thing. If you just tell yourself true, say, bros, now say it been a bad thing. You know what the verse? Different formats come out, we not go World Cup. Different formats come out. Then look at something, now for this, you go World Cup, we not there. Because in our 10, for African shores, when we say, Caledonia, always say Nigeria will catch you president. Even Congo will go World Cup. Because Congo will beat them. How you want to explain that? You open your mouth and they talk, say, Giant of Africa, the 10th African champion, how they play? They not go. No way, I better not talk about because even myself, small picking, they come and they say, bros, I better can't tell me, can't explain to me, hello, bros. They come at last, they form their fear, another year, and me text me. If they follow me, they call me, bros, they with me, I beg. Nigeria, this, Nigeria. I know, shame not give me follow the boy talk. And I know why. Because in Nigeria, I'll go World Cup 2 times. We still get NFF where they govern there. They still did there. Not be where they carry 10 and say NFF. See, not be anybody Papa gets on, and a federation gets on. Not be Malaysia now, don't go resign. They don't all of them will come up for the job now. But you know everything your money, your balance there. That's not our right today there. Super Eagles not go World Cup, they'll see they pay their salary. Federal government, blast how they control and I say, I bet me now reason this NFF people. Maybe they come out. Most see new face. But not be saying that they go bring the new face, so because when they kill off for Nigeria and the corruption of this football world, who they come out go put in person under? Who they employ go carry person come? And I'm not going to allow everything they free. May just be free and fair. You won't carry person. It be like court. Fortunately, you're not talking. You know if you break them. See, you're surprised saying that Magic Phoenix see the rule. Not be everybody be say they for government and get power. You understand? Many things they play for area. If you check on, if it's all about Super Eagles, man, I was saying, no, I better more leave that one. Ghana will see come out. So we see this one. Lucky from Newcastle, I see you. God bless you. We see that message, you see the sense. So all the way from Obodo Ibo. Onazi don't come out talk say Siasia they weird. Now know they call weird. He says Siasia a weird coach. Say 98 and 97% of him playing time. He talk about this podcast. Say him, they get start. So now to the employ Siasia, now I begin the bench. Like the year news, or now they talk this one now. Say since where Siasia become coach for Super Eagles, say he not get chance to play. But as they come out, everything just makes sense. He say they are weird coach, but player will come out and talk. See, normally if you talk as you want to talk on, that one yesterday, he say you play too much, you not do when they suck on. Okay, so all these things now, when nobody say we too talk on, but more you're showing at the news. Nobody say they say he's talking for the horses month. I've been I just want to talk. I'm not VOPTV talking. I'm not your Nazi for himself. You're Nazi, let's go.
I don't think I had these challenges in the Super Eagles. Okay. It has always been very, very good for me. Okay. I played in the Super Eagles, I think in all the games I played, I think 98% I was playing. Okay. On starting the games. Okay. It was only when Siasia came into the national team that had some changes, and it was only Siasia that put me on the bench.
So what can we say was his reason for playing you on the bench?
I think Siasia is a kind of weird coach, I would say. I don't know, but there are so many things surrounding him that maybe didn't go so well with me. And, you know, at some point, even somebody called me because of Siasia for some reasons and all that. Even when, without even him being my coach, I did something, I don't want to say it, for him. But coming to the national team, although it's not supposed to be that because I did a favor for you, you should also
play me, yeah.
But as at that time, I don't know the reason why he should be able to put me on the bench. And the two...
Abu Aziz, first of all, your podcast, don't try. Say more give you shout out, say don't try give us that update. Abu Aziz podcast. Now I see we're from Club, the show in logo. Normally, everywhere is clear. Abu Aziz, thank you so much for give us that information based on Nazi. But Nazi, your talk never too clear. We'll see investigates of what do you the talk say you do for him. You say no one talk him. But I don't want to say because I did a favor. You have to help him. You got to do. You don't talk now. Nigeria, Martin, we to talk. But all you say join. No beside the carry talk say understand. But you say no one talker. Now for this country will say I don't have much to say. They give them chance, minute talk. They will talk everywhere. Talk will finish. Yes, I bet CAF news. They don't hear the story. Say CAF don't. Maybe we'll carry and come back for Saturday. We'll show that the misconduct. We'll show that everything we CAF do. They find Morocco. They find what do you call them? They find Senegal. They find Algeria. All those news just stay one side. We cannot come and see for ourselves. But the thing we say I don't like what CAF they do, we say, you get something we say CAF they do, we say we not like. But for this one, they don't try. Say they give some kind of ban into some kind of teams. Because the news, you just see there everywhere. If you shake and go, don't say CAF on their own. They shake, they're not they strong for their duty, for their role. Not because they can say they're not they try, if they try, but you get something we say with their space, they make them do. Make them do. Okay, and now yesterday, now media release be that one, but time not today we all the run enter the gain all this update. But we'll tell the two website CAF don't do. But from that one, more jump come out, enter this one because now here we all see match breaks, small time all they reach. Champions League don't conclude top 8. Shout out to all the European teams who qualify. Some kind of magic just to play for area that time. We see Arsenal just to qualify. And Premier League teams, who they talk say Premier League not be the best. Now you know what they do yourself because we don't see Arsenal. We don't see Tottenham, Thomas Frank did it. We see Man City. Who did it again? All those clubs. We see who they get? Arsenal. They did 5. Arsenal, Man City, Tottenham, also the Liverpool. So they also try. Even Newcastle for join them to say they scored that goal. They can't play playoff now. But shout out to all those teams who don't try. But people they talk say Arsenal not get ready to go. Now, reports based on social media, they talk too much. They say Arsenal no be team to worry about. But just to make you know, say Arsenal get 8 wins in 8 games. So, I know now I want to talk on. Arsenal are the only team who say they don't top of 4 major trophies. Now, nobody talks Arsenal going country pool. They know they talk on. But I don't talk about that news. Many people say that they have Arsenal. But the truth is say, now waiting they do themselves with that. Carabao Cup, FA Cup, Premier League, Champions League. It's not Liverpool. Now, Man City on top now. Man, we they talk. But as I don't know what they talk. As a Wenger don't talk, I say this team they need to get that mentality to win. Arteta, people they call you for phone, you never know they go try do and well. Then also Champions League round of don't pass. More just giving at the last information we get and now Formula 1. Lewis Hamilton, not the sleep well. One prayer point they pray, we say me God help him. So that go win that champion they call 8 times. He never emerged. Now 6-7 now yesterday. But with waiting the Italian club side, where they drive Ferrari, if you like call it club side, they try. He say they happy with their start. But just hopefully they go fit do everything everywhere for Lecce. So now be Lewis Hamilton matter. If you now check many news, all the Lando Norris, all the Max Verstappen, all the Oscar Piastri, all they do on top. But since when this man come up from Mercedes, enter Ferrari, never to change anything. But with they hope, says Lewis Hamilton will come back to number, come win that number 8 team where they fight for a career. When that time reach, we'll still come for TV because you know that informate. But time that reach, we say go match break, baffle stop. We not do pass ourselves. They not they pay, they not they give award for stuff ahead. Understand? We don't find, we don't make up. They talk on before for street saying adverts. My name na Kizike, and they call me the real name. Not go call me Kizike. Not go do over familiarity like Ejiro. Be say he make. What Ejiro do? You go finish my stew fast about that year because the first say to know me. Yes. Pap Kizimba and my name. We get meetings where they come for 12. You know, we finish 5 p.m. We will just sit there, giving a better time for me with Jerry, Apelwai, and the rest of the team. And I day, I say when I do.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Court nullifies PDP's Ibadan Convention. Castina Chief Judge rejects bandit release claims. Troops kill 18 terrorists, seize weapons in Borno State. Governor Oti declares Abia free from national grid collapse. Edo State Governor Okpebolo reshuffles cabinet. Sanwo-Olu urges pilgrims to be good ambassadors. In the world of business, NECA urges evidence-based regulation on sachet alcohol ban. And in sports, Kelechi Iheanacho returns from injury in Celtic's Europa League win. In the world of entertainment, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Asake to headline Afro Nation 2026. Now the news in full. We'll begin the news from Oyo State, where a federal high court has nullified the People's Democratic Party's National Convention held on November the 15th, 2025. The ban bars members of the Tanimu Turaki-led National Working Committee from acting as PDP national officers. It also ruled that the caretaker committee led by Mohammed Abdul Rahman and Senator Samuel Anyao is the only recognized PDP leadership until a valid convention is held. We will bring you further updates on this developing story in our subsequent bulletins. Away from that report, Katsina State Chief Judge Justice Musa Danladi has denied claims that bandits were released in exchange for peace in the state. He described reports that 70 detained bandits were freed as unwarranted and unfounded, insisting that no bandits had been released under the arrangement. Speaking to journalists in Katsina State, Justice Danladi said the state government did not negotiate with bandits for the release of suspects. He explained that some communities, acting without government authorization, independently engaged bandits in negotiations, during which the bandits demanded the release of their detained colleagues. According to him, the communities later sought government intervention, but the request to release the suspects was firmly rejected. Justice Danladi added that a victim offender mediation committee has been constituted with discussions ongoing, stressing that all engagements must remain lawful and protect the interests of victims. Moving on, troops of Operation Hadinkai Sector 1 have killed 18 Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa Province terrorists in Borno State. The operation took place along the 100-kilometer Dambwa-Biu Road in the Bula Dalo Sabongari area of the state. OPHK media officer Lieutenant Colonel Sonny Uba said
HK Media Officer Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba said the troops recovered 4 AK-47 rifles, a PTK anti-aircraft gun, a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, and a multiple grenade launcher from the fleeing insurgents. In a separate operation at Gano hideouts, 6 more terrorists were killed, insurgents, structures destroyed, and PTK anti-aircraft ammunition recovered. Still talking security, Zamfara State Police Command has rescued Abdullah Nagari, who was kidnapped by armed bandits in Safi local government area of the state. DSP Yazid Abubakar, the police spokesperson, said the victim was found tied to a tree with a machete caught on his hand. The rescue was carried out by police and military personnel after a report of the abduction efforts are ongoing. Apprehended the perpetrators. Abubakar added that security patrol have been increased, and Zamfara State Commissioner of Police Ibrahim Maikaba has assured residents of the command's commitment to protecting lives and properties. The police urged residents to continue providing timely information to aid security efforts. Elsewhere, the commander of the Joint Task Force Operation Enduring Peace, Major General Folorunsho Oyinlola, has met with key stakeholders over rising security challenges in Plateau State. Oyinlola, who also serves as the General Officer commanding 3 Division of the Nigerian Army, Rukuba, near Jos, met with stakeholders from Mangu local government area. He described the meeting as timely, reaffirming his commitment to ensuring lasting peace across the state. The commander condemned the recent killings at mining sites and the influx of cattle into farming communities, urging stakeholders to work together for peace. The meeting was attended by traditional rulers, religious leaders, as well as youths and women groups. Away from that report, Abia State Governor says the state is no longer experiencing power outages caused by frequent collapse of the national grid. Governor Oti, speaking to journalists at the government house, said his administration is converting organic waste into electricity using biogas to generate renewable energy for residents. He added that the arrangement has been agreed with Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, which manages power in the state, and that Abia is now less dependent on the national grid. The announcement comes as the national grid recorded its second collapse in 2026 on Tuesday, causing widespread outages across the country. In another development, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebolo has approved minor changes to his cabinet aimed at strengthening governance and efficiency. A statement by the secretary to the state government, Omar Ekilo, said the reshuffle involves 3 key appointments. Vincent Osas Owadiae has been redeployed from the Ministry of Oil and Gas Resources to the Ministry of Lands and Housing as Commissioner. Yakubu Ohio Renua Musa, formerly Commissioner for Lands and Housing, is now the Chief of Staff to the Governor. Former Chief of Staff Gani Audu has been nominated as Commissioner for Oil and Gas Resources, subject to confirmation by the Edo State House of Assembly. The Governor said he is confident the changes will enhance coordination, policy implementation, and governance in the state. And to some National Assembly matters, the House of Representatives has approved President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 58.18 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill, backing the administration's economic reforms agenda. Lawmakers acknowledged that while the reforms are painful, they are necessary for sustainable growth. Titled The Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience, and Shared Prosperity, the bill was presented to a joint session of the National Assembly on December 19, 2025, and marks the third full budget of the Tinubu's administration. House Leader Julius Ohiovere said the administration inherited distorted and disarticulated institutions, but reforms are starting to show results. The approved budget projects total revenue of 34.33 trillion naira and total expenditure of 58.18 trillion naira, leaving the deficit of 23.85 trillion naira. No debt recurring spending is pegged at 15.25 trillion naira, while capital expenditure rises to 26.08 trillion naira, reflecting a shift towards infrastructure and sustainable development. The budget assumes an oil price of $64.85 per barrel and daily production of 1.84 million barrels. Lawmakers also highlighted international efforts to attract foreign investment, including recent missions to countries like Turkey. After contribution from members, Speaker Tajuddin Abbas put the question to the voice note and the bill was overwhelmingly approved. Plenary was then adjourned for 2 weeks to allow committees to begin detailed budget defense sessions with ministries and agencies. Away from the Green Chamber, the Senate has set up an ad hoc committee to gather and consolidate senators' views on the Electoral Act 2022 Repeal and Enactment Bill. Senate President Godswill Akpabio announced the decision after a closed session where lawmakers began reviewing the report of the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters, chaired by Senator Simon Lalong. The closed session allowed senators to examine proposed amendments and supporting documents ahead of further debate on the bill. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, David. It's my pleasure to be here.
All right, then let's jump right into it. Well, I wouldn't want to go back to the Senate, the situation where the Senate is concluding the electoral bill committee that has been set up. Of course, as led by Senate leader, I'm talking about Lalong. But what I want to find out from you is, looking at the fact that, yes, this committee have been constituted, do you see some level of quick response on the path of the Senate, particularly on electoral reforms that has been brought to the table of the Senate? Is there a possibility that we would see something tangible coming from that particular committee?
If, going by the antecedents of this Ninth Senate,
yes,
if that law is quickly passed up to first reading and second reading before June, it will be the seventh miracle of the world. And I'm saying this with emphasis.
Why do you think
so? And I know so because when you want to do your research, you rely heavily on past phenomenon. Show me a bill that is all encompassing, that is to bring change, drastic change, that will eliminate certain things that are part of our daily life, that are there for wrong reasons, that had ever been accelerated in the life of this Ninth Senate. Now, the way they would accelerate other bills, and in less than a week, it becomes an act of parliament. It's not the same way. You recall the PI bill?
Yes.
It took more than 3 Senate for it to be passed and upheld forcefully by the former president, late Amandi Buhari. Now, we are at it again. This is a fundamental law that is likely to shape our electoral process going forward. And there are some ingredients. I'm not a lawyer, so I may not be able to quote verbatim some of these laws. For instance, we want a situation where a clause is inserted into this electoral bill where between electoral victory after the election and swearing in will be a long period, enough for any litigant to go through the tribunal, appeal court,
and get justice.
And Supreme Court. Supreme Court.
Okay.
Because it will provide level playing ground.
Right.
Because the other person that have been declared winner will not have access to state resources before the election tribunal or even the Supreme Court determines the outcome of the election. And the proposed provision says 185 days to swear in.
Okay.
Which means if you count back May 29 backward, that means that election must hold in November this year. So that whatever process you want to go through, you have enough time before May 29, and cases would have been determined. That's one. The issue of beavers and IREF is still an operational tool. It's not part of the electoral law. And that's why those who complained, those who accused, those who petitioned, they couldn't have any headway. Because the lawyers know that if they take this matter to court, it is dead on arrival. Because it's not enshrined in electoral law.
Right.
It is just an operational tool that INEC reserves the right to either use or discard at their own whims and caprice.
I like this path that you've told, Mr. Fanimo, but the question I want to find out from you now is, why do you think that the Senate is clearly not looking at the expediting of the electoral reforms as against expediting some other reforms and the passage of some other bills, like the appropriation bill? Because some quarters have said if the appropriation bill was just dropped sometime in December and the entire world has been talking about the electoral reforms and is not seeing the light of the day, yet the appropriation bill is passing all of the first and second reading within the both chambers. Why do you think the importance of the electoral reform bills are not seen as cogent by the National Assembly?
You see, I've not seen anywhere in the world that a criminal provides clue to being arrested for committing such crime. Now, if a old president, late Yaradua, could say the process
that brought him in
was flawed,
yeah,
and he never resigned, he still went ahead to govern the country. And these people, some of them, they came through this flawed process in the last election. And you think, and majority of them wants to come back to the Senate, particularly the ex-governors, because that place is a rest house. Now, you want them to tie themselves and call the soldiers to come and shoot them as armed robbers. It's not likely to happen.
Well, that again is one conversation that I hope that on the part of...
That's why I said it's the eighth wonder of the world. If this is expedited by this National Assembly to the extent that it will be passed into law that will give room for the adjustment of electoral process leading to election, and the presidential, senatorial, House of Rep, and other elections
Yes.
will be brought back to November.
Well, again, one major conversation that comes to mind while you were talking is the part of the people. What can the people do in this kind of situation? Because from what you just pointed out, there is almost no possibility where the Senate can look at the electoral reforms as urgent and cogent to want to expedite its passage. What then can the people do? Because in the end, the people are the ones who elected these people into that particular Senate. And laws like this are being ignored by the people they elected. What then can the people do, Mr. Fani?
You see, how much of advocacy can we do? How much are you going to talk to a deaf and dumb that will effect change? One of the avenues of telling them what to do is what we are doing here. And other sister organizations are doing. But the cross of it is we have CSOs that are dormant. You remove CISLAC, remove Sarah. What else?
How much of an impact does CSOs truly would have in a system that we are finding ourselves right now?
The CSOs will breathe down their neck. The CSOs were the ones that breathed down the neck of Obasanjo about the third term agenda. To the extent that they wanted to do a closed door meeting, but the CSO insisted it has to be in plenary. And before the plenary, if you recall, AIT said that was one of the wrongdoings of, what's this man's name? Raymond Dokwesi. He said he was going to be on the side of Nigerians and that thing should be held in the plenary and that he's committing, without anybody paying him, is committing his organization to show it live. And before the plenary, people had started threatening the senators and House of Rep members in their constituencies, stoning their buildings and all that. So they were waiting for one person in that chamber that will queue behind third-term agenda. And that was how the whole thing went without achieving any results. So the same thing here, if the CSOs, in collaboration with the media, step up their advocacy, the legislators would find means of ensuring that this thing is passed. You imagine an important bill. You now said you are going.
I dare say that's the most important bill for Nigerians.
Yes, and then you say you are going on recess. From this recess, another recess will come.
Oh, well. Before they go on recess, let's talk about one thing that they've done. And I'm going to the Green Chamber now, where the House of Representatives has approved President Bola Tinubu's 58.18 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill. Well, you know for a fact that bill have been titled the Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience, and Shared Prosperity. Questions have been asked by Nigerians. First off, what is the federal government consolidating on? What are we really talking about when it comes to infrastructural development in the country? But let's bring it back to the voluminous part of this bill. 58.18 trillion naira. Mr. Fanimo, I can't remember the last time, off the top of my head, I think Nigeria started getting into the trillion mark from the 2000s. 2000s, thereabout, 2010, thereabout, when we started getting the trillion mark. From these kind of figures, is the country Nigeria not supposed to be experiencing some high level of development as against what we are seeing presently when it comes to infrastructural development? And I'm talking infrastructure because this is a nation that is filled with young people, and without that level of infrastructure, there might just be no hope for the future of these young people. What do you make of this figure? Plus the fact that some have also said this figure is clearly going to be diverted again because we're getting into the election circle. What's the position with this?
You see, my position is, You see, the budget is just a plan of what you want to do
for the year.
For the year. And so it doesn't translate wholesale into actual development. You might budget 10 naira, but if the resources are available, now they are being realistic a little now. They are pegging oil price at 64.5.
Yes.
Dollar. Last year, when they said 75, I said it was too ambitious, and I knew that it was not going to work. And that's why they had to borrow to shore up the deficit.
But then again, this particular figure you've just mentioned now, 64.85, there are also indications that the oil might plummet even much more deeper.
That's what I'm saying. But you see, if at 64 and oil is not likely to dip below 55.
Okay.
It's not likely to, because the indices are still there, you know, and America is not ready to pump its oil reserve out. And so they are still buying. China is still buying. India is still buying, you know, and the rest of them are still buying. So we are likely to see it hovering between 55 and the 65. So, but it's still manageable. Unlike when they said 75 and we are between 60, 65, you know.
Per barrel.
So you are talking of about almost $15 per barrel. And don't forget, last year, it was only, apart from condensate, it was only 1.4 million barrels that we were getting per day. So it's difficult to achieve 100% budget. But right now, as we speak, 2026, the beauty of it is that for the first time, I can't remember the last time in some years, we are having a budget that concentrates more on capital expenditure than recurrent expenditure. Capital expenditure is taking like about, I think about 53%.
Okay.
So that's sharing. And it also shows that government is intentional.
Well, then
ensuring that there should be a shift from just spending without anything to show for it.
That part, again, some would want to argue with you on that. But I want us to concentrate on the statement made by the House leader. I'm talking about Julius Ihobere, that have said that the administration inherited distorted and disarticulated institutions, but reforms are starting to show results. Something very similar to what the Vice President said just a couple of hours ago. Looking at the fact that this statement, the reforms are showing results as against the reality of the Nigerian on the street, average Nigerian on the street, not the politician that, in the words of Dr. Peter Anosike, says they live in their bubble. Now, on the part of the average Nigerians, can we boldly say that the reforms are clearly showing some gains on the life of an average Nigerian? Now, I'm talking economically and I'm talking security, which again is the primary bane of every administration.
You see, let me say this. We are moving from reverse gear, and right now we are in neutral, trying to engage the drive gear.
Okay.
So it's not likely for us to quickly experience the dividend of some of these reforms. It's not going to come as early as we anticipate. But the point is, there are other areas, key areas, where government is required to push harder. Areas of insecurity, low purchasing power, unemployment. Those areas are still areas that we have not seen the dividend of the reforms. But in the area of checking some of those conduit pipes and blocking them, I think there is a steady movement.
Well, some would say that we moved from an APC administration to another APC administration, and you would recall in the administration of former President, I'm talking about Muhammad Buhari, the then speaker, I beg your pardon, the then spokesperson of the president did say, his name just skipped my mind. Yes, Femi Adesina did say that the pains are there, but these reforms would really, really get to Nigerians. 8 years.
Was there a clear-cut reform during Buhari?
Well, they had a reform. I mean,
what?
Even the IMF also identified it as, I'm trying to get the exact words of the IMF on that now. Yes, they did say that the Monetary and Fiscal Authorities reform that they had at the time was going to yield some increase on the economy of the Nigerian people.
Before Buhari left government, what was the position of IMF and World Bank? You see, for me, I discountenance these IMF, World Bank, Bretton Woods institutions.
But that's like a yardstick that we use to measure some of our economical indices.
That's why I'm saying that we should look elsewhere. Some other nations don't depend on their statistics and the data. Because where have they succeeded? Where? In this part of the world.
But they keep giving you money. You keep collecting the money.
That's another thing. That's another thing entirely.
So they definitely will be looking at your economy.
From you, why should you be the one to tell me how I spend the loan?
They should be looking at your economy before they give you the loan. That's why they give all of these projections.
Keep giving. They keep giving because it's statutorily their responsibility to give.
Mr. Fanimo, my point here that I'm trying to point out to you is: should we continue waiting for another 8 years?
We are not going to
of
wait.
The APC administration, because that is what opposition is clearly talking about.
We are not going to wait, and our wait will not be endless.
Okay.
Because we can see the trajectory of at least two of these major reforms. The closing of gap of dual exchange rates.
We've been at 1,500, 1,400.
1,004.
The former administration ended it at 700, Mr. Fanimo.
Those were just putting, what is it called, on a saw.
There are also
powder on a saw.
There are also
it doesn't remove the decay.
How true do you think these accusations and allegations are that this government is shoring up the naira to keep it at this pace that it has been over the past few months? Do you have any idea of this particular allegations?
You see, allegations would always fly around. I am not a spokesperson for the government.
Right.
And I don't have the internal workings of government as we speak. But all I know is this single digit, unification of this exchange rate has done Nigeria some measure of good. It's not going to come back to 100 naira to $1 overnight.
Okay, I like the last line, overnight, because Ghana is recording massive decline of the dollar to the cedis.
Let me tell you, CD was redenominated before it got to this point.
How do we talk about the CFA afterwards? How do we talk about Kenyan shillings afterwards, Mr. Fanimo?
You see, no, when you gave out the issue of
I'm only saying that there has been some drop of figures in the cedis to the dollar. That's what I just brought up.
You see, when you have import-dependent country,
yes,
you can't place a finger on dollar.
Okay, I think I'm going to buy that part of import dependent because that's what we're actually a nation of.
If government is sincere and is working assiduously towards ensuring that the real sector comes alive. For instance, they are talking about reviving Ajaokuta. If they can revive Ajaokuta, if they can revive a larger steel mill, then if you can revive the 3,456 megawatts Mambila hydropower station that will serve the country, you know what that means. So key sectors, if the Ajaokuta alone can give about 20,000 direct jobs. Not to talk of...
Even far more than that, Mr. Fan.
No, I said minimum.
Okay.
20,000. Some said 30,000. But I said minimum because these days, you don't just employ sea of heads. You look at technology, and technology has taken some jobs away, and it's still going to take some off the market. So let's put it at 20,000 workers. Now, those auxiliary workers, those who will sell food around that place, those who will build hotel facilities and resort and all that. So when you look at it collectively, you see that you are employing about 1 million people.
Taking them out of the
and then
unemployment
the moment the
positions.
steel companies begins to function, you will find out that motor plants, assembly plants, car assembly plants will relocate to Nigeria.
Now, I like the fact that you also brought in the part of power supply and all of that into the conversation. Nigeria has been grappling with distribution because we understand that, yes, distribution has been a major problem. We've been generating quite little, but slowly but surely. But there is a success
is not our problem. Our problem is transmission.
Transmission, I beg your pardon. Transmission is actually a problem. Now, there's this interesting news coming from Abia State where the governor did state that the state has been exited from the national grid as a result of the fact that the state now renewable energy. Let's go to that part. This level of improvement of a state, should these translate to every other state? Is there a possibility that there can be, I don't want to use the word decree now because we're actually in a democratic setting, where states can generate her own power and do well when it comes to distribution of power for the people, where we have more industries and all?
One of the highlights of Buhari administration's move towards trying to free up the power sector is this removal of electricity generation distribution from exclusive list to concurrent list. That's why most states, it's not peculiar to Abia State alone.
Right.
Oyo State is doing its own. Lagos State is carrying out its own project, and some other states too around the country. So, but the point is, even when you have all of this, what about transmission? Generating companies are asking government to pay them for the power we have not used. If generating companies are generating 7,500 megawatts, and then the wheeling power of our transmission line is 4,500. So where is the remaining 3,000 wasted away? And we are paying.
Huge question there, Mr. Fadimo. In one sentence, before I let you go, a federal high court sitting in Ibadan has again nullified the People's Democratic Party's national convention that was held in November, just some few months ago.
Listen, I told you, early last year, when the issue of NPL, APC, ADC, whatever was going on, I told you, I said, the only party that you are sure that if we win an election, there won't be backlash is APC. That's why those governors are running to APC. It's not as if they like Tinubu or APC. And has it not started manifesting now?
Oh, well.
Imagine if during election, somebody's form had been signed by Turaki, and this judgment is coming today. The man that lost that election to Turaki faction will just go to the nearest beer parlor to celebrate. Because even a lawyer out of law school today will win that case.
That is why 1, 2, 3 Nigerians have carefully said the courts should stay away from the political party situation. Well, this is where we have to draw on the analysis segment. We'll be talking to Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo.
It's always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News. We'll be up next. Please stay with us. News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged intending Christian pilgrims to be good ambassadors of Jesus Christ and the state during their pilgrimage to Israel and Jordan. The governor gave the charge at a service of dedication organized by the Lagos State Christian Pilgrims Welfare Board ahead of the 2026 pilgrimage held at Alausa, Ikeja. Sanwo-Olu, who was represented by the Commissioner for Home Affairs, Ibrahim Layode, encouraged the pilgrims to pray for peace in Lagos State and across Nigeria. He reaffirmed his administration's commitments to their spiritual growth, safety, and overall well-being, and urged them to be patient and tolerant with one another. The special advisor to the governor on Christian matters, Reverend Bukola Adeleke, prayed for a safe journey and advised the pilgrims to remain focused, relate well with one another, and work as a team. Also speaking, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs urged the pilgrims to obey all rules and follow the instructions of their tour guides. And in Edo State Governor Amandi Okpeholo has renovated Army Day Secondary School in Ekehwan. The delighted students asked their return to refurbished classrooms. The comprehensive upgrade marks a major improvement for the school. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
And management of Amide Junior and Secondary School, Ekenwa, Benin City, commended Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo for renovating and remodeling the school, which had suffered years of neglect. The upgraded classrooms and improved facilities have created a better learning environment, lifting staff morale and exciting students about their studies.
I assumed duty in this school October 15th, 2024. And when I came in, the state of this school was in a mess. I cried in my heart. I saw students sitting on the floor, sitting on the window. There were not enough classrooms. You see, we had to put all the students in the classroom that we had. It was a pathetic situation. 26th of September, the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Dr. Paddy Yamu, visited this school. And when he saw the state of the school, he gave the governor's marching order, the executive governor of the state, that construction work will commence in this school. You can see, if you go around, the governor gave us 10 classrooms, gave us administrative block, gave us new toilets, fenced the school around, gave us walkway.
The previous appearance of my school before this great change was really disappointing and discouraging to education. There was less classrooms in the school. The classrooms we had were overpopulated and really inconvenient for learning. We had less teachers. Nothing that had to do with lab or libraries. The school was really disappointing back then. Well, now the current change is really encouraging, beautiful, and exciting to learn to both parents, teachers, and students. Can now go to the library to borrow books for reading, especially now that we have our exams coming. I want to say a very big thank you to the governor and other staffs involved in this big change of this school. This thank you may not be enough, but that's all I have to say.
I feel good about the school compound, everything, the good work that is going on, and I pray that may the Almighty God bless and keep his family.
The school community described the renovation as a dream come true, highlighting Governor Okpebholo's commitment to improving education and ensuring safe, effective learning across Edo State. From VOP, I am Rhoda Johnny.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. In politics, the renewed hope ambassadors supporting President Bola Tinubu's agenda have been inaugurated in a number of states ahead of the 2027 general election. State Coordinator Oke Ezenwa said the group aims to promote the administration's achievements at the grassroots with coordinators now in place across senatorial zones and local government areas. Our correspondent in Anambra State, Ndu Opaleze, has more in this report.
Chifoke directed them to constitute ward coordinators soon after their own inauguration and charged them to engage people on President Tinubu's policies and programs. He underscored the seriousness of the agenda, reminding them that the president personally approved their appointment.
We are gathered to formally inaugurate our zonal and local government coordinators, individuals entrusted with the crucial responsibility of advancing the policies, achievements, and objectives of Mr. President alongside our party manifesto. This occasion transcends mere ceremonial importance. It is a call to action, empowering us to engage directly with members of every household in Anambra State.
The coordinators for the ambassadors at the 3 senatorial zones in the state are Senator Iman Osike for Anambra North, Dr. Emekeze for Anambra Central, and Professor Buaja for Anambra South. Coordinators for the 21 local government areas include Chief Arinze Chukwu for Obaru, Dr. Jude Emecheta for Ekusigo, and Sir Kenneth Arinze for Oka North local government areas. In his reaction, a one-time Speaker of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Mike Ogwa, who is the coordinator for Orumba South, said there is a lot of improvement in the standard of living of Nigerians resulting from President Tinubu's policies, which needed to be well explained to the people at the grassroots. Also, Chief Awogo, coordinating Obaru, called the attention of his colleagues to the enormity of the job, pointing out that members of the All Progressives Congress in the state needed to buckle up all the more.
A lot of things are going on. People are not even aware. Like the foodstuffs now are so cheap all over the country.
Government and make our various zonal coordinators proud. Through them, we will now make the state coordinator proud. Can the fortune of Anambra be brightened with what we are to do with the renewed hope ambassador?
In his speech, Senator Iman Osike commended the president for reposing that confidence in them and promised the national coordinator of renewed hope ambassadors, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, and the Anambra State coordinator, Chief Oke Ezenwe, of their readiness to deliver. Ndu Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Ndu, for that report. Moving on to some business stories. The Nigerian Employers Consultative Association is calling for evidence-based regulation on the ban of alcohol in sachets. In a statement issued in Lagos, NECA Director General Adewale Smart Oyeride said any regulation must be rooted in evidence, proportionality, and the rule of law. Oyeride expressed concerns over NAFDAC's renewed enforcement of the ban on the production and sales of alcoholic beverages in sachets and small PET bottles, noting that it contradicts a directive from the Office of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation suspending the ban. He warned that continued enforcement is disrupting legitimate businesses, threatening thousands of jobs, discouraging investment, and undermining confidence in Nigeria's regulatory environment. While reaffirming NECA's support for the protection of minors and strong public health outcomes, Oyeride said it was unacceptable to criminalize products that passed regulatory approval instead of addressing gaps in retail enforcement. He called for smarter data-driven enforcement rather than blanket bans, stressing that access control was an enforcement issue, not a packaging one. Oyeride added that the affected alcoholic products were tested, registered, and regularly revalidated by NAFDAC, and warned that excessive focus on regulated products ignores the growing spread of more dangerous unregulated substances amongst young people. And for business, we move straight to sports, where Kelechi Iheanacho marked his return from injury as Celtic recorded a 4-2 victory over Utrecht in the Europa League on Thursday night. The Nigerian forward returned to action 46 days after suffering a hamstring injury that had sidelined him since December. The injury also ruled Iheanacho out of Nigeria's squad for the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. And from sports, we wrap up with entertainment. Wizkid, Burna Boy, and Asake are among the headliners for the 2026 Afro Nation Festival in Portugal. Organizers announced the lineup in a post on X, naming several global and African music stars. Grammy Award winner Burna Boy will headline the opening night on July the 3rd, alongside South African star Tyler. Asake will take center stage on July the 4th, while Wizkid will headline the grand finale on July the 5th. The event will also feature American R&B singer Kehlani, rapper Gunna, and Nigerian artists including Olamide, Young John, Wendy Cole, Darko, and Marvel. Afro Nation is an annual festival celebrating African music and culture in the diaspora. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here at Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. You, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commissions (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail these developments, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's a Friday. We all know what Friday is, but thank God it's Friday. And yes, don't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akubanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And yes, we are going to talk about a lot of things. Totally today is going to be a different thing. So yes, join me as we together to stories that moves, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And first off on our story today, we are talking about a lady allegedly sacked for planning to marry her colleague. So this story actually has been on, it has been on social media for a long time now. And a woman who had reportedly been unemployed for years for years now, was sacked for her job after it emerged that she was planning to marry a fellow staff. So at the same company, and the short caption was shared on social media, and a lot of people have, commented and said a lot of things about that. So it's why they actually dismissed her, because she's trying to get married to her fellow colleague. So my question is, relationship in the office, actually, is it, how will I put it? Is it good that we do stuff like that? People fall in love. I can't really come out to say that you cannot fall in love, because nobody can determine that. But people say that when it comes to work, work should be work and fun should be fun. You get what I'm trying to say? If we are working, we should be serious with our work, and we don't mix pleasure with, with work. So I understand that the fact a lot of people come out to say, I don't mix pleasure with work, so I don't like dating people in my office, I don't like dating people in my at my area and all those kind of things. But come to think of it, what if you love that person? Does it really mean, because maybe you've had a lot of people, a mindset of people saying, oh, the ones that have already experienced something like that has turned out to be a bad thing. So your mindset is like, okay, if I date someone in my office, and it's going to turn sour, and a lot of people are going to say things about, come on. Actually, why would you even want to, dismiss someone because the person actually, is getting married to a lot of people work so hard that they even forget that they need some time to themselves. Yes, I'm serious. Because tell me, you will stay in the office, you will work. In the night, you will go home. Where do you now want to meet your odogu? Hey, tell me where you want to meet your odogu, because I don't know. These times are times that when getting to meet people, it's very important. Yes. You get to try to go out and have fun, but no time. A lot of people work from Mondays to Fridays, Sundays, join together. There's no time for themselves, time to go out. I don't understand even where you said the Odogu won't find their chalugo, because these things are turning into something else. But yes, a lot of people have actually come out to, bring up their own ideas and opinions on this particular thing, saying that why would the company dismiss a lady because she's trying to get married to her fellow colleague? That's crazy. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, this is it. He said, my colleague got called into HR today, not for misconduct, not for performance, for getting married. Wow. So he works in engineering, his fiancée works in administration. They met at work, dated quietly for years, and finally decided to make it official. So HR told him something neither of them saw coming. Once you're married, one of you has to resign. Company policy, we don't keep married couples, just like that. What is it meant to be like that? So I cannot be happy because I'm getting, like, what is all, hey. Even the company is supposed to be happy for them. You get what I'm trying to say? It's a lot of things, but, well, I don't know. Like, some companies, well, it's company policy. I don't know the reason why they chose like that, because a lot of people feel that there will be distractions maybe during office work and stuff like that. So, but let's take some comments and see what my comment section people have actually come out to say. Remember, say my comment section people. Una know they smile, but calm down. All right. And House of Chini said, what are they planning? Victims? That's company's policy. We are just too emotional. Actually. And another person said, shawarma still there. Oh, I beg, please carry your shawarma and be going one side. Oh. And another person said, a friend got married to his colleague in another branch, and they didn't invite anyone from work. She didn't change her name and just continued her life. They just saw her with a ring and a baby bump a few months later. 3 kids after, she finally resigned after about 16 years into their marriage and relocated. It's company policy, but if you want to keep silent about it, you can, especially if it's a large organization. Yeah, so, because trust me, now people will love you, now they do it. I'm sorry, but it's funny. Because you cannot say, it's always company policy. So if it's better that when you're even doing your marriage, who could not talk anything? Because me, I support to. See, to be sincere, I just support it. Everybody should just do their day. Because why would you want to, tell your company or tell your friends that, okay, I'm getting married, and tell your people that you're getting married, and all of a sudden they're not telling you, oh, no, that if you get married to your fellow colleague, you're going to stop, they have to drop one person. And so you're trying to tell me that my happiness is tied to my work. Really? Wow, that's interesting. Let's take more comments, and we have a lot of comments on what people are talking about. Let's take more. And yes, Meet Emmanuel Jacob said, all these years they were dating, they didn't inquire about the company's policy regarding marrying your co-worker, conflict of interest. And Rejoice Johnson said, if the wife's salary big pass, make the husband resign. And if the husband's salary big pass, make the wife resign. And let their love and marriage remain. Oh, okay. And Obi Kelechi said, we all know this, right? Actually. And then Nelly B said, that's the policy of 90% of companies in Nigeria. But this is crazy. It has to stop. You get what I'm trying to say? You know, when it comes, I want to even talk about music. It's just like you saying that music now, like you get married and because you get married, you don't have the right to give birth. You don't have to, because there are some, you know, producers that, you know, do that to their clients. Actually, they'll tell them, oh, you don't need to get married because for some years before, maybe after some time, you can just get married and get pregnant, and then basically you can now be on your own. And my question is, why does that have to be tied to your happiness? Why does this whole thing have to be tied to your happiness, to your marriage? Seriously, people get married and even do better. People get married and even, you know, perform better. It doesn't stop them from being able to do their work and even do it more better. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So I think these policies of these companies doing this kind of things has to stop. It's not something I'm you know, rooting for. And yes, let's take more comments, and a lot of people are talking about this, and yes, let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, you are aware, okay, company policy regarding this is always clearly stating, so there's no way they both didn't know about it. That means they both went ahead knowing the consequences, which is fine actually. Secondly, your job is not your career, so no one is sacrificing any career here. They can still get a job within that same career at another company. Actually, that's true. If such things happen, you could actually get another job, definitely. You get, but see, I don't want to talk this thing, but I have to say it. I said, people that are without jobs, is it because Nigeria, we know the situation of Nigeria to be like this now. If this one now, this one which she don't try get after how many years, you understand? Who know whether she will get another one? You see where the fear is. But you know, go say, I just wish her, say, make God help her. Because now only you fit help her. And another person said, control doesn't make any sense. And Ella Ponmile said, it's even unprofessional self. Okay? And the Tafa said, you are aware of this before now. That's why you kept the courtship secret. Don't play victim. I wish her another great job offer. All right, and it's okay. You see, what I can just advise is that right now that this situation is like this, she has to look for another job, definitely, and allow the husband work, yes? Because she can't stay idle and she can't stay just like that. I always say that she should put value to herself, because if you just enter marriage, you say, you know, I work, Otilo is finished. It's going to be on you. So you try to, you know, get another job, try to, you know, search actually for another job. And I think that would be a better option for you. And yes, and that's it for that. Let's go into our next gist. And trust me, our next gist is about Nollywood actress Osas Igodaro has shared a heartfelt, wrenching account of a past relationship, revealing that a former partner once called security personnel to have her removed from his house after she visited unannounced and discovered another woman inside. So she actually came out and said, and she recounted how the man, instead of welcoming her, the man actually questioned her visit, refused her access to his locked room, and later admitted the woman was inside before having security escort her out, an experience she described as deeply humiliating and hurtful. So according to her story, after initially driving away, she returned to confront him, only for him to say he had involved the police because he didn't want her to go to jail for fighting a pregnant woman. So remark that confirmed her worst fears and marked the end of their relationship of 3 to 4 years. See, if I shout now, say, men, una to do, now they will come for me. But this is exactly what I'm saying. You know you don't want to settle down with somebody. You know you don't want to be with that person. So why lead that person on? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Hey, what will you gain? To my men, what are you going to gain? To lead somebody on and inflict pain and depression into somebody's heart and still leave that killing. What is all this? Why are people doing like that? I think I don't want to. Okay, because he's a guy, but let me not, categorize this whole thing. I know ladies too, they do their own. You get what I'm trying to say? But come on, we need to do better. This is time where everybody has to, state your boundaries. I think that all these things, dating, we supposed know waiting, we supposed know waiting with a date, and nobody should tell us how we are supposed to treat somebody else. Yes. Nobody should tell you how you're going to treat your partner. If your partner treats you wrongly, or you've been seeing the red flags and all the kind of stuff, you end the relation. It's not by force, yo. Relationship is not by force. Don't come and be gaga because and it's how some people will actually see these red flags and still stay. He said this year, I'm praying for you personally. I said this year you are going to change, because that's all those things that you are doing that time, you will not do it again. Because how can you stay in a relationship? They're hurting you, they're treating you badly, you can't speak up, you can't do anything, you're staying because out of fear, or maybe your children, even if you're married. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It doesn't mean that you should take your own life, kill it. What is all this? You will stay in the marriage because of my child, I don't want to I don't want to leave the marriage. Actually, he's just beating me. He's just. Oh, God will help you. And to my ladies that are treating their men wrongly, I think this is the height of it. People should please respect, just have small shame, Abi. That's how they used to put it. But our ladies, the breed of ladies we have now don't even have shame. Talk more of, I beg, more than they try to do things well. It's if you notice that you're not okay with a particular relationship that you're in, and you know within your heart that you're not there, you're not intentional about it, why don't you speak up? Speak up and tell the person, it's better that I let the person know, say, okay, it's over. I don't think I want to do this. I don't want to keep leading you on, and peace will reign. Then another person to find out, this is a lot. See, if it's me that they did this kind of thing, I will not say what I will do, but just it's not just end well. That is just the truth. But it's actually painful seeing something like this kind of person feel go depression, face a lot of things. But yes, I won't forget my comment section people. They have come with a lot of arguments. A lot of people are saying, see men, they don't just drag men up and down. But I don't want to be dragging before they say, Precious, you have started now. You are not dragging, don't be putting it. But majority of our men are doing it. So then let's go to our comment section and see what our comment people have actually come out to say concerning this. Let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said it's the audacity. Okay. And Naji said it's now clear that it's beautiful ladies that suffer more in relationships. And come to think of it, she's actually beautiful. What is all? Waiting men, waiting on our wants. What do you people want? Just tell me what you want. Let me know. And another person said this January is all about discoveries. God, I beg you. And another person said a pregnant lady. They play. See, how do men even try to do this thing? A pregnant lady in your house. And come to think of it, that pregnancy will be on actually since they happen on a regular. All right. And she said a pregnant lady. Now in wife be that too. Now you be the side hen, my dear. Not be even side hen. I side hen they important. Side oh God. Well, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and people are talking about this. And yes, another person said women's eyes are seeing a lot that mouth self no fit talk. Actually, us we find like 10 people chop this kind of breakfast. My dear, you get what I'm trying to say? My question is, what do men really want? I don't ask them, men, what do you want? Make me know. Is well. And another person, Ivy Osa, said, having a good partner is everything, actually. See, if you don't get any, just get good partner, we understand you. That it is finished. Anything where any other person they talk is null and void. It's not important. I'm telling you the truth. Just have a partner that understands you, and you'll be in heaven. Let's take more comments. My comment section people are really giving me the vibe this one. And yes, another person said, forget about the 6 classes of food. Having a good partner is balanced diet. Thank you. You get when you're not hungry, but when you see your partner, you are well. In fact, you are okay. You get what I'm trying to say. Come to think of it, do you notice that a lot of ladies, start getting fat? Maybe when they've gotten married for some time, they start adding up. They start being. Sometimes they will even tell you, sister, you're getting fat, or they'll tell you, oh no, it's not even about the food. I've not been eating for a long time. But guess what? It's the happiness, the joy. they feel in that marriage. Yes. They say, forget about six classes of food, though. Getting a good partner is a good thing. I am telling you. Yes. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about this, and it's beautiful. And yes, another person said, I need to hear your ex side of the story. Actually, you know, so that it will balance. But Precious Obaseki said, even ESCC would not get this information out of me. God will help you. And Temi Tola where said she didn't say name, please, no start fights. Okay. And another person said, forget about, okay. Another person said, definitely his wife. I don't know why a man will deny his wife and kids for something else, actually. But God, see, I've told you, people see, more when I try to date good people, intentional men. If you notice, say, this thing, they work between you and the person, make you just, it's earlier done than you keep it and keep, leading that person on and, still serve the person breakfast, they good. You get what I'm trying to say? And yes, enough of that. This takes us to our next gist. And our next gist, we're talking about reports of graduates held, like the postgraduate graduation held in January, have been linked to the University of Lagos, that's the UNILAG University, and recently concluded its 56th convocation ceremony in January 2026. So during which degrees were conferred on thousands of graduating students across various levels, including a significant number of master's degree recipients. So the convocation, which spanned several days, featured the award of postgraduate, doctoral, and undergraduate degrees, all well as other ceremonial activities. And come to think of it, I think, people doing the masters and a lot of things, it's good that learning is a continual something. It's a continual thing. You don't stop learning. You learn every day. You keep learning and don't get tired of it. So it's actually beautiful seeing, witnessing the 56th convocation, and for the people, that have gone to, further their studies in the masters and do a lot of things. Actually beautiful. Yes, to all my, that's why I said, see, try this year to add value to yourself. People are actually working hard to do better things. You get what I'm trying to say? Do better things. And you are sitting one side and you're looking for who Odogu that will come and marry you, and you're smiling. See, if Odogu wants to marry you, you have to marry somebody that has value. So add value to yourself. And the Odogu too, please do the same. It's important. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest, yes, with us. So please don't go anywhere. He's somebody that you know, but I'm sure you're already excited about it. So don't go anywhere, stay put, and don't move.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Yes, welcome back to my beautiful people. Yes, and don't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things. And guess what? We have a guest joining us today, and we're going to talk about, we talked about the convocation, the 56th convocation for the UNILAG students that just graduated during the masters. A lot of people, adding more value to themselves. So yes, this brings us to, we are having a guest on our show. And guess what? Yes, he's a respected educationist with a strong academic background in mass communication with extensive experience in teaching and research. They have explored, he has actually explored, yes, in mass communication. And trust me, He actually came out with a distinction in the said university, Unilag, and with mass comm. Guess what? Is it? I don't want to say a lot, but we need to see this person. And he is no other person than Mr. Matthew Ogunswada. Welcome to the show.
Let the drums keep rolling.
Of course now.
This is so beautiful.
Thank you so much. And how are you feeling today? Tell me.
We thank God. I'm fine. I'm excited. I'm exhilarated. I'm amazed. I'm wowed. I'm thrilled to be on the same stage with the one and only Precious Agumadu, aka Kobe Brady. That's one part of the show I love. The part where you mention your name, and then you add those adjusters and those emphases.
Oh my God.
Well done.
Okay, you see, when I was talking about adding value to yourself, you see a young man doing that.
That's
and you said you don't want to. You said you don't want to. See, I'm coming for you people. I'm coming for you people this year. So tell me, Mr. Matthew, how has in your education, just basically education-wise, and how has work been? How have you been able to come up with all these ideas and go through this process of school, go through the process of learning and.
Okay, so my anchor text is always the book of Ephesians 2 verse 8 that says that we are saved by grace. It is not of ourselves, it is the gift of God. So it's God's special grace that I'm alive. And looking at my educational background, when I was in primary school, I went to a private primary school. But by the time I got to GSS, GSS 1, I went to a private GSS. When I got to GSS 2, my father couldn't afford it because at that point in time, I had lost my mom. So I lost my mom at age 7. My dad was still the single father of it, so he couldn't afford a private secondary school. So when I was in GSS 2, I went to a government secondary school, GSS 2, GSS 3, and by the time I got to the senior secondary school as well, I also went to a public senior secondary school. So looking back at my journey, when I lost my dad when I was in SS2, I told myself, I made one specific demand. I told myself that, Matthew, the only legacy you have to give yourself is education. And just like Nelson Mandela said, that education is the most important weapon, most powerful weapon, which you can use to change the world. So when I lost my dad at the age of 16 in SS2, I told myself that one of the lifelong investments I'm going to do to myself or give to myself is quality and inclusive education. And as somebody that I've tried vocational skills several times, I've tried to learn. You don't even want to know what I've tried to learn. I've tried to learn different skills, but it just doesn't work for me. So when I realized that it was education that is something that really worked for me, I decided to put in for that. So at the point where I got to university, I told myself, because I've always been this bright student. Right from SS. I've always been, right from primary school, I was the head boy, secondary school, I was the head boy. So I knew that there is a purpose for me in the academic space. If necessarily not being on the spotlight, but at least to an extent, I knew that to an extent, book is very, very important. It's going to be pivotal, to my journey. So when I got to the university, I told myself, because at that point in time, I wanted to go to a conventional uni. Conventional uni is the one where you have the full-time lecture, where you go to classes, you see lecturers and everything. So it was part of my demand. But because there was no finances, and I lost my parents, like I said, my mom, age 7, my dad, age 16. So because I lost my dad, I told myself that, Matthew, you have to go to school. Because you are this person, you have always been a book person, you have always, when you are somebody that is proud to be associated, even where I work currently, some people still call me professor. That's why I don't lecture, and I'm not in the academia. Do you understand? So I told myself that I have to give myself that lifelong. So I went to NOW for my bachelor. So now it's like a form of open distance learning university institution where you can work and you can learn. So at that point in time, I was earning 7,000 naira as a teacher. And that was how I just struggled, to ensure that I go to NOW to pursue a bachelor's degree. And during that time, I did a professional training. I did MBA, National Broadcast Academy, when I was in NOW. I did I became a member of NIPR when I was in NOW. And I also got a presenting job, not where I work currently, but somewhere else, which was where I started my career as a broadcast journalist in a gospel TV station. So it gave me that form of divergence view. It gave me a form of diversification to be able to learn, to be able to, see myself as somebody that will be successful. And so now walking you through my postgraduate journey, which is what I know you want to hear about, the distinction part. So I told myself, after I finished my undergrad, I told myself that, Matthew, you can't just stop at undergraduate level. A lot of times people say you don't have to. And I got the inspiration from a shadowing training that I had in 2019 that says, once you identify your career path, go for the best qualification, both academically and professionally. Do you see that? Once you identify your career path, go for the best qualification academically and professionally. So academically, if you are going for the best professional academically, it means you have to probably do a master's, you have to probably do a doctorate, if you are chanced to do it. But at least for me as an individual, I don't like somebody just settling at an ordinary level, maybe at an ND level. At least the minimum you should do as a professional is masters. You know, even though sometimes it doesn't count in the labor market.
Yes.
Because imagine in our presentation work, it is what you can do.
Yes.
What can you read? Come and read the news. Come and do a report like you are doing. Come and do an entertainment show. That will add value. So I told myself that I would definitely add a value to my life, and I took the exam. Even when I took the exam, I don't even have the money because the finances was quite huge.
Yes.
So at the time when I took the exam, I got admitted into the school. I just shared the testimony in church casually. The church I attend, CCC Praise View, thank you so much. CCC Praise View has been an integral part of my life because I cannot take that away, you know. Yeah. So at the time when I shared the testimony in church, they said, Matthew, so they paid my tuition. Yes. Really? The church actually pays. So sometimes when we say church do not support, there are churches that still support, that still help individuals to be able to get to their preferred height. Yes. So my church played pivotal role, and that is why even when I was writing my story on social media, I had to include it. So that people will not just know that this guy that finished well, he didn't just wake up, sleep, wake up, you know. So I had to tell my story so that people can learn, because you never can tell who you are inspiring. Definitely. As an orphan, I don't know who I'm inspiring. So I did that exam, and the church paid for the exam, they paid for the tuition fee, and by the time they paid for the tuition fee, I never even knew that I would have a distinction. I was just doing my thing, you know, just going to work regularly, because I had to bridge it with work. Yeah. At that point in time, I had gotten a VOP job. I had not even started a VOP job, but I had started working in the media. Wow. So the point where I got a VOP, which is where character comes in. So in whatever you are doing, you need to build a positive character. Okay. You need to build a right attitude, approach. So when I was in Unilag, I was deputy class governor of the class. So I just told one of my colleagues, you know, we are both classmates. I just told her casually, I just say, she wouldn't want me to mention her name on air. I just say, my angel, I define work, I define presenting work. I was just joking, you know. So she now said, Nancy, are you sure you can do present? I said, yes. So I came, I auditioned and everything. So the point where I had a distinction was the grace of God. And I didn't just have a distinction, I was the best graduating student in my department. So for me, it's something that is worth celebrating and worth giving glory to God for.
And talking about the best graduating student, I would like to ask what actually motivated you into studying mass communication. But before that, I would like us to see this video of the 56th convocation that was held this January 2026. It was all beautiful. And come to see lots of people putting on smiles and so being happy. So let's see this video, please.
Professor Folashade Ogonshola outlines the moral values expected of them as they step into the wider society, charging them to remain worthy ambassadors of the institutions.
I welcome you all to the 56th convocation ceremonies of the University of Lagos. Today represents a day of reward for hard work for our graduates. It signals the commencement of recognition for diligence and dedication in pursuit of excellence. I congratulate all our graduating students, their families, friends, and loved ones who have supported them throughout their academic journey. We commenced the convocation with the Juma service at the University Mosque on Friday, January 16. On Monday, Mr. Otto, the founder of Slum to School Africa, delivered the convocation lecture titled Maximizing Nigeria's Demographic Dividend Through Urgent Education Reform for Global Competitiveness in the 21st Century. It was a thought-provoking lecture and was chaired by Professor Raman Bello, the 11th Vice Chancellor of this university. Later that day, we attended the exhibition of works and innovations of staff and students and unveiled the University of Lagos Multimedia Library Studio, a state-of-the-art studio supported by the World Bank Center of Excellence, which will give our staff and students the opportunity to create television-style programs, high-quality live streams, academic lectures, and e-learning materials, amongst others.
Among the graduates was Voice of the People television reporter and presenter Matthew Ogunswada, who emerged as the best graduating student in the Department of Mass Communication with a distinction. He urged young people not to give up on their dreams regardless of life's challenges.
For me, graduating with a distinction from the Department of Mass Communication is only possible by the grace of God. When I look back at my journey as an orphan and as one that has been truly helped by God, by the church community, the Celestial Church of Christ, my lecturers and everyone, I am thrilled to motivate everyone not to give up on their goals. It is important that you pursue your goals, irrespective of what you are going through, irrespective of your ambition. I made the determination to come for a second degree after getting my first degree from the National Open University of Nigeria, and this is me graduating with a distinction. So I want to thank God. I want to also encourage people never to lose hope, to keep investing in higher qualification, to keep investing in professional qualification, and not give up. Reading pays, study pays, and school is not a scam.
Other graduates expressed excitement over the ceremony, describing it as a moment of fulfillment, while also celebrating Matthew's resilience and inspiring journey.
I feel very excited for some graduating today, and I'm so happy about Matthew Ogunsuada, first class graduate. He's been very dedicated, very hardworking, he's proactive, he's always ready to learn, he's always ready to teach. So we're not even surprised that he came out top. So I'm happy for him, and I wish him the very best.
Super happy to be graduating today. It's an example of, and it actually portrays my focus and determination to be here. And Matthew, of course, yes, he deserves it. This guy is always, let me put it this way, that he can jacking, and he's really determined. Even when he has to work, he knows how to juggle it, and no one affects the other. I'm super proud of you, bro.
Beyond the academic honors and celebration lies a powerful message of resilience, perseverance, and hope. That with faith, determination, and hard work, dreams shall remain valid. Gathered as the 56th convocation ceremony of the University of Lagos are graduates and academics from various faculties. Addressing the graduates, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogonshola, outlined the moral values expected of them as they step into the wider society, charging them to remain worthy ambassadors of the institutions.
I welcome you all to the 56th convocation ceremonies of the University of Lagos. Today represents a day of reward.
Come to think of it, Matthew, this is beautiful. So I'd like to ask this question: what really motivated you actually going into mass?
To study mass communication. Yes. Okay, so while I was younger, I grew up watching programs like Take a Step, which one of the respected anchors is somebody that we now even work together in the TV station. And so I remember one day when I was on the field reporting and he was in the TV presenting. And, you know, it just brought back the flashback, or it just brought back the memory that, this is the same person that I've been watching when I was younger, you know, and this is the same person that I'm now even on air with, you know, we thank God. So for me to study mass communication, while I was growing up, I watched programs like Take a Step, Watch It Out. And then one thing that specifically motivated me was when I was in SS, I went for a program called Lagos State Schools Debate. So Lagos State Schools Debate is like a program where you have different schools come together across the 6 educational districts to debate the context for, you know, for competition. The context, it's like a contest. So I went for that competition and I was the winner in the O District 4, the O Education District for myself and the chief speaker. So that is one part that gave me the motivation. Then another part is when I went for a press competition at Onike Girls High School. I will never forget Onike Girls High School that year. Onike Girls High School, and then Birel, the school beside Birel, that's about Macaulay Girls High School. So that competition, the sponsors of that competition, when they came to that competition, they were so impressed. So the rule of the competition is that you should read the news, unprepared news. So it's like a press competition. So we got there and I read the news. So the sponsor of that competition just told us that these candidates from Lagos, because it was Lagos City, that was my secondary school, that Lagos City, okay, you did so amazing, and because you did so amazing, we are not giving any cash prize, but because of this, your amazing performance, we are going to give you 10,000 naira. At that point in time, 10,000 naira is like maybe 70 or 100,000. And trust me, that's the account I still use to today.
Wow.
UB account, So because of that, I didn't have an account. They just asked me, what is your account? Let us credit your account. At that point in time, I don't have an account. Do you understand? So I had to go to the office. They had to open an account for me. And that UB account is still the same account I'm using till today. So that strike a balance in me that, Matthew, you need to just pursue this. Because sometimes what sets our career path is what we are extra sensitive about, what other people set about us, or what is in front. But you have to be extra sensitive. So as somebody that wants to develop a career in an aspect, you need to be extra sensitive. You need to Be cautious of what happens. So that point, I was very cautious that this thing is not ordinary. For somebody to just come, a sponsor to just come and just say, we don't want to give a prize, but because of a performance, so I just said, let me just pursue it as a career.
Wow, that's beautiful. So I'd like to ask this question: how did Unilag, shape your journey into, throughout your journey? How did it shape you into this journey?
Okay, so talking about Unilag, of course, Unilag is one of the foremost universities in Nigeria, the University of First Choice and the nation's pride. I remember one of my lecturers say, if you have decided to come and do masters in Unilag, the University of First Choice, then you have to give it your all. So there is a place of value. Unilag gave me a lot of value, which I cannot overemphasize. And when I talk about value, I'm talking about discipline. Because you have to, when the lecture starts by 5, so you have to be in class by 5. That is a discipline. He also gave me a form of discipline because I imbibe that discipline in my work ethics. When I'm to be on air by 7 o'clock, I should at least be in the studio by maybe 6:30.
Yeah.
So there is the value of discipline that Unilag taught me. And there's the value of being challenged. When you see people that are very brilliant around you, for example, in my class, we have people that finished with first class. During my undergrad, I finished with a 2-1. 2-1 is what is referred to as second class upper. So I think that's one of the things that even challenged me to say that, Matthew, you didn't finish with the first class, so you have to at least put in your best for your masters. And that's why I end up finishing with a distinction. So I was surrounded with a lot of people that finished with the first class, a lot of people that finished with the 2-1 in my class, in the same class. So when I saw people like that, I had to say, Matthew, you have to sit back and rethink your medulla oblongata, and then rethink your horizon to ensure that you have to finish. So academic excellence must be part of you. So Unilag built that aspect of me saying that there must be an academic excellence. And I must not also take it away from the fact that I learned it from now. Because in now, you have to learn to study on your own. You understand? You have to, it's a work and learn ethics. You have to learn to work and then study on your own. So in now, because I learned how to work and I learned how to study on my own, when I got to Unilag, it was quite easy for me to adapt because I have this reading culture. And when I started the process, I started as a PRAD major. PRAD is Public Relations and Advertising. But later on, I realized that it was not what I'm doing. So I can easily relate to broadcast because broadcast is what I'm practicing, is what I'm doing. So I had to switch to broadcast. So at the point when I switched to broadcast, I had to give in to extra reading, extra curriculum review, extra learning, and to be able to blend with people. You can hear Dubi saying, I'm very active, because she was one of the people that actually helped me. She was a broadcast course rep, and there are times when I was confused because I switched to broadcast late. So I had to reach out to people ahead of me. So I think that's another thing. When you do not know something, reach out to people ahead of you. Reach out to people that, that are in front of you that can help you. And that's really helped me as well.
Wow. So I would like to know, because you talked about reading, so I want to come to the part where I ask this question, that what are the skills that actually helped you excel?
Talking about the skills, the first skill I would say is the God factor. A lot of people don't talk about the God factor in their journey, but you cannot take away anything from God because God is the author of it. So the God factor is one of the things that have actually helped me in this journey. The God factor helped me to see clarity. Because I was able to see clarity that, Matthew, leave PRAD, go to broadcast. If I had done PRAD, I may not emerge as a distinction student. Do you understand? So there is the God factor skill. And then another skill which is very, very important, which we ought to build outside the school room, is the gift of networking. A lot of people say your network determines your net worth. Your network determines. So I built that networking skill in Unilag, which I didn't really have in my undergrad, in now. So I built that, in order to ensure that I'm able to network with people older, because when you're doing masters, you have people that are older than you in the class. You're like the youngest. So you have people that are very, very older than you in the class. So I built that networking. Talking about reading, which of course mentioned, the way I read, I just read as my spirit directs. So there is no one way approach to reading. We all read differently. For example, I'm not the type of person that go to library morning to afternoon, morning to night. All through my Unilag days, I can say maybe when I went to the library was when I was about to write the exam. So I had that nudge for me personally to ensure that I knew the time. So the time that works best for me is very early in the morning. Very early in the morning when I pray. Of course, when you wake up in the morning as a believer or whatever religion you practice, you have to pray. So when I wake up in the morning, I pray and then read the Bible and then go to read. So for example, during exam time, I didn't even read in the midnight during exam time. But I read very early in the morning, and one thing that helped me is I solve past questions. Past questions is very, very important. So as somebody that wants to excel academically, you have to learn how to solve past questions, go through past questions, learn past questions, read past questions, and then with imagine the technology and trend now, you can easily now search for answers online, and that will help you in a long way.
Wow. So with your level of experience right now, how do you feel that mass communication should improve in their teachings and learnings? How do you think it's possible?
So one thing that we must do is change our curriculum. So the curriculum needs to be properly changed and remodified to ensure that it has matching digital trends. For example, I remember when I was doing masters, there is a course called Topical Seminar in Mass Communication. Then for those of us that did broadcast media, there is a course, Topical Issues in Broadcasting. The topical issues in broadcasting talks about emerging trends. So for example, at that point in time, I looked at emerging trends that has to do with emotional intelligence between broadcasters, because a lot of times we ignore our emotions as media professionals, you know, not knowing that emotion is part of you are breathing. So then the course Topical Seminar, I remember Professor Ogwezi asked us to do a report on disability. And I had to go extra mile to, you know, interview somebody that was physically challenged and then put it into writing, put it into story. So there's a place of curriculum review. We need to revamp our curriculum. Talking about mass communication, we need to revamp our... Another thing I would love to say is a lot of schools need to unbundle it because mass comm is very broad.
Yes, there's definitely.
You understand? So mass communication, a lot of time people think mass communication is about talking about TV presentation that we are doing. But mass communication goes beyond TV presentation. There is the public relations, there is the advertising, there is the print, there is the editorial, there is the film and cinematography. One of our lecturers is, I'm always happy for him anytime, he's now the DG of the National Film and Censors Academy, Dr. Shoaibu. He was a lecturer at Unilag. And he taught that sequence very well. He taught the broadcast sequence very well. He taught film very well. So we need to unbundle that part of mass communication to ensure that it bridges the gap between industry standards and what is being learned in the classroom.
Thank you so much. So what is your advice for young folks that really want to keep learning and not stop learning, and maybe they don't go further into mass communication, definitely? So what would be your advice for them?
Thank you so much, Precious. First thing, what I say every time, don't give up on God and your dreams. That's it.
All right.
Don't give up on God and your dreams. When you have God, you have everything. And pursue your passion. Just take that step. Like I said, when I took the step to take a master's degree, I don't know where the tuition fee will come from. I don't know where the money will come from. But I knew that I just had a purpose in mass communication. When I took the step, the church paid for me, I had a distinction, and the Lord took total control. So don't give up on God and your goals. Pursue your dreams and aspiration, and ensure that you are humble. When you are humble, it takes you to far places that you can never imagine. But the moment where you pride yourself, when you begin to do pride in whatever you do, you cannot get to anywhere. So be humble, stay put, and stay humble, like Precious will always say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew, for sharing your light here with us on the Spotlight Show. And trust me, I enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too. So to my amazing viewers, thank you for staying with us. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOPTV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Until next time, see you next time. Bye for now.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Amandi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth.
The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzangakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Amandi Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Before we begin the news, I would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story in Niger Republic, where Niger's military ruler, Abu Rahmani Tiani, has accused French President Emmanuel Macron, Bennett's Patrice Talon, and Ivory Coast President Alassane Ouattara of sponsoring a terrorist attack on Niamey International Airport. The attack, which occurred shortly before midnight, involved gunfire and explosion, damaging aircraft and injuring 4 soldiers. Tiani made the accusation without providing evidence, vowing retaliation and threatening to worsen relations with France and its regional allies. The incident has raised tensions between Niger and its neighbors, with the military government thanking Russian troops for defending the airbase. The airport, a strategic hub, houses uranium stockpile and a key location for regional military operations. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack, which has heightened concerns about security in the Sahel region. And meanwhile, Burkina Faso's military-led government has dissolved all political parties and scrapped the legal framework governing their operations, citing widespread abuses and dysfunction in the country's multi-party system. The decree, approved by the Council of Ministers, transfers all party assets to the state. Interior Minister Emilie Zerbo stated that the move aims to rebuild the state and address divisions fueled by the proliferation of over 100 registered parties, 15 of which were represented in Parliament after the 2020 election. The decision marks a significant tightening of control by the military rulers who seized power in September 2022. Burkina Faso faces ongoing Islamist insurgencies linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, which have killed thousands and displaced millions. Meanwhile, witnesses say paramilitary fighters from Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, kidnapped children during the takeover of Al-Fashar in October, killing their parents in some cases. The children, aged between 2 months and 17 years of age, were allegedly taken to be used as slaves or herd animals. The RSF, which has been at war with Sudan's army since April 2023, has denied deliberately targeting civilians. However, human rights groups and witnesses described a pattern of abuse, including summary killings and sexual violence. The abduction may constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity, according to legal experts. The International Criminal Court is currently investigating alleged crimes committed by the RSF in Al-Fashar. Moving on, civil society groups in Liberia are strengthening their grip on legislative oversight after signing a new EU-backed grant in Monrovia. The deal brings together local organizations and international partners under a governance reform project. The Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and the United Nations Development Programme says the initiative will track how lawmakers perform as an institution. The focus will be on transparency, inclusion, and accountability rather than ranking individual legislators. European Union officials urge the coalition to maintain ethical standards and use clear evidence in monitoring government actions. They stress that credibility will be key in building public trust. Organizers say the project will help amplify citizens' voices and improve how lawmakers respond to national needs. They believe stronger oversight will translate into better development outcomes across the country. And in Kenya, Kenya's Ford Kenya party has suffered a political setback after former Kiminini MP Chris Wamanwa quit to join the ruling United Democratic Alliance, that's the UDA, citing dissatisfaction with post-election arrangements. Wamalwa, a former Ford Kenya Secretary General, announced plans to contest the UDA Secretary General position in upcoming internal elections, challenging incumbent Hassan Omar. He also plans to run for Trans-Ngora governor in 2027, having previously lost the seat in 2022. The defection is seen as part of broader shifts in Trans-Nzoia, where Ford Kenya may be positioning former Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakum-Micha to challenge Governor John Natembeya in that election. And from Kenya, we'll move straight to Uganda, where Uganda's Army Chief General Muhoozi Kainerugaba has accused U.S. Embassy officials of helping opposition leader Bobi Wine, who went into hiding days after the disputed January 15th presidential election. Wine, also known as Robert Kyagulanyi, has been posting videos taunting the military while moving around the country. Kainerugaba said Wine is wanted dead or alive and warned that foreign powers attempting to assist him could strain relations. 43-year-old Wine rejected official election results, showing him with 24.7% of the vote, while President Yoweri Museveni won a seventh term with 71.6%. Hundreds of Wine supporters have been detained, and one deputy faces terrorism charges after a violent incident. The military has yet to specify any charges against Wine himself, but Police and Information Minister says he has committed no crime, but the army remains on alert to apprehend him, escalating fears of unrest in the country. Well, still in Uganda, incumbent Kawempe Division Mayor Emmanuel Serungoji of the United Unity Platform, that's the NUP, has won re-election polling with 23,715 votes, according to official results. Serungoji's closest rival, Farouk Shrimpo Bulimi of the National Resistance Movement, that's the NRM, scored 18,483 votes. Independent candidates Latif Sebangala Sengodo and Eric Njankasi Katende trailed with 5,866 and 1,896 votes respectively, while Forum for Democratic Change's Emmanuel Musuki secured 337 votes. The outcome followed a tense standoff after sealed ballot boxes were opened amid competing claims of victory, reinforcing Serungoji's hold in Kawempe Division and highlighting continued support for NUP in the area. Meanwhile, Uganda's economy is expected to grow between 6.5% and 7% in the financial year starts in July, a significant revision from the previous estimate of 10.4%. According to statistics, the Finance Ministry did not provide a reason for the downward revision. The country's economy was previously projected to grow 10.4% in the 2026-2027 financial year, driven by the start of oil production. Uganda plans to begin crude oil production from its western fields, operated by Total's Energy and CNOOC, which is expected to contribute to the country's economic growth. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an economist, a Nobel writer, and also a public and political affairs commentator on this table. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me.
Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is human rights lawyer and activist, Barrister Edward Okwaro Omatakiye. Barrister Edward is also a business associate as well as a legal practitioner in Uganda. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and my friend Peter Naske in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us all the way from Liberia is Mr. Hansen Blayan. Mr. Hansen is a communication professional and a media consultant as well. A very good afternoon, Mr. Hansen Blayan, and thank you for joining the conversation. Well, I think he's still trying to join the conversation because I've been told he's yet to join. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Iberenjwe. Mr. Martins is a financial advisor and also the CEO Wells Gate Insurance Agency in Nairobi, Kenya. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you, Mr. David, and the blend in the studio.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, let's start off from Uganda, where interesting stories are coming to our table. Let me start off with you, Barrister Edward. Again, the concerns about how Bobby Wine did escape the arrest by the military is one that has been making the round all across Africa. But then let's talk about the conversation coming from the military head. I'm talking about General Mahuzi, who has said that Bobby Wine is wanted dead or alive. What do you think is the reason why the military chief is making the statements, even though the police have not said anything as concerning what Bobby Wine has done aside being a candidate in the just concluded election?
Thank you, David, for that. According to me, number one, Ugandan chief has always issued statements in social media at night, during day, at any point, statements which are actually threatening, and not only even the leader of opposition as we talk, the Bob Wine. What is worrying, this is the same chief of military who came out and said he had already executed duties by killing fellow Ugandans over 30, and he was on the move to add the number. So all those statements are in actually domain. So I feel this is a criminal. Is not fit to run a government like Uganda. He's just seated there because he has been placed there by the family, placed there by the father. But in actual sense, Uganda is a very democratic country. Uganda is a country which has fought all the way from 1962 when they received independence. So this is a where you can actually come and sing on top of the graves of the Ugandans. It is unfortunate that is issuing statements is the same person who actually said a Ugandan government, Ugandan military is more super than the U.S. government, army, and he can crush the U.S. government if there is an attempt to actually fight them. Those are statements of actually a dying dog. I said again from this studio, the so-called the chief of military is in this seat because of Museveni, who soon will be retiring from all this or disappearing from any kind of politics, and he will not see the platform of actually competing in Uganda. All these culprits will be accounted, will be brought to book to account all their atrocities they have caused to Uganda.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio before I go to Kenya. Doctor, interestingly, the son of the president, because I like to call him that, even though he's the head of military in Uganda, have accused the U.S. Embassy of carefully managing to take away Bobi Wine after election. The question in the minds of almost all Africans is the fact that you are questioning the support, should there be one, on the part of the U.S. Embassy. That means he's trying to talk directly to Donald Trump, because that is what it means. What do you make of the fact that this accusation is coming at a time that even his father has been declared winner of the election?
Well, Bobi Wine's crime could be daring to contest
against the father.
Against the father, understand? Who are you to contend with the monarch? Because to me, Uganda is now like North Korea, where son succeeds father and grandson succeeds son. Understand? Because that's what we are seeing now. Because from all indications, he is positioning himself to succeed his father. And as such, will not have opposition. Or people who will want to contend with him.
Now, Doctor, on the part of the economy, as an economist that you are, looking at the fact that right now there is this level of decree on the part of the military and the police is not talking, should there be concerns for international donors, foreign direct investors to come into a system as hostile, as it were, in Uganda presently? Because again, there is the indication of the economy improving by some percentage this year.
Economy doesn't improve on paper. Economy improves on ground. Understand me? So, with the situation in the country, I don't see this. I see this figure as bogus. Understand?
Okay.
I see this figure as bogus. For you that to get that, even America is not even getting half of that. So how can you get that in a country that is not politically stable? Understand? Where there's no peace, there can never be development. So this is just on paper. They cannot really get that because there's no stability in the country. Understand?
Okay.
And again, there's no way America will watch Ugandan government arrest and imprison an innocent person. Understand me? So they have every right to protect him, defend him, and if he's in the American embassy today, he's free. Now, understand me?
Right.
Because there's no way Ugandan government or Ugandan military can go to U.S. embassy or any embassy to go and arrest somebody.
Well, some would differ on your position as concerning how they've been allowing people to have a free ground. You would recall that opposition figure Kizza Besigye is still on house arrest, even though we hear that his health is also not doing well. Looking at this, you did say now that the economy would not, again, get that 6 point.
It will never.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Kenya, where Martins Joy is joining this conversation. Mr. Martins, concerns are being raised about the fact that the military is talking, and there are projections of the fact that the economy of Uganda might just grow between 6.5 and 7% in the financial year starting in July. Elections are over. I would still ask the same question to Barrister in Uganda, because he's also a business associate as well, so he also knows a bit of business. But I'm staying with you as a financial expert, looking at the realities on ground, looking at the hostilities post-election that is still on ground. Opposition figures are saying, look, some of our members are still in the custody of the military. Do you think this projected figure might see the light of the day? 6.5% and between 7% in the financial year starting July.
Thank you, Mr. David. You know, to start with, for any country economy to grow, there are factors to consider. One is political factor. Right now, the climate in Uganda in terms of politics is not clean. So democracy is not given the power to exercise its space in the economic arena. As I said earlier, investors are attracted by a country that has the democratic rights safeguarded. Right now, you see when we speak about democracy, we speak about the people, and in this case, Uganda people are not aligning into the how the governance is run, because now it's like the Uganda is like it has been taken host by the military constitution, which should not, because it is a democratic country. It is to have its implementation of the undemocratic policies. And this attracting the country growth is something that we will not see the right of the day. Secondly, is what we call violence. Right now, the climate in Uganda, in terms of what we call politics, again, is in a dire constraint, because investors don't know what can happen tomorrow, what can happen any time sooner. So you find that
Oh dear.
Is what we call investors. Investors right now are weighing about there are many investors that they are invested, they are in the orange on Bob Wine. And since Bob Wine is not where to see, these people are pulling back. There is a lot of unemployment youths in Uganda. So you find they are in constraint in democracy, they are in constraint in other avenues to stabilize their economy.
All right, then. Let me take this same conversation to Uganda, where Barrister is still with us. Barrister Edward, investor confidence is what I want to talk about right now. There are concerns about the fact that, yes, post-election, election is over, the man at the helm of affairs is in power again, for the 7th time running, but the accusation of the United States Embassy as supporting Bobby Wine in escaping military arrest, as it were, would that pose a little constraint on the relationship between the U.S. and, of course, your country? Plus, how much of investor confidence is being experienced in the country presently? You are in Uganda. Give us a full understanding of what it looks like.
The situation in hand does not actually relate to the growth of the economy, which they are trying to fabricate in a paper. Just as my senior said in the studio, that economy cannot grow within the paper. Economy grows on the ground. The actual thing Uganda should do to grow the economy. Number one, actually Uganda should politically grow up, economy democratically grow up. In the event Uganda does not realize democracy, then that economy will never be realized in Uganda. We are talking about poor governance within the leadership of Museveni. The reason why you get that even though the opposition has been shielded, has been actually protected by other partners, it depends on what you are calling up as a president himself and your leadership. Museveni has demonstrated that Uganda is a superpower country in Africa, in the world, and it can handle things the way they want. So I don't think whether there are people who can, including even you, you can actually accept to relate yourself with a person who has decided to say, I want to kill my citizens, and now I will grow my economy. So I don't know how you grow your economy when you don't have people. Growth of economy is plus people you lead. And where the situation in the country is totally ungovernable, the corruption is silting everywhere, weak institutions are being captured, there are a lot of conflicts and wars within your political arena. So that alone can never give you a 6 to 7 economy. So I would actually encourage the US, if there is a hand, the US, to protect the opposition. That gives us hope that we have friends who can protect us. Because what we expected from the government after the election was to accept and say the election is over. Can we now come back to the table, call the opposition, call the rest of the partners on the table, and if there is somewhere government could actually even accept and admit some of the mistakes they have done, so that the other parties can also accept and sit on the table and talk. Let's grow the economy together. The economy is grown by both partners, investors, the government. You bring all people, all partners on the table so that the economy can grow. But as we talk, the country is shut down politically. The country is still in the moods of elections. We have not started anything at home. We are still eating oil food, whereby we don't know whether the rains will come for us to go to the gardens. So there is no economy which will grow. That one, put it down.
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to stay with you because, yes, you've just given us a major insight on what it looks like in Uganda. But I want us to take a journey to Niger Republic, where there was, so to say, an attack, a terrorist attack. According to, I'm talking about the Niger's military ruler, Abdurrahmani Tiani, who was accused French President Emmanuel Macron, Benin Republic's President Patrice Talon, and Ivory Coast President Alassane Ouattara of sponsoring the terrorist attack on Niamey's international airport. Now, you would recall that this particular incident happened on Monday, where, of course, before midnight, where it involved gunfire and explosion, damaging aircraft and injuring 4 soldiers. Now, some have said that this particular attack, according to the military ruler now, is clearly but fine-tuned as targeting their reserve. I'm talking about the National Reserve. What's your position with this accusation from the president of Niger Republic, the military ruler?
You know, these military rulers have come with one intention. Where you get all countries which actually support democracy, which support issues concerning a rule of law, they tend to go against these countries. And it is what is happening. I've started seeing what is happening in Burkina Faso, where you kill all the political parties. On the other hand, it is also not bad, but now we need to be a bit careful as Africans. We should not just raise up hands and pinpoint where you don't have facts. So the facts need to come to the table. If there is an admission from the people being mentioned, then it would be unfortunate on my side. That will be an unfortunate situation.
Well, again, a lot of persons have said that Tiani's accusation lacked proof. And I'm bringing this conversation back to the studio because, again, like I said earlier, Tiani's accusation lacks proof. Doctor, as it stands, a regional backlash is involving Benin Republic, is involving Cote d'Ivoire. how much of a regional bilateral relationship can these countries have again going forward with this level of accusation being, of course, in cahoots with the French president?
Well, saying that it lacks proof, understand, I may not agree with you.
You think because he's the commander-in-chief, he has more intel?
The commander-in-chief receives daily security briefings, understand? And security is not what you discuss openly, understand?
Right.
It is not what you discuss openly. But if you check now, Benin and Ivory Coast, that as we speak, are in partnership with France. Understand? These countries have civilians as their head of government. Understand?
Okay.
And if you remember what happened between Niger and France, because France was chased out. The uranium that they have been buying for as cheap as anything was also stopped.
Right.
Understand? So Macron is not happy with Niger. And understand me? And he didn't want what happened in Niger to happen in Benin. And that was why he has to work with Nigerian president to stop the coup in Benin. So that's why he has to work with the Nigerian president that's to stop the coup in Benin. Now, Benin, the president of Benin will have to be reciprocating to whatever Macron said. So for me, I don't want to dismiss it entirely, but France should focus on their own economy. France's economy is not doing bad as we speak.
Right.
Understand? And Emmanuel Macron will be going very soon. So for me, he should focus on his economy and leave Africa alone.
So you think because of the dependency of the uranium by France is the reason why this level of attack is coming?
They are not happy. Macron is not happy. He will want a change of government in Niger that could bring them back. Understand me? Macron will want a change of government in Niger that will bring French government back to Niger. Because right now, France's economy is not doing good at all. And any election in France, Macron will be on his way out.
Now, Doctor, before I move to Kenya, some have said this Niger junta is fabricating foreign complexity in all of this to justify its reliance on its sweet Russian support. I use that word loosely.
Then what of sweet French support? What of if we have a sweet Russia support, we also have a sweet French support?
So, in other words, you think
that... let them go, let Africa solve their own problem.
Now,
That's my concern.
Okay, I like your last line, really, because if Africa should solve our problem, definitely we won't be getting this conversation, because I wanted to ask you, what do you make of the fact that with this interference...
We don't meddle in their own affairs.
With this interference, really, what I wanted to find out from you is where then lies the sovereignty of the Sahel? Because this is, major interference, both from France and from Russia. But I like the fact that you did say, let them go, let Africa solve our problem. Let me go to Kenya. Mr. Martins, this conversation concerns squarely about the natural resource. Uranium, particularly, is what we're talking about. But then the military leader of Niger, clearly saying that France clearly is the ones in cahoots with Cote d'Ivoire and the country just left my head. Benin Republic. Thank you so very much, Doctor. This relationship caused that attack on Monday on that airport. What do you make of this story, Mr. Martins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. David. You see, the issue, as you have said, it is the uranium, and uranium is one of the minerals that are used for what we call what we call nuclear energy.
Yes.
And I think what has happened in this Western country in Africa, foreigner that has been dominating those regions, and when they exchanged ends with Russia. Like now, if you see Niger has quoted Russia to be in their country, they have taken all of matters to do with the nuclear energy. So you find that France is feeling as if they have been humiliated, or their power to dominate in Africa has been ruined. That's why now you see there is even what we call political interest. There are brokers in this avenue within the country who were harassed with France. So it means that when these brokers feel that their deal has not seen the right, that's when now they are coming with this analogy of terrorism. So what it should be is that Niger should form their internal security meetings so that they can implement policies to counter their security stability. Because now, if there is a security threat in the country, it will affect their economic growth. And the same case when there will be loopholes for this terrorism to counter the security of this country. So the move is very good. Let's say Africa should resist this colonial from since time of independence that are gambling on our minerals, and they are making our economy not to steer so that we can experience the benefit that comes with the growth and of independence as well.
All right, then let me take this conversation to Uganda while I'm going to round up with this whole conversation all round up, all three of you. Interestingly, Burkina Faso's military-led government has dissolved all political parties and, of course, scrapping the legal framework governing their operations. Of course, the leader cited widespread abuses and dysfunction in the country's multi-party system. Now, Barrister, over 100 registered parties, 15 were represented in the last parliament election that was held in 2020. This decision by the military leader, I'm talking about Ibrahim Traore, is this a positive move? Because some have said this is another move like that of Guinea, where the military leader also found his way as a democratically elected president. Is this a move of sorts happening in Burkina Faso? Or is this trying to really, like the presidency did say, try to making sure that the political landscape becomes more sane than what it was before now? What's your position, Barrister?
Yeah, I think the move on my side should be negative to the country, on the other hand, because a country without democratic space to play politics tends to actually bend to a wrong direction. A country where you try to limit policies from other parties also brings some kind of issues. Actually,
but what if those parties are not functional?
I would relate this to at the time our military ruler Museveni came in power. I think he tried that, but at least for him, he opened a platform for other political parties to play a role, though there was some limitation. So I believe it will not be a positive thing. It will not be right for the president, a military president ruler, to actually kill all these political parties. Probably would have brought some kind of alternative on how to eliminate some of these parties which are not performing in the country, so that now their rearrangement would be formed. I believe that will be the work of the policies, which should actually work faster before and taking action the way you have taken it right now.
All right, then let me go to Kenya before I come to the studio and, of course, round up. In 30 seconds, Mr. Martins, your position with the new move by the military leader, Ibrahim Traore, in Burkina Faso?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. David. I think this issue whereby military coup has taken over, but basically what we can see from Burkina Faso, the African leaders should come up with a way of implementing their policies better. Because when democracy is in denial or in betrayal, we're gonna see the military taking over and suppress any democratic rights that have been put in place.
Right.
One of the democratic rights is having political multipartyism in a democratic country. But when the now military takes over, the democracy of the country will be in a dire constraint.
All right.
Secondly, is that we have seen the president of Burkina Faso currently doing very well, but now silencing the multipartyism which bear fruit to democracy. We don't know the intention behind it. So Burkina Faso might be seeing dark times from now going forward.
All right,
so this should be a mirror to every continental leaders.
All right, then, Doctor, finally, some have said the dissolution of political party, opposition figures have said, look, this is not a genuine attempt to rebuild the state. This is just somebody trying to entrench military dictatorship under, of course, the military leader, Ibrahim Traore.
Well,
opposition as well.
I've not read the constitution of Burkina Faso, but I know that most constitutions in the world uphold freedom of association.
Right.
Understand?
Yes.
And when you begin to ban all these associations, you are infringing on our fundamental human rights. So to me, it's not a good one, understand? There should be space for people to relate, to associate, and to share their views.
Even though
it is through these political associations.
Even though the parties are not functional, in the last election, 100 parties registered, just 15 were able to file a candidate.
That's just like in Nigeria, government funds some of these parties.
Yes.
So when you have 100 parties, it will be chaotic. For me, it should be regulated and not abolished.
Okay, I think that is another beautiful position to end this conversation. Thank you so very much, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being here, a writer and also an economist and also a public and political affairs commentator as well. Thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Also, thank you so very much, Barrister Edward Okwara Matakinye, human rights lawyer and also human rights activist and legal practitioner in Uganda. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martin Sibirin-Jue, also for joining the conversation. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst, a financial expert, and also the CEO, Worldgate Insurance Agency in Nairobi. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for being here as well.
Thank you so much.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay. Glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Christopher Leoward, the South African Reserve Bank's chief economist and a monetary policy committee member, is taking early retirement effective March the 1st, 2026. Leoward, who joined the central bank in 2011, will start a 6-month cooling-off period, and the process of appointing his successor is underway. Leoward's departure serves the SARB's MPC and 6 members one short of his full complement. He had been with the central bank for 13 years, previously serving 13 years at the National Treasury. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking business and still in South Africa. The South African rand weakened against the US dollar in early trade on Friday, trading at 15.90 against the dollar, about 1% weaker than Thursday's close. The dollar's strength was driven by a 0.4% gain against a basket of currencies and rumors of a more hawkish Federal Reserve chair. The rand, a risk-sensitive currency, is taking cues from global drivers like US policy and local factors. Data from the South African Reserve Bank showed M3 money supply growth at 8.16% last month, drawn down from 8.26% in November. Later in the day, South Africa's Reserve Service Agency and National Treasury are expected to publish trade and budget balance data respectively. South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond was weaker in early deals, with the yield up 14.5 basis points to 8.11%. Still talking business, and in Liberia, Liberia's Fishery Authority is seeking feedback on the new national management plan for small-scale fishing, with stakeholders urged to contribute to the draft before it's finalized. The National Fishery and Aquaculture Authority, that's NAFA, held a pre-validation workshop in Monrovia, the capital, where participants discussed the plan's details. Director General Designate J. Cyrus Saigbe said the document will guide the sector's operations once approved. A 2-week window has been opened for written submission before final approval. The plan aims to tackle illegal fishing and promote sustainability in Liberia's coastal economy with support from international partners like the European Union. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Liberia-born teenager Josiah King, 70 years of age, has signed a professional contract with Arsenal Football Club. The London-based club has announced. King, a defender, has risen through Arsenal's youth academy and is the latest talent to emerge from the club's development program. The signing is seen as a boost for Liberia's football prospects, following in the steps of former stars like George Weah and Christopher Rare. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The Nigeria Electricity Consumers Advocacy Network, NECAN, has criticized the federal government's service-based electricity tariff policy, saying the changes have failed to reduce subsidy payments and have instead worsened inefficiencies in the power sector. Speaking on the policy, NECA National Secretary Uke Tubunga said the introduction of the Band A tariff regime, which the government had described as a way to reduce subsidies, has had the opposite effect. He accused the distribution companies or discos of continuing to collect tariffs despite inconsistent power supply, and noted that the original purpose of the service-based tariff system has collapsed, pointing to fundamental flaws in Nigeria's electricity demand structure. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke to citizens who shared their thoughts on the ongoing electricity crisis and the challenges they face with power supply.
There is nowhere in the world that government don't subsidize energy. It's only here that we are hearing that we have to now begin to look at faces, you being band A, you being B, and you being C. Even at the end of the day, Nigerians cannot still get the electricity to use. And you know what that means. So I am not seeing any change. The way NEPA was unbundled, we were like, oh, we're going to see difference. We saw Genco, we saw Disco, we saw Transmission Company of Nigeria and all others. Unfortunately, the Genco are doing well. They are generating. But when they transmit to national grid, the system cannot carry it. Then we'll now begin to see failure in transformer and even the wires. And at the end of the day, you will not get light. In that same country where it is not, the electricity is not available, somebody is saying, is categorizing the band, is making some people to be in A, to pay higher, some people to be in B and all that. What was the criteria that was used in this band, distribution of this band? Have you asked? Were you asked which of them you want to belong to so that I'll give you 24-hour electricity? Would you like to be in band A? Do you know how many people are living in some area where they have band A that they cannot pay? These are people who are struggling to even meet their daily on daily basis. Then you are not telling them being in band A when they cannot pay. The federal government need to look into what we are talking about. We need to look into how were these things done. These are the things I was expecting the National Assembly to do. So since it's not working, let's look for a way to see how to get the laws that actually brought us to this level and see how we can amend it and make it functional.
If you have electricity 24/7, I think it will do a lot of good for the country too. Because people will like to come in and do their business. Companies will do well. I think it will also reduce the rates whereby what is it called? Inflation will also come down because we have to sell things at a higher cost due to fuel scarcity and the rest. So there are a lot of benefits that comes with having 24/7 electricity in the country.
As citizens continue to speak out, they are urging the government to take decisive action to resolve the electricity crisis and ensure a reliable power supply for all Nigerians. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to another amazing episode of Health Check here on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters and it's a delight to bring you insightful discussions surrounding your health and well-being. Right, so every week on this show, we examine the everyday choices that we make about our health, that often seem small, normal, and even harmless, but can carry very serious consequences. But today's conversation is absolutely interesting. It's something that many of us can even relate to. At some point, we've all felt a symptom and made a quick decision. You know what I'm talking about. No, we guessed. Probably you came down with a headache and you just assumed it's malaria. you just bought drugs over the counter, you took antibiotics, you literally did self-medication, you know. Some even took herbs. We try herbs. Oh, let me go the local route. Agbo. And we hoped everything would be fine with that. But the question is this: what if that assumption is wrong? I mean, what if the treatment is hiding the real problem? What if the real danger isn't the illness, but how we are actually treating it? And that's why today on Health Check, we're having an important conversation. Self-medication versus lab testing. What are we really risking? And to help us unpack this clearly and responsibly, I am joined by Dawodu Joseph, a medical laboratory scientist, someone who works where answers are found, not just assumptions. You're welcome to Health Check, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, it's a pleasure to have you on the show today. How are you feeling, sir?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
How's the job been so far?
It's cool. It's cool.
I have, imagined what it's like to be a medical laboratory scientist, how that you have to deal with lots of samples and all of that, and how you cannot even make mistakes at all. You cannot afford to make mistakes.
You must be highly careful and mindful of what you are doing, because you're handling people's life, people's samples, either blood, any form of specimen, identify an individual's life. So it's like you are handling someone's life, and you must handle it with utmost care, whereby you must be precise and accurate in your diagnosis without any form of mistake, because any mistake can lead to death and severe complications.
You know, talking about mistakes now, it's really sad. I heard of a scenario. A doctor was actually telling this to me, how that someone who was not even, sick with cancer was diagnosed of cancer because of wrong samples. You know, her sample was switched with someone with cancer. And this person was already undergoing chemo. And you know how bad this is, having been treated with something that you don't even have in your system. And this really tells us how important your job is.
In this century, with the aid of technology, I think the issue of mistakes, misplacement of samples have been almost, I can say, totally eradicated. And
honestly,
it is not in this century. So this century, we have a precise diagnosis almost all over the country, Nigeria, and for now, the medical laboratory practices is practiced at top notch.
All right.
Laboratory, bachelor practice to examine the samples in whatever forms it might come, and it's as a subdivisions. Some are called the chemical pathologists, some are called the microbiologists. We have the hematologists, those that really deal with bloods, most of the time majorly on blood, and the microbiologists, those that deal directly with bacteria of all forms. We have the parasitologists, those that deal with parasites of all forms. We have the the people that specify basically on histological samples, biopsy and the likes, and so on as well. We have the molecular aspect of the profession. So it's a very wide scope of studies, whereby the knowledge is vast, and it's really a backbone of medicine.
All right. So at what point should people meet you? Should they meet you when they are calm or when they are already worried? I mean, when the particular condition they're struggling with is already escalated, or should they meet you at the very first point of symptoms?
Yeah, if there is any complication or problem going on in the body system, our clients are advised to visit a nearby healthcare establishment or probably an healthcare center, whereby probably an healthcare center whereby they'll meet. The first contact is the medical records, their vitals is being taken. Then they are going to go see the doctor, whereby the doctor, after proper evaluation of the patient, the doctor will write prescribe the right tests to run in order to get a convincing findings and diagnosis, whereby it will lead to further treatment and give the right medications to the patient.
All right, so if I get you correctly, the doctor has to be the one to, refer the patients to the lab.
Normal circumstances, it must come from the doctor to the lab.
All right. That's amazing. All right, so let's talk about self-medication. This is actually one of the very, very major topics that, we have on the show today. So let's be very honest, actually. Self-medication feels very convenient.
Yes.
You'd agree with me?
Comfortable.
It's very comfortable.
Easy to access.
Exactly. You don't have to go meet the doctor. You just tell yourself, it could be this. And it's very, very dangerous in as much as it is also very comfortable.
Yeah.
So people say things like, I know my body, I've felt like this before, it's normal, I know what to take, all right? So from what you see on a daily basis, why do people feel so confident treating themselves?
Yeah, as you said, self-medication is very easy to access and so easy and cheap. And people feel comfortable to relate with the nearest alternatives, to let me say, nearest healthcare provider, the nearest alternative to just alleviate their pains or their discomfort. So they go and access any kind of treatment to suit themselves, which can lead to complications, prolonged treatment, and consequences like death. Because when you take all lots of antibiotics, it leads to antibiotics resistance complication, which means that your body has been too familiar with these particular drugs. So when you now access the main treatment or access an healthcare professional, then there will be issues in getting an higher regime of antibiotics to be able to deal with your discomfort.
Condition,
and that can lead to prolong of treatment, complications, and that's when some people will spend more time in the hospital than
they
usual.
should. Yeah. Exactly. So if you ask me, I think it's about saving time, saving money, and having to go through the stress of the registration and then getting to see the doctor and everything. What do you think is really the problem with
it is I will not say it is the stress. People just feel ignorant towards that aspect of going to the hospital. In this part of the country, when you tell people, have you visited the hospital, they now incorporate religious beliefs and so many beliefs, traditional beliefs, that no, I'm not meant to go to the hospital because I believe in my personal belief, either a Christian, Muslim, or the other part of belief system. So I think our belief system in this part of the country has make people to feel ignorant of visiting the healthcare provider. It is not when you are sick or when you are down with some ailment you visit the hospital, but you can visit the hospital for a regular routine check. It can be yearly, it can be biannually, as comfortable it might be for you. So it's good to visit the healthcare provider as often as possible to prevent being down of certain diseases. And nowadays, before you know, a young chap of 22, 23 is down with cancer. A man or a lady of 30-something is down with cancer because there are some symptoms that has been coming up day by day, year by year, and they are like, it's nothing. So the accumulation and the prolong of that abnormalities in the body leads to severe consequences that can lead to terminal diseases.
It's really sad. This is why we should actually keep spreading awareness on how important, early medications, early diagnosis is. Go for your regular checkup and all of that. So still about self-medication, right? Some people say, after I took this drug, I felt better. That sounds like success, after I take this drug, I wasn't having this pain anymore. Or you just go take a cough syrup and then the cough probably subsides and all of that. So according to your profession, right, does feeling better always mean that the illness is gone?
No, feeling better does not mean that the ailment is gone.
Okay.
Because it's just like someone that has headache and takes paracetamol and felt that all is well. So many things can cause headache. So many things can cause an abdominal pain. Ulcer can cause an abdominal pain. Food poisoning can cause it. Even a kidney issue can cause an abdominal pain. So many things can cause an abdominal pain or headache, even stress, that you don't even need anything. Just relax, take water and have a good sleep can just alleviate that. But people will still go back to use some high level of analgesics, which is very infectious to the liver and the kidney. So taking a substance to alleviate a particular kind of symptoms is not the best way to treat yourself. You must find the root cause.
Yes.
The root cause of that headache, the root cause of that pain, the root cause of that abdominal pain, the root cause of that discomfort in your eye, your hair, any part of the body must lead to you consulting a health professional for proper diagnosis. You cannot assume. There is no assumption in medicine.
Exactly.
You must be definite with that root cause of that abnormalities in your system as at that point. Physiologically, it must be proven before medication.
Medications. Yeah, I'm actually very, very curious now, right? What really happens when symptoms are suppressed and the cause remains?
Yes. It's just someone complaining an abdominal pain and uses any drugs. The pain, as at that point, can subside. And the cause still remains. After sometimes, when the chemistry of the drugs is being exhausted in the body, the pains aggravate again.
So it's possible that the body looks calm on the outside, but the issue is still there.
The issue still sustains. When the chemistry is being gone and is being exhausted, then the pain, the root still occurs. So the person find himself, him or herself back to the consequence of not visiting the health practitioner. It will still reoccur. It's just like appendicitis. That's inflammation of the appendix. You feel the pain, you take paracetamol, the pain will calm, we subside. Doesn't mean that the appendix, the appendicitis has been treated. But because of ignorance, they feel that after taking an analgesic, the appendix is gone. Or some will just take herbs, thinking that it is gone, without even testing which stage is it? Is it being infected? And what step to be taken? So all those things has been ignored, and we have been overshadowed by self-medication and unprofessional referral. Go and meet this person. Go and meet that man. Is good in this. Is good in that. Without any professional backing. So,
wow. All right, so let's talk about antibiotics now. Okay, I've seen lots and lots of scenarios where antibiotics has been abused. I mean, it has literally turned to an everyday drug, which you would agree with me that it's not so healthy, right? So When did antibiotics start being a special drug and start being an everyday medicine? I mean, according to your profession, right? How does antibiotics help or actually works in the body, and how should it be avoided?
Antibiotics are being prescribed for a certain abnormalities or for certain issue in the system. And they are meant to be used as prescribed. You are meant to follow the dosage. You are meant to follow the manufacturer instructions, which the doctors and the pharmaceuticals professional are aware of and are trained to know. So when there is a discomfort in you, the next thing is not to use an antibiotics, is to see the healthcare provider on which antibiotics to use, what strength, and this deals with either sometimes it deals with gender, it deals with your body mass index, it deals with your weight, it deals with your height. So all these things are being put together to prescribe an antibiotics and of which strength to an individual. So you cannot just rise up and take a 500 milligram antibiotics when you are meant to take an 100 milligram antibiotics. This will now fall a consequence to the damage both to the liver and to the kidney. So it's making you spend more. It will now take more of your time. So it's not even time saving. It's time consuming, because when
it's killing you faster.
When it's killing and it's killing the kidney, it's killing the liver, then you have to spend more on therapy. You have to spend more on consultations. You have to spend more on more expensive drugs than the cheaper one that you have used, which has caused you a lot and a damage in your body. So antibiotics are not to be used without prescription. They are meant to be used descriptively, because you cannot just assume that because Lagbaja took a Ciprotab of 500 milligram, so you must use a Ciprotab at that moment. That is what we call a sensitivity in the microbiology aspect of the laboratory, we after determining the causative agent or organism of a certain ailment or disease or pathological state, there will be a sensitivity test that will now determine which kind of antibiotics
can
that will work for you according to that ailment, to that disease. This antibiotics is right for this kind of treatment. So if you are not being cleared on the kind of antibiotics, when you use another kind of antibiotics or another regime, it will just, for that moment, it will alleviate the pain, but does not mean that disease will not come back. It might still reoccur again. That infection that you are treating with an unknown antibiotics can still reoccur again. And when it reoccurs,
it could even be worse.
It comes with a greater symptoms and with a greater effect on the body.
Wow. That's very, very, something that we should all look out for. So let's talk about malaria.
Okay.
Right? I think this particular ailment has gotten so many misconceptions. In many homes, once you have fever, once you have headache, the next one is to go and get malaria drug. I know that. And I don't know if you've seen a lot of that in your profession as well. Exactly. So how often does malaria turn out to be something else?
Yeah, according to the Ministry of Health, Lagos State, the studies has been proven that malaria has, don't let me say entirely wiped out, but malaria symptoms, malaria as a whole has been reduced to the minimal stage. So most of people comes up with malaria symptoms, at the end of the day ends up with other treatment or other diagnosis different from malaria. So many people, fever does not mean you have malaria. Fever can be associated with headache, can be associated with so many things. So like a friend that has a concurrent fever and browsed the internet, and according to what he assumed, so the internet brought that he is infected with HIV, and he was like saying the last prayers, doing also. I said visit the nearest healthcare center or healthcare provider. He went and he was diagnosed negative, and he was not convinced enough. He had to visit like 3 or 4 before he could now accept that he is negative of HIV. So that fever can mean so many things.
Yeah.
Fever can translate into so many things. Hypertension can cause fever. Infections can cause fever. Stress can cause fever. So fever does not mean that you have malaria until you are tested. Until you are tested, you can be declared either positive or negative. So if you are negative, you are negative. If you are positive, that means that you have malaria. Malaria is not automatic. It is not because I've been feeling headache, it means I'm done with malaria. You must be tested. You must be tested. There are so many abuse of malaria drugs. You see when you are passing by the street, you see so many hawking drugs. And I would advise people, it's not good for your health. One, you don't know, so many people are not conscious about the expiring dates. So many people are not conscious. So there are so many things to watch out for when you are just getting medications from hawkers or roadsides buyers, sellers. It is not advisable. So you must be tested before you can confirm whether you have malaria or not. Malaria can come in all forms of symptoms. In fact, so many terminal disease can manifest like malaria at the first stage. So if you are overwhelmed with self-treatment and medication, that means that you are treating the wrong diagnosis, you are treating the wrong ailment, you are treating the wrong infection. So it is advisable when you have any symptoms that relate to malaria, it can mean so many things.
All right, so aside malaria, are there other illnesses that also are hidden in the body that we can also, have misconceptions about?
Yeah, all disease or infections have similar symptoms and manifestation. That is why...
Emphasis on similar.
Yeah, so that is why you have to get tested to be able to determine what exactly you are down with and what exactly is wrong with you. So that's why proper diagnosis is very crucial and important, because you cannot guess. There is no guessing in medicine.
There is no guessing in medicine.
There is no guessing
Say
in
that
medicine.
again.
There is no guessing in medicine. Medicine is large, is vast, so you cannot do a assume or do a minimal or guessing work in the theater or in the laboratory as you, because it's just someone that has a low blood sugar, and you just want to prescribe an anti-diabetic drugs. So you must know the level of the diabetics before prescribing a drug. The blood sugar is 140. If the blood sugar test is 150, if the blood sugar is 230, if the blood sugar is 300, the approach is different. So because your family member is diabetic, does not mean you will use the same drug or medications he or she is using, you have to get tested and follow the right prescription.
You know, talking about the right prescription, something you said really struck me, and it's something I have actually seen for myself. How people just get drugs on the roadside. And it's actually very, very appalling because these people you are getting these drugs from are not medical professionals. They're not certified medical professionals. Yeah. And they are not, they're just telling you, in my opinion, I feel like they are just giving you drugs so that they can sell their market. Yeah. Not necessarily because it is what you need at the time. So we really need to tell the viewers how important it is to have a certified, medical, record before treating any drug. Yeah,
I appreciate Lagos State and the Ministry of Health, whereby they have a task force that goes around. They are called a FEMA. They go around the states to ensure that even an established health provider as a right people at the right place, and they are well certified. Either a doctor, a laboratory scientist, a pharmacist, a nurse, and the issue of apprenticeship or locum or apprenticeship in health sector is being eradicated in Lagos State. You cannot see someone running a 6-month nursing or not running a 6-month course to become a medical laboratory technician or a scientist or a pharmacist or a technician in Lagos State. It has been eradicated. So there is no room for mediocrity in Lagos State health system. It has been eradicated. So any facility in Lagos State that is established now has the requirement to be established. So it is detriment to your own safety if you visit a roadside health provider. I don't say health provider.
Are they health providers?
A roadside seller or
hawkers
or I don't know the name to call them, quacks. Their name they are called quacks. They are all quacks, and the damage they have caused innocent citizen is alarming. When you get to the tertiary institutions and the secondary facilities, you see people down with kidney issues, down with liver issues, down with blood cancers, down with so many things.
And you don't know what could have caused.
Because they have consumed a lot that the body cannot absorb. They have consumed a lot that the body cannot even break down, cannot even metabolized. So the organs are being overwhelmed, and before you know, at tender age, people are coming down with terminal disease, organs failure that is not really related to that age. So many people have been hospitalized with what they have been ignorant of. So my admonition on people, on citizens of Lagos State is that they should visit the nearest healthcare provider or the nearest healthcare center. In Lagos State, you have over 100 healthcare primary healthcare center you can visit, which is free, accessible, and cheap to some extent. So
to some extent.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's cheap. And it's free to some extent. So it's
cheap is relative,
It's cheap. The primary healthcare provider in Lagos State is cheap and accessible. So you, with your economical level, you can access, no matter how poor or rich you are, you can access any health facility in Lagos State, and you can be treated appropriately in Lagos State. And in Nigeria, the federal government has done a lot. Lagos State is doing a lot. So you don't have any excuses of not visiting the right healthcare provider in Nigeria and in Lagos State at large.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, we've been talking a lot about, how important it is to go through the right process to get your condition well treated. But right about now, we're going to have a short break. And when we return, we're talking about the herbal remedies and we'll delve deeper into this conversation. Please stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still joined by Mr. Dawodu Joseph, who is a medical laboratory scientist. And we've been talking about, how important it is to not self-medicate, but to go through the right process, which is, of course, go to the doctor, get tested, go to the laboratory, and then, have the right and correct diagnosis for your treatment. So right about now, we're talking about the herbal remedies and talking about how we should trust that. Okay, when we talk about herbal remedies, we talk about things like, the natural resources, the things that we have right at our disposal, and, comparing it literally. So herbal remedies are trusted by many, and it is deeply rooted in culture. It is what majority of a lot of people know, right? So let's look at that, Mr. Joseph. So where should the line be drawn between, going through herbal remedy and science?
Herbal remedy, science, they're all together. The herbal remedy is part of science, is part of medicine. They are incorporated. So that is to say, there are regulators or regulatory body that manage and oversees the herbal professionals, in which they are being trained, they are learned, and they complement medicine. There is a complementary science, so whereby they are being trained to prescribe herbs as doctors will prescribe drugs. They are being trained to prescribe herbs. They are being trained on therapeutic herbal prescription. So they are being the dose, the strength. They are being trained by their regulatory bodies. So any herbal professional in Lagos State or in I don't know, in other parts of the state, in Lagos State are certified by their regulatory bodies. So it is suicidal to now at this century, because of your previous usage of herbs at this century, to start cooking herbs yourself, deciding the portion to use by yourself, and it's consequential to the systems and the organs of the body. So you should.
So even herbs should not be self-medicated.
Should not be self-medicated. You should visit the professionals in this line, in this area of science. Is a different aspect of science whereby you have to consult before taking any sort of herb. Herb is good to the body, but at a right proportion.
At the right proportion.
Yeah.
Talking about the right proportion, we know we have so many road sellers that sell this thing called agbo, right? So what would you say about that? You know, some people might just say, okay, I'm feeling this way, madam, give me something for it or something like that. So what would you say about that?
Concerning the roadside herb sellers, I will not overrule that. We see them all over the streets, and I know that Lagos State has been doing a lot to curb those instances, and these people are against the law, and it is a criminal offense right now to even sell herbs on the road, because they already have an instituted body that oversees herbs in general. So we call them complementary health science. So they complement science using herbs at the right proportion. So if you're out there still using herbs in your own intellectual capacity or in your own decision, then you are making a big and a grievous mistake. So you need to consult a registered and a certified herb consultant or herb therapist. You cannot just go and visit any alagbo that is not certified. So many people sell agbo based on family inheritance, because in our family, the trade we do is selling agbo.
Yes.
Using agbo does not mean that you are totally cured. As I said, it can just alleviate the pain, but it might reoccur. And when it reoccurs, it comes with a double force and with a double consequence. So you are not expected to use any form of abuse of drugs. Herbs are categorized as drugs. So in forms of drug, you are not advised to self-medicate. We have professionals at all levels of science and medicine. So if you are comfortable with herb, you can visit a certified herb therapist. And if it is the herb therapist that will now refer you to a doctor if needs arises. Like you have the traditional, the tradomedicals. They call them tradomedicals.
Tradomedicals.
Tradomedicals. Yeah, I just remind tradomedicals. They are assigned to this aspect of medicine, whereby they treat with herbs and natural resources around us.
Is it actually even possible to treat with both?
That's why I said you must consult your physician. Your physician will be in the best position to tell you what to use and what to stay away from. So when you visit your physician, your consultant, they will direct you aright. And they will direct you in a right way to go concerning your diagnosis and medications.
All right. So let's go back to laboratory tests and all of that. So what changes when treatment is guided by test results? And how does early testing actually help and save people?
Yeah.
How important is it?
We have stages of diseases. We have the acute, the chronic, and the likes. So when a symptoms arises, a signs arises in your body, the first thing is to visit the nearest health provider, which will enhance proper diagnosis. And when a test is being prescribed, you come to the test and do according as doctor stated. So that will give the doctor a direction in the diagnosis and the treatment. When you have appeared to the doctor's consulting room and you tell your manifestations, you tell your signs, you tell your symptoms, you explain yourself. The doctor, by his own knowledge and by his own professional skills, will write out the necessary tests to guide him in diagnosis. So when that test is being carried out, it guides the doctor in further diagnosis and further treatment. And that is what will now make the conclusion in the medication to be prescribed. Because when you are treating an ailment in your body, you must identify the root cause. If you have headache, if you are feeling, if you appear with any sort of headaches, the doctor should be able to identify the root cause of that headache. If it's stress, if it's caused by tumor, if it's caused by physiological disorders, and what kind of disorder. Even is it hypertension that can lead to cardiac arrest? So it gives the doctor the right channel to treat you, the right channel to direct treatment, diagnosis. The doctor will not start combining A, B, C together, but the test result will give the doctor the direction to go. It will lead the doctor in the right path of diagnosis instead of giving room for assumptions and guesswork. Laboratory test directs the doctor or the physician in the right diagnosis and treatment.
So there was something you mentioned earlier. You said we should go for medical checkup as often as we can.
As possible.
Yeah, as often as possible. So according to your line of profession, what basic tests should we stop postponing? Should we really do? Because most of the time we don't even know where to start. Because there are so many phases to this. There are so many aspects to check up. So we don't really know where to start, especially for different age groups and all of that. So what basic tests should we not postpone? What basic test is actually very, very important for everyone to do?
For a routine check, it is based on age and gender. For a man of 50 years and above, the routine checks will differ from a young guy of 15, 25. So for that age upward, 50, 40, they are advised to extend their routine check to check for their prostates, to check for their kidney functions, their liver functions, and the likes. And for the females that are in their childbearing age or have exceeded their childbearing age, like they're in the menopause age, they are advised to run cervical tests amidst other tests. So when you come for a routine check in a health center or health provider, the doctor will still clock you on your current feelings, on your current age, on your current symptoms. So it is your answers that will direct the physician on what to do and what to ignore. Because there are so many tests to carry out. There are so many invasive tests and non-invasive tests to carry out during routine checks. So it is your age, what you feel, what you confess to your consultant that will direct your path towards the routine check that is peculiar to you or not.
All right. So before we go, let's just take one or two myths and facts, right? So is it true that once symptoms are gone, the problem is solved?
As I said, no.
All right.
That can be ascertained by the test and the right diagnosis.
All right,
when you follow the test and the right diagnosis, when the pains is gone, then when the pains is gone, then it's there is a guarantee and assurance that the ailment is gone. But if you don't follow the right procedure, then there is no assurance that the alleviation of the pains signals the end of the disease or the infection. That means that if things are done rightly, it means that once the pain is gone, is alleviated, then the root cause of the pain is gone.
All right. Lastly, is testing only for serious illnesses?
That's why I said testing is not for only serious illnesses. Testing should be done at intervals, annually, biannually. Depends on your capacity, depends on your availability. So testing should be defined as routine check. It shouldn't be done at the point of death, shouldn't be done at the point of pain, shouldn't be done at the
when it is critical
point of discomfort or critical. It should be done at every interval to avoid any form of diseases or terminal illnesses.
Wow. Well, this has been a very interesting conversation. I mean, today's conversation has helped us look beyond habits. We've learned that symptoms are signals, they are not conclusions, and that relief is not always healing. We've also learned that antibiotics are losing their power through misuse and abuse, that not every fever is malaria, and that herbal remedies without diagnosis can complicate healing. But most importantly, we've learned that lab testing is not a last resort. It should be the starting point. You know, your health deserves clarity, not guesswork, not assumptions. And like our guest said, we don't assume in medicine. So before you treat, test. Before you assume, confirm. Because the right diagnosis leads to the right treatment and the right outcome. Many thanks to Dawodu Joseph. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I really appreciate this
Dawodu
section.
Joseph is a medical laboratory scientist, and I really want to appreciate you for this enlightening conversation.
Thank you. God bless.
Well, you can always watch Health Check on Voice of the People television via SLTV, channel 264, and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. I'm Praise Peters, and until next time, please stay informed, stay intentional, and stay healthy. See you next week.
Thank you.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Amandi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. People.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate noise,
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter, stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues. On Voice of the People Television. Don't just react. Understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. The show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards. The razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, welcome on board TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. Sincerely, it's actually buzzing, at the PC out here. I don't know what they are celebrating. Maybe because it is salary week or what have you, but something is going on within them because I've been begging them for us to actually come on air, and these guys have actually been pulling my legs. But thank God that they've approved for me to actually come on here now. Welcome on board. Yes. It's quite a wonderful time to realize that this January is not as long as we actually predicted. Usually January is always a 5 in 1 month, but for the very first time, we entered into January and we just wrapped up January. So I think it should be a thing of celebration for you too out there. Yes, it is People's Voice, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Yahaya Bello gets permission for Hajj amid 80.2 billion fraud trial. This is actually a very serious one there, and all we have been asking is some people, or is Yahaya Bello, let me just go straight to him, is Yahaya Bello different from every other person who is going through so much from the EFCC or from our judicial system? Because I don't understand what is going on where some people can actually get a soft landing and some are actually being held hostage. Some people don't even know where their international passport is as we speak. But Yahaya Bello was given, and it was said that it's free to actually go, for Hajj. Let's just keep it here until we start dissecting the conversation. Nigerians want competence, not zoning. This is coming from Olawepo Ashim, writer. Join the conversation with experts, sciences, and perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Petrol price set to rise as crude oil price hits $70.30 per barrel. The price of Nigerians Bonilite crude has risen to $70.30 per barrel, a 10% increase from the $64 per barrel last week. This rise is expected to lead to an increase in petrol prices, as crude oil is main determinant of input costs. Petrol stations have already started marking up their prices, with some selling at $8.50 per litre, up from $7.50. The Dangote refinery has also increased its gantry price of petrol from $6.99 per litre to $7.99 per litre. Industry experts warn that the rise in crude oil prices will lead to higher energy costs, increased pressure on household budgets, and potentially trigger inflation. We just hope that this particular will not get out of hand before it is caught and bring back to normal, because we're actually projecting that the price would actually go down, not surging. So we don't know, what has actually triggered this, but in the coming days we'll get clarity as regards to the pricing. Police condemn attack on journalists, vow to protect media. The Nigerian police force has condemned attacks on journalists, describing such action as unprofessional against police ethics. ASP Olamiju Olubumi, a police spokesperson, stated that journalists are partners in ensuring the protection of Nigerians and should not be attacked while performing their duties. She urged journalists to report any misconduct by police personnel to ensure prompt action is taken. And of course, the national president of Nigerian Union of Journalism, NUJ, also highlighted the importance of journalist safety and the need for better collaboration between the Nigerian police and the media. This is actually, one of the concerns that we've been talking about. The Nigerian police don't really, I wouldn't say all of them, because of course I also have friends in the force, and aside from having friends in the force, we also have some that we actually get to meet on a daily basis. Some are really okay, some are good, some are better, even in character, and in terms of relating with the media, with a media personnel. But when you see some, they look threatening whenever they hear that, oh, you are a broadcast journalist, you're a journalist, you're a broadcaster. They look threatening, you're a media person. When once you mention it, the next thing is, you want to teach my job, or you want whatever, stay away, go back, and all of that. So I think we should understand that we're all, doing, almost the same thing as regards to you are protecting lives and properties, and we are here to actually give, clearer information, as regards to the people, and make sure that we help you sensitize every necessary information that needs to get to the public. So we are all doing the same thing in the long run, just to see that everyone is actually living in a sane environment. So the situation where you see journalists at a particular place, be it a protest ground or what have you, and you're already triggered, it should stop. It really should stop. And away from that particular one, Kano Emirship tussle to end soon, says state government. The Kano state government has announced that the long-standing emirship tussle in the state is nearly going to end, because the governor has actually said that in the coming days it will be having different meetings with the head to see how to navigate better. The Commissioner of Information and Internal Affairs, Ibrahim Wahaya, and of course some contenders will step down peacefully for the sake of unity and development in Kano. Wahaya disclosed that the issue will be resolved amicably through dialogue and understanding with the state government committed to engaging all relevant stakeholders. The commissioner emphasized that the administration remains focused on governance, unity, and development, urging residents to remain calm and supportive as efforts continue to stabilize the situation. The ongoing tension surrounding the Kano Emirates stems from long-standing disputes over the restructuring of the national institution. Right away from that particular one, Senate Constitute Committee to review Electoral Act. The Senate has confirmed a 7-member committee to review and harmonize input on the proposed amendments to the Electoral Act. The committee, led by Senator Niyi Adegbomire, chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, will submit its report to the Senate within 3 days. The proposed amendment aims to strengthen electoral integrity, enhance transparency, and boost public confidence in the electoral system. The bill introduces stiffer sanctions for electoral offenses, including vote buying, and mandates the electronic transmission of polling unit results. The committee's report is expected to be crucial in shaping the country's electoral framework ahead of the 2027 general elections. I love the fact that we actually, talked about this conversation just 2 days ago. I think that was on Wednesday, yes, and the Senate actually taking this up. It shows that media still has, power to get there. I remember Mr. Ivy sending me a message yesterday, and he said, "Oh, Safi, have you seen the news? They're actually taking it serious now. They're even having issues because they said that we neglected, this electoral amendment bill, that they have to talk about it and all of that." But I'm happy that the Senate is actually taking this up now. And let's come here to the APC quarters now. APC engaging Wike to resolve Rivers crisis, says Bashiru. The All Progressive Congress has confirmed that it is engaging former Rivers State Governor and current Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, in ongoing effort to resolve the political crisis in Rivers State. APC National Secretary Jibola Bashiru made this disclosure during an interview noting Wike's critical role in the state's political landscape and his support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Bashiru assured Nigerians that the crisis would be settled amicably without winners or losers, and promised that details of the resolution would be shared publicly in the coming days. Are we going to say that Wike is really powerful? Because, 1 second or 1 minute or 1 hour, it is looking like is losing on one side, and the other minute it is looking like, oh, they're trying to pacify Wike, and it's looking like Fubara is losing and all of that. But I love the fact that the National Secretary said there won't be any loser or winner, okay? They just want to see how to settle the situation. But if it is coming from the National Chairman, if it is coming from the National Secretary, so it means that in one way or the other, Wike has been pacified, and maybe, just maybe, the president is not actually in support of whatsoever the secretary also said to Wike. And but the only one that the president did not respond to was the one that Buhala mentioned, and till now, no one has actually cautioned Buhala as regards to what he said. But of course, he didn't actually make any assertion out of place. He only said that Fubara is the leader of APC in Rivers State and not Wike. That was all he actually, said. But if situation, if the situation would actually turn out to be like this as regards to, looking for how to, broker peace among Wike and Fubara, it shows that Wike actually still holds, the political structure of Rivers State. And I think everyone should actually understand that fact. And I've been saying this, with all of my analysts, but they kept saying, oh, Wike is gone, Wike is gone. For them to actually say they want to settle with Wike, do you know what that means? Let's move on from this particular one to the Ogun State quarters. Ogun State hands over Tai Solarin University to federal government. Governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun, has formally handed over the Tai Solarin University of Education, Ijegun, to the federal government. The memorandum of understanding for the transfer was signed during the institution's 17th convocation ceremony. The federal government has announced the takeover of the university in March 2025 to strengthen teachers' education in the country. The First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, announced a 50 million endowment of fund for the overall best graduating female student of the university for 10 years. Okay, that's quite a very wonderful one there. Let's see how this will actually turn out. We want federal government to even do better than the state government. And now let's come back to Senate. Of course, the plenary, they opened their plenary, and so much is being treated as we speak. The Senate launches probe into Nigerians' failing railway system. The Nigerian Senate has launched a comprehensive investigation into the country's railway system, citing operational inefficiencies, insecurity, and alleged financial improprieties. A 6-week probe will examine contract execution, funding patterns, operational efficiency, and service delivery. The committee, led by Senator Adams Oshiomhole, will also investigate the utilization of loans obtained for rail projects. The move aims to address concerns over declining service delivery across key rail corridors. Right? We're actually happy about this particular one because aside from the Lagos-Ibadan railway system that is really functioning for now, I think we can't really boast of that, the one in the north, and of course the one at Itakwe, right? If I'm correct with that particular pronunciation, as regards to Kogi State to Edo, yes, that particular corridor as well. So because I've applied some of these particular ones, and we know that it is either you take from Rigasa in Kaduna to Idu. Sometimes before you get there, they tell you train, stopped. You have to wait and they fix again and all of that. And of course, the insecurity is actually another situation there. So, but if they would actually look into this and make the results public, whatsoever findings, investigation they get, let them make it public for Nigerians to actually see. And with that, we'll actually take, this government is serious and know that they're actually transparent enough. NNPP rejects call for Kano Deputy Governor's resignation. The New Nigerian People's Party has rejected calls for the resignation of Kano State Deputy Governor Aminu Abdulsalam Gwazo, following Governor Abba Yusuf's defection to the APC. Of course, the party's publicity secretary, Engineer Ibrahim Karaye, stated that the deputy governor remains constitutionally empowered to continue in office despite the governor's defection. The NNPP described the call of Gwazo's resignation as politically motivated and contrary to constitutional provision guiding governance in the state. And let's take it to the Abia State quarters now. I am still in Labour Party, says Abia Governor. Governor Alex Oti has stated that he is still a member of the Labour Party, but noted that nobody knows what the future holds. Oti made this known during the media interaction, adding that the party's internal issues should not be a concern for the public. The governor also dismissed reports that he would be sued by former governors for not leaving the state government house, saying he is ready to be sued and that his lawyer are prepared. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation here. Yahaya Bello gets permission for Hajj amid 80.2 billion fraud trial. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Your voice to be heard. Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back to the program. Let us tell people's voice on Voice of People Television. A federal high court in Abuja has granted former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello permission to travel to Saudi Arabia for the 2026 Lesser Hajj, despite his ongoing trial for alleged 80.2 billion fraud. The court approved the release of Bello's international passport from March 13, 2026 for 10 days. Justice Emeka Nwite granted the application after Bello's lawyer, Joseph Daudu, SAN, moved the motion citing the former governor's desire to observe the last 10 days of Ramadan in the Holy Land. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, did not oppose the request but insisted that the trial dated remain unchanged. Bellows is facing a 19-count alleged money laundering, criminal breach of trust, and misappropriation of public funds amounting to about 80.2 billion naira. When I'm being joined by Mr. Ekundayo Lawa, a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lawa, you were just smiling all through the news stories, and I know you have so much to say as regards to any of the news story. But of course, we're also being joined by one of my comrades there. I don't know if he's there, but of course, I would need to get clearance from my PCR before I can actually mention his name. But Mr. Lawa, I would like you to take care of the news stories, please.
Mm-hmm. All of them are interesting. I will start with the Yahaya Bello case.
Okay. And
I also go to the Wike's case.
Okay.
Now,
no, Yahaya Bello is the main conversation.
I know.
So I want you to take other one before we come back to Yahaya Bello. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Then let me look at Wike.
Okay.
And there's some others. Now, I will liken Nigerian's case to a piece of egg, a raw egg in its shell, that beautiful shell. And it's falling from the sky down to a rock. When it hits the rock, you know what is going to happen. That is the case of Nigeria. You can see a lot of abnormalities. In fact, not a lot, everything abnormal in this country. Everything abnormal. Even look at the case of fuel. Internationally, when the price of petroleum is increasing, the people are rejoicing. But in Nigeria, when the price of crude oil, when the price of crude oil is increasing, in other countries that are producing, that are exporting oil, they are always happy that the price of crude oil is increasing, they will make more money. The people are happy. But when it comes to Nigeria, the people are sad. Each time the price of crude oil is increasing, are we not supposed to be rejoicing that the government will make more money and more money will go into the to infrastructure development of the nation? But Nigerians are already afraid. You know why? Because immediately it transcends to the increment in petrol price and diesel. Everything goes up along with it. It's only this country, and I begin to wonder, as if these leaders do not represent us, as if they represent themselves only. If Saudi is developing based on the fact that the price of crude oil is increasing internationally.
Dubai is developing because the price of crude oil is increasing internationally. So many other countries, America, everybody, Russia is benefiting. But when it comes to Nigeria, the moment the price of crude oil increases here, it translates to hardship for Nigeria because the price of petrol will increase. Why? Because in those places, the extra money that they make from it is used to subsidize the people so that the people feel the pressure less and they are more comfortable. But here, it's a different thing. It's automatically transferred to Nigerians and they will cry. From when are we going to get over this?
Okay.
Look at the Wike issue too. It's a joke. It's a joke. What do you want to negotiate? You are calling the governor and the person who is disturbing the governor.
Okay.
And you want to discuss between them. Why? Where are you supposed to call Wike to order? We see the way they keep trying to romance as if we are not important in this country. As if they live totally out of us. Wike has been a nuisance to this nation, both nationally, internationally, and state-wise. But the only thing that the ruling party is concerned about is how they are going to win 2027. They don't care any other thing.
Okay, Mr. Lawa, thank you so much for that particular one. You know, I actually told you, here, and you were seated on that same seat when I told you, I said that. Do you think that it is really, really over for Wike? But of course, I understand where, your conversation tilted to the other day because you said Wike kept on doing so much and they were playing drums for him. He was dancing. You said something like that, Yes, but now it is gradually showing. No, it's not. It's gradually looking like Wike is actually at the end of so many affairs.
No, it's
when
not.
It comes to,
you know what? I told you that time. I told you that it put the president in a dilemma.
Yeah.
Dilemma of if I remove this guy, it's going to affect me because people will say, hey, people who work with you eventually, abandon them. You always reward people who work with you.
Okay.
And if he leaves him, he's creating problems in the party, in the people, in the state. So you know what he wants to do. That's why they said negotiation. They will have to find a way to make him keep quiet by taking some things away from him, and also giving him something.
You can't ask someone to just like your word to keep quiet, or you can ask someone to come because you want him to share the sword, but you want to take things away from him, and you think you want to broker peace. If you want to take things from him, then you don't want to broker peace, and I don't think Wike would want anybody to take anything.
Do you know they've taken most of things from him?
I would like to also go straight to our virtual guest here. We're also being joined by Comrade Ezeoko Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate of Ebonyi State. Hello, Comrade.
Can you hear me?
Comrade, your voice is quite low. Okay, I think we have a caller there. Let's take this call. Come back to you, Comrade. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me, Savior? I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yes,
I can hear you.
Comrade.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Welcome on board. Welcome on board, Comrade.
Yes, good to be here, and good evening, viewers. My name is Comrade Splendor Okoeze from Ebonyi State, 2023 governorship candidate of Labour Party.
Okay.
It's my pleasure to be here with you again.
All right, you're welcome on board, Comrade.
Thank you so much.
All right. And also we are being joined by Francis Ugbonna Njoku, a social political analyst, is joining us all the way from United Kingdom. Hello, Francis, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome on board.
You're welcome. To our viewers, thank you for making our time to be with us today.
All right. Quickly, I would like to start with you, Francis. I saw some of your submission as regards to the corruption in the nation. And this was the reason why I told you, okay, it will be better that we actually, do this program today. We're talking about Yahaya Bello. And it's so surprising that when the likes of Ngige, the likes of Malami, so many of them that are not in the APC are going through so much as we speak. But Yahaya Bello has been permitted to actually go to Hajj. And not only that, of course, his passport was released, to him to actually fly for 10 days to the Holy Land.
It's in luxury.
What are the, how will I even call it? Like, is it like some people in Nigeria, are exempted from, the right punishment that was meant to, be accorded to them? Because I remember what Oshiomhole said. Oshiomhole said, if you move to the APC, your sins are forgiven. And we saw the trajectory. Okowa left. Akpabio came. We can mention more. Immediately they moved, their sins were forgiven. The reason why it is looking like the former governor of Akwa Ibom State. The reason why it's looking like the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel. The reason why it's looking like he's still going through a lot is because he has decided not to move to the APC. And if I may ask you, are we really following what is right when it comes to our judicial system of government in Nigeria? And is EFCC, are they really, transparent enough with some of their high-profile cases?
Anyway, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please go ahead.
All right. When it comes to the problem that is going on in Nigeria in the area of corruption, first of all, I must give kudos to EFCC. EFCC, as an organization, they have been doing their best when it comes to prosecution of cases. But the problem of Nigeria is very much compounded. It's compounded in the sense that it's not just about prosecution of individuals who are engaged in crime. It is about, even if the head of the EFCC has the willpower to do it, the system has been created in a way that the effort will always be frustrated. And this is one of the major reasons why it appears that criminality, looting, never ends in Nigeria. If you look at the system very well, you will see that there are a lot of criminal cases, people who were prosecuted for looting public funds, and at the end of the day, they were all granted presidential pardon. Look at the case of the former governor of Delta State, James Ibori. EFCC spent a lot of resources to prosecute Ibori. At the end, he was indicted, he was, jailed, only for the president to grant him presidential pardon. And it also happens in the case of Omar Farouk, the former House of Rep member. House of Rep member, yes. Who collected, bribe from the company of Femi Otedona. At the end of the day, you will see that the EFCC invested a lot of money to ensure that the prosecution is completed. And then at the end, the presidency granted him pardon. In one of the recent statements, he said that his hope has been renewed after President Bola Ahmed Tinubu granted him pardon. So it is not the problem of EFCC. And also, if you check the analysis of the former head of presidential advisor in public prosecution, in one of the interviews he had with Shehu in Mike on podcast, the man rightly stated that as the head of public prosecution, he saw a lot of things go wrong right before him. They even recovered thousands of vehicles, billions of naira. And then at the end, you will see that people like Malami, who was the Attorney General of the Federation at the time, will facilitate the money to be sent back to where, and the items to be returned back to where they were all gotten from. You would see, Ngozo Konjiwana rightly said, that fighting corruption is not easy because corruption must fight back. This is the reason why almost all the heads of EFCC would always bow out of the office in shame. It is not new to you. I'm sure you've seen how almost all the heads of EFCC were all removed out of office, and some of them even ended up going into prison for perhaps maybe collecting bribe at the cost of trying to fight corruption. So it is a compounded issue. Yahaya Bello, for instance, today, with all the things he has done and all the glaring evidence we have today against him, you will be very surprised to see that there is still delay in the prosecution process. I'm not saying that it should be swift in a way, because justice is not to be done. Justice is to be not just to be done, but to be seen to have been done. So it means the prosecution and the judiciary must dot all I's and cross all T's to ensure that, because justice, true justice, is a three-way traffic. Justice to the offender, justice to the society, and even justice to the victim. So if any of this is not achieved, then it's lopsided. So, but when you look at, because unfortunately we are running what we call, we are in Nigeria, we are not running like a reverse onus. There is what we call reverse onus justice system, or opposite of inquisitory justice system, where the onus of proof lies on the prosecutor. For instance, if you are sat, you will prove. But if we are running a reverse onus justice system, you will see that when you are accused, the onus lies on you to come and prove your innocence. And with this, it would have been saving the Nigerian society a lot of money. But at the end, when these people are done, when the government through the agencies are done spending money in millions just to prosecute a case, you will see that, you know, it just takes one executive order or pardon, and the person is already back to the street.
All right, Francis.
If you check the case of Ojo Zokano, please let me round up. If you check the case of Ojo Zokano was prosecuted. At the end, he was jailed. Do you know how that case was quashed out? It was quashed out because, according to Supreme Court, the court that sentenced Kanu lacked jurisdiction to have entertained the matter. The question now is, since when do we reduce the much attention we pay on technicalities and focus on merit of cases? So we don't know. Today now, Kanu is working on this. In fact, he's even a sitting senator now. So it means the money he looted, he has been set free just because the court that prosecuted him lacked merit. All the evidences were valid. Even the judgment was valid, just that the court lacked merit and lacked the jurisdiction. And that was the end of the case.
All right.
So you see the reason why Nigeria continues to wallow in perpetual pain and penury. People living in poverty, even when we have abundance.
Okay. Thank you so much, Francis. I love the fact that you gave clarity on different ends. You know, and you said so much, but you saying that EFCC is doing so much, or EFCC has done so much, and they're actually innocent of all of this, meaning that they're transparent enough, but the problem is actually coming from our judicial system, you know, and of course the executive arm of government, maybe with the legislators, you know, the politicians. But I remember that the same EFCC actually, you know, declared Yahaya Bello wanted some time ago. And not only that, they knew where he was, but of course they declared him wanted. Not only that, the EFCC chairman, you know, Pastor Lukoyede, of course, he's a pastor, we know him to be a pastor, you know, he said that he would resign if he doesn't prosecute Yahaya Bello or if he doesn't see the matter to the end. And today, the same EFCC, 2 weeks ago, they released a statement that until the court has proven him guilty, otherwise Yahaya Bello is not. And I was just surprised. Is it like if people didn't do your due diligence, you didn't do your job properly before even declaring someone wanted? Or
you don't have to be surprised. The reason why you don't need to be surprised is because what EFCC stated is the pure fact. EFCC lacks the locus, they lack the capacity to declare Yahaya Bello a criminal.
Of course.
The only thing they will do is to present to the court the evidence they have against Yahaya Bello. It is left for the court to either declare him a criminal or not. Meanwhile, this is just a school of thought.
All right, thank you so much, Francis. Let me move up now. Hello, Comrade Splendor, are you there? Please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Comrade.
Okay, I'm here with you.
Yeah, so what implications might this court decision have on the ongoing trial for Yahaya Bello? And of course, don't forget that Yahaya Bello is also aspiring to become a senator in Kogi State, where Natasha is representing presently. I'd like to just take this in a few minutes before I come back to the studio, please.
Savio, I really want to register my displeasure towards the way and manner political issues are treated in this country. You see, when an ordinary citizen, you know, steals a goat, he is stoned to death. But when a political office holder uses his biro to steal billions of naira, he is treated with levity. Honestly speaking, this is the reason why the country is not progressing the way it's supposed to be progressing. You see, Yahaya Bello was the governor of Kogi State, and as at that point, it was declared that Yahaya Bello has a case of 80.2 billion naira around his neck, and was declared wanted some time ago, and the matter started, just like other matters like Malami's own that started. Malami was not granted access to even travel out of the country. The big question is, what is different from that of Yahaya Bello? Why is he enjoying so much protection? What has he done so differently that will make him look as if he is untouchable? You see, when cases like this are not treated the way it's supposed to be treated, it gives room for other politicians to still continue to steal the people's money. Politics, of course, is supposed to be a call to service. Come and serve your people. It is not a call for self-aggrandizement. If you look at Yahaya Bello's convoy, even as a former governor, you will see the type of vehicles he rides on the road. There are billions of naira. What can the poor masses do? That is the question. When the people are wallowing in abject poverty, and the people that were elected to serve them are moving around with such exotic cars, you know, that leaves a lot of questions to be answered. Even the man who is accused of 80.2 billion naira is still going about bragging, snapping picture with president, and even bragging to contest for the senatorial position in their state, which means he doesn't care. All you people are saying, all the EFCC is saying, to him is nonsense. The other day I saw him snapping picture with the president. How can Mr. President allow somebody who has such criminal matter to be snapping picture with him? That makes the whole nonsense of the whole thing. And for me, in the developing world, take for instance in US, you cannot have such a criminal matter and you go to meet Trump to snap picture with Trump, or do you go about and be bragging that you are going to unseat the serving senator, that you are going to contest, which means to you that criminal charge is nothing. After all, if I have stolen 100 billion naira, I can only give them 20 billion naira and they will be singing my praises. That's what it means. So you go about to steal more so that anybody who catches you, you will just settle the person with a peanut. This is the problem we're having in this country. And let me tell you also, Xavier, that apart from Yahaya Bello's case, there are so many criminal matters that have been investigated and indicted. The suspects are yet to be brought to court because of what? Bribery and corruption. Take for instance my matter against Julius Abure.
All right, so comrade, we're pressed for time. I need to come back to the studio, please. I need to come back to the studio. All right, and I wouldn't want us to deviate from the conversation, please. Thank you so much for your understanding. All right, Mr. Lawa, I know you have a reservation as regards to this Yahaya Bello's case, but is the EFCC transparent enough?
No.
And aside from that, if this particular man is given the opportunity for 10 days, does that mean that he's getting a fair or VIP treatment compared to every other person? Now, is this a party thing?
No, EFCC is writing love letter to Yahaya Bello. That's just it.
Because they didn't oppose the court. They didn't oppose the court. That's
what I'm
decision.
saying. That they are writing a love letter to Yahaya Bello. All those prosecutions they are saying they are prosecuting him is a love letter to him. That's what they are saying. EFCC is not transparent. EFCC is supposed to be scrapped. Scrap it. Reformulate a proper legislation for a crime commission that will fight crime, so that we can have a proper crime fighting commission in this country. EFCC is a joke. EFCC is supposed to be scrapped. It's supposed to be today, this moment. They need to sit down on this EFCC and scrap it. Yes, because you want to go to court. You took somebody to court. And then you are telling me that it is when the court declared the person guilty that you agree. The question, did you just stroll down to the court? Did you stroll down to the court to just have a chat with the court? And the court now invited him. You took evidences to court.
Enough evidences.
And then you are coming back to tell us that, well, that means you are not sure of the evidences. You took a blank file to the court. You took a blank...
Because if you had all your evidences straight,
I don't think you would even use this doesn't make sense.
Such statement.
This is not... He is supposed to be scrapped. And for this thing they did now on Yaya Bello, that he is supposed to be totally today. By the end of this week, you're supposed to have heard that EFCC has been decommissioned. It's supposed to be totally decommissioned. This thing cannot even happen in police station. Like you took a person, a criminal, you have evidence to police station, and police will take that person to court and be telling you that, well, let the court. They'll be telling you at that court, at that station, that they have evidences. He has done. In fact, they'll be explaining to you why they think that person will be put behind bars. A lawyer will be telling you why that person will be put there, that he has enough evidence to put this person behind bars. Now, EFCC is telling us that after going to court, after inviting him, look at the process. So after you didn't tell the whole world, when people wrote petition to you, when they were saying it, you didn't tell the whole world that no, we don't have enough evidence to prosecute this person. You told the whole world that you have evidence to prosecute.
You even said that you will resign if you don't prosecute this particular person.
And then you are in court. Somebody that is suspected, that is have such a big case, applied to not to travel to a state, to another state, not for medical reasons,
to go to the Holy Land.
Yes, to travel out of the country, not for emergency, not for emergency case, it's for luxury, just go there and have fun. You get it?
It's prayer.
Not just like you want to say, I want to go for tourism. Maybe it's basic. I even tell you, yes, I want to go for tourism in Dubai. He has a case, and in Dubai, the EFC will not complain. They'll just, okay, you can go. Okay. Do you know how many times they have seized passports?
Of course.
Do you know how many times?
No, I'm even surprised.
The government has
was the reason why I was
passports.
asking you. I said, is this about political protection? Because Malami is still facing, the situation here. We have
even this Malami's son collapsed. They didn't even allow him to go for medical.
And I'm surprised. Yaya has been strolling around the Kogi government
house. Looking fine, looking okay, looking not. He even say he's having meetings, snapping with people, enjoying himself, and he has such an high-profile case. And then the EFCC didn't object. They didn't even bother to object. They didn't object for the guy to go for tourism. You know that the place is going to tourism. Yeah. For him to go for tourism in another country outside Nigeria, when you have a high-profile case like that, 80 billion, for goodness sake.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. We are pressed for time.
Just 1 minute.
To just go. We don't even have up to that.
Less than 1. See, that's 80 billion.
80.2 billion.
80.2 billion. 40 years ago, that 80 billion is the budget of half of the country's, the state in half of this country. It's now somebody's, coffers, and then the person is saying that, this is when the court declared, and the court has already telling us where they are going by this point.
Okay.
They already tell us where they are going.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for your final conversation here. Thank you so much. This is how far we can actually go. It's so painful that whenever we actually think that 1 hour is enough, but it's not loose enough. The time is not loose enough. Thank you so much, Francis, for joining the program today. Of course, I'll have more of you sometime next week. And thank you so much, Comrade Splendor, for being part of the program.
If you don't mind,
I am pressed for time.
Just 1 minute.
Don't worry.
Okay, can I go?
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for being part of the show. If you loved World of Sport, I'd like you to stay put. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but so will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Amandi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, thank God it's Friday. The weekend just starts on Friday as far as the football fans is concerned. It's another beautiful edition of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry High, and we've got a thrilling show for you today. And joining me is the usual suspect, Mayowa, who joins me virtually, and we'll take a look at what's happening in the exciting world of football. And we're ready to break down all the action and share the hot takes on what's going down in the football world and our advice. That let's get into it. And don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell, and also you can also hit us up on Instagram, TikTok, and on Facebook. We're also on LCL TV channel 264, and that's all the platform where you can get a hold of Voice of the People TV. And of course, on YouTube, we have VOP TV Live, and of course, a VOP TV Plus. And that's the platform on YouTube where you can catch us. And of course, Mayowa, it's a great weekend to look forward to. I know you're not part of the playoffs or the Champions League draws. I know this is the weekend you'll be waiting for because eventually you get to play your own Champions League during this weekend. It's great to have you join me on the locker room.
Well, meaning if you're an elder, come out and raise up your hand and say you've never been a kid before. Well, there was a time Liverpool was not playing the Champions League, and now is that time in the Champions League we are free to gloat. But in any case, weekend of a whole lot of football. The Champions League draws are in, and I do not understand why the Real Madrid is playing the Benfica again, and they'll be playing them about 3 times this season. I still don't understand the format. I still don't understand why we ever decided to go with this format. But in any case, it's a giant for football. It's always amazing to be here. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
All right, so it's amazing to be here. Thanks for joining, and let's hit the ground running. We'll start off with the former Nigerian Football Federation President, Amandi. We spoke about this yesterday, but it was quite light. But somehow it looked like I was really hyped by all of it. And of course, it has continued to take the airwaves, and we want to look at it once again. Talking about Amandi, who disclosed that he would have ensured the Super Eagles qualified for the 2026 World Cup if he were still in charge of Nigerian football. Pinnick made this known in an interview with Sunday Olise's Global Football show, and of course, where he expressed disappointment that Nigeria failed to capitalize on the expanded World Cup format, which allows up to 10 African nations to qualify for the tournament to be hosted by the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The former NFL boss recalled Nigeria's successful qualification for the 2018 World Cup, despite being drawn in what was considered one of the toughest groups in African qualifying history. And in 2018, he said, and I quote, "We had the toughest group ever. We had all the AFCON winners. If I were there, definitely Nigeria would have qualified." Algeria hadn't lost in over 20 games. I remember Algeria was in that group. Cameroon were defending champions. Zambia were champions. What happened? After, is it 2018? He went on break after the World Cup, and he didn't want to qualify for the 2022 World Cup. Was that the message he was trying to tell us? Or this man, it looks like he thinks that Nigerians have amnesia. Or maybe somebody say he was suffering from partial amnesia at the time when he was making those comments, and didn't ask him what happened in 2022. So, Mayowa, the man has been making political statements. There's even a talk that he might be interested in returning back as the NFF president. That is why he's throwing PR stunts here and there. But nobody will forget that he failed to qualify the team in 2022.
Well, the thing is this. First of all, he should be very far away from the NFF. He has not done the Nigerian football any good. Yes, he can beat his chest that, he qualified us for 2018 World Cup and just all that. However, the big question is this. The problem that has been plaguing the NFF since he joined, was he able to resolve the problem? The person that interviewed him, he owed that person some money. And I'm wondering why the person is not asking the money. I'm wondering why the person is not asking, the heart-hitting questions for him to be able to answer. The same person was given some amount of money for FIFA development project, and we saw the debacle. We saw what they spent over $2 million on, and he couldn't even defend himself up till now. So I mean, it should stay far away from anything NFF, and where he is with FIFA at the moment, he should just hold on to the position. And the reason why he's coming out to say this is very simple. He has somebody that he wants to nominate. I will not surprise if the next NFF president is an anointed candidate of Amaju Pinnick. Amaju Pinnick, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the people that killed our football. When was the last time we have any 8th grade player in the national team? take away Osimhen, take away Ndidi, take away Chukwueze. Who else are the players? It was under Football Federation began to turn to second team B of another European team. The same thing has started happening to our female national team. The same thing, very soon, we will have a female national team that does not show enough representation for locally developed talent. And this same guy is coming out to tell us cock and bull story. It does not make any sense. As far as I'm concerned, I think people like Amandi Pinnick should have cases to answer. But unfortunately, because of the kind of country we found ourselves, because of the kind of impunity that we're allowed to run free in government institutions, Amandi Pinnick is walking free and is making this kind of statement. Amandi Pinnick should bury his head in shame and should not be talking when it comes to Nigerian football. It's part of the problem and it contributed to the decay that we are seeing in Nigerian football at the moment.
Yeah, funny enough, because Amandi Pinnick is still very much involved in decisions made by the current NFF because his handwriting is on the appointment of Finidi George as the coach of the team. And of course, Goso has been listening to him in terms of advice and directing what needs to be done. It means that his hands are still in the activities of the NFF. I don't know whether his hands are still in the coffers as well. Definitely, maybe consultancy fee will be paid at some point in time. But it is what it is. The man still enjoys the patronage of FIFA. He still has the ears of Infantino. And even when that scandal came up, you could see that FIFA showed full support for Amandi Pinnick by posting a picture of that stadium on their official handle, showing that this man is in deep when it comes to the politics of football at the international level and at local level. And this man looks like he finds a way to always have his way as far as football is concerned. And the man is already having a plan now that he is in the news, maybe for reasons, but not for the right reasons as far as the development of Nigerian football is concerned. We'll wait and see. We'd like to see the flyers when it comes up. Amandi Pinnick for NFF president. Then, of course, we'll tell the world what they need to hear. And definitely, let's wait. Time definitely they say we'll tell. Though I was blowing hot the other day when the issue came up. And the man even made mention of the situation of Amuneke. I saw the story that he actually proposed to Emmanuel Amuneke, if you want to coach the Super Eagles, take Heartland to the CAF Champions League and win it. Don't know. What was he on when he's saying that? Is it the same Heartland we know? Heartland that can't even purchase players in the league? If you want to win the CAF Champions League, you have... That means just tell the man you don't want him to get the job. Yes, as funny as it is.
Heartland winning the Champions League, it's just like you are saying a camel should come and pass through the needle. I mean, it will never work. Heartland will never win the Champions League. And it's not as if they cannot win it in the future. If they did what Enyimba did in the early 2000s, they can win it. But definitely Heartland is not winning it. See, the thing is this. Even, while we are throwing stick at Amandi Pinnick and the rest of that, I've always consistently said it. We need to build institutions. If we don't build institutions that can stand on its own, we have a whole lot of people just come into an organization and run it aground. And that's just the honest truth. I've said this consistently. What has happened to the audited account of the NFF for the last 10 years? This is a publicly funded organization. They collect allocation from FIFA, they collect allocation from the federal government. They have to give account of how these monies were spent. Even the budget of NFF, nobody knows. Nobody has seen the budget of the NFF. Yearly, yes, the federal government, they have their own issue about budget padding and just that, but at least we know exactly how federal government budgets their money, how they intend to spend money. We know exactly how they intend to spend money. This is an organization that receives allocation from the federal government. It is not too much of a ask for them to tell us how monies have been spent. There should be a budget for all Nigerians to see, for us to see where the money allocated to them is going. That's number one. Two, all the expenses needs to be audited. Why is nobody auditing the account of the NFF? Who is holding who accountable? If you don't put checks and balances in place, people will have free rein to commit heinous crime, to commit fraud, and nobody will check them. Remember the case of the federal government releasing over 10 billion for them to pay outstandings. Up to now, we have Nigerian players complaining, protesting, and even threatening to abandon the game in the last AFCON because of unpaid bonuses. And the federal government has said they've come out to say that they release money to these people. So who is putting in the checks and balances? Who is checking these people on how money has been spent? And we have, a body that's in charge of checking, financial crimes. They are not doing anything. So we'll continue to have the likes of, if it's not Amandi Pinnick, we'll continue to have the likes of Amandi Pinnick run for the NFF position, get it, and squander the money, and we will not see visible development. All of us, we can throw the stick we want at Morocco, but development is very visible. They might be hostile, but development is very visible, and it's yielding results. The case is not the same for Nigeria. People come in, they squander money, they go, and they walk around, and and they're not giving account to anybody. I just hope things will change, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we just hope things will change. Accountability is the name of the word, because if you look at it, it beats my imagination that in spite of the resources financially that comes into the NFF, we keep hearing that the players are owed bonuses, owed allowances, the players have not been paid. Even the age-grade teams have been abandoned in terms of financial power. At the end of the day, we just hear excuses upon excuses. And they get away with it most times when the team is doing well. Nobody talks about where the money goes. And let's not forget, the team made it to the semi-final of this last African Cup of Nations. Monies are going to be shared and going to be distributed to the NFL. What happens to that money? When they want to travel for the next friendly, they will go and be harassing one governor, even harassing the presidency that they need money to take care of the team. A budget is being made for the Super Eagles, for football especially, every year in the national budget. What happens to that money? How is it being spent? No accountability. Corruption is encouraged. Less accountability is encouraged in this part of the world. But we hope that we'll get it right. These are things that are basic. We're not getting the basic right. How are we going to get the important things right? That is the big question Nigerians will have to answer at a point in time. But let's see how it is. We are not going to the World Cup consecutively. What does that mean? It means that our football has gone down the drain. And it's really sad at a point when we have one of the best squad in Africa, if not the best, as far as I'm concerned, not going to the World Cup. It shows that something definitely is wrong. Imagine we had that quality in terms of the coaching setup, and they were given the necessary support after the last AFCON. Imagine what would have happened. We would have qualified for the World Cup with 2 games to spare. What are we seeing? We are dragging playoff. We are suing DR Congo before we qualify for the World Cup. Okay, maybe if we go to the World Cup, maybe if they beat us in the first game, we'll sue all the teams that beat us. So that...
Credit to Amandi Pinnick and I'm not trying to blow his trumpet. As far as I'm concerned, it's a disgrace. But credit to him, under his tenure, we did not have an incompetent NFF take over 11 months to hire a manager. I mean, you knew you were not going to continue with Parcero. You waited, Parcero in contract elapsed. You came back, you went to do photo op, a disgraceful photo op. And during the qualifiers, we had 4 different coaches. You announced 3 audio coaches. We had 4 different coaches coach us about, you announced about 7 managers before you now circle back to the same person you have overlooked. And even the same person you came out, you told us you have signed the person for 2 years, is contractually with us for 2 years. And now the Nations Cup, you are telling us that is when you have already extended the contract. So we had a whole lot of confusion. And definitely, if we are hired, Eric Chell, immediately Parcero was immediately his contract expired. If I had Eric Chell, he would have been able to prepare for the World Cup game. We would have waited until 11 months after before hiring him, and we started this fire brigade approach. So as far as I'm concerned, if you want to rate Amandi Pinnick is still way better in terms of hiring coaches than the blind man leading the current NFF at the moment.
Yeah, they say the land of the blind, the man with one eye is the king, but it looks like the man with one eye doesn't know how to use it. But it is what it is. Let's talk about the Super Eagles, where Portugal has proposed a pre-2026 FIFA World Cup friendly with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. The proposed friendly is scheduled to be held on Saturday, 6th June. Portugal's capital, Lisbon, is expected to host the game. And the football federations of both Portugal and Nigeria have agreed on this friendly in principle, with details to soon be finalized. The Super Eagles failed to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. What more? They can be used as training material for the World Cup, Maiwa. At least make some money out of it.
Well, that is where we have gotten ourselves into. Our mates are playing for World Cup. Cape Verde, that is very, very, that is lower, very low in ranking to us. They are going to the World Cup, whereas Nigeria, with two former African Footballer of the Year, they are training material for, for Portugal. That is how low we have sunk, and that is how, maladministration has gotten us into. But in any case, the question is this: are we going to meet up? Remember, before all this, there was a friendly match that was planned for over 3 months that we are supposed to play Argentina sometimes last year, and the NFF messed up because of documentation issue. A friendly match that they have been speaking about for over 3-4 months. Is this same NFF competent enough to allow this to happen? Is this same NFF funded enough to allow this to happen? Because this same NFF that cannot account for monies given to them, are they funded enough to allow this to happen? Will it not be last minute and they will tell us that they don't have funds to be able to get the players to Portugal to play that particular friendly? So until I see the players on the field of play, I will not believe the friendly match will happen, because they've done it multiple times. They will promise us big friendly and nothing will happen at the end of the day.
All right, let me even tell you, the NFL will never play any friendly that they will be financially committed to. The commitment financially will be handled by those who want to play the friendly. I can't remember when last the NFL shoulder the responsibility of any friendly match. I think they shy away from it. That is their modus operandi. They know Nigeria is a brand, so they don't go out to beg for friendlies. Go and check all the friendlies the Super Eagles have been playing. It's been shouldered by either a private individual or the country who wants to play the Super Eagles. You cannot find Nigeria spearheading and hosting a friendly match. That is why you see that there's scarcity of friendlies until when Nigeria gets invitation. It's more like a beggarly situation on behalf of the NFF and the Super Eagles. And that is where they also make their extra money. That money is not accounted for. Whatever they get from the host goes to the board and their members. They share it, and of course, everybody's happy. They also take their mosquitoes along, have fun, enjoy themselves. It's more like vacation period when friendlies come, as far as the Super Eagles is concerned. But it's pretty a sad situation, but that's where we find ourselves. The Super Eagles will use this to shape up for the 2027 African Cup of Nations qualifiers. Portugal defeated Nigeria 4-0. The last time both countries met in a friendly in November 2022. Manchester United star Bruno Fernandes grabbed the brace for the Selecao, while Goncalo Ramos and João Mario scored the other goals. Let's wait and see how that pans out. And let's talk about the Senegalese Football Federation has vowed to stand behind the Lions of Teranga head coach Pape Thiaw after he was banned by the Confederation of African Football (CAF) for 5 matches as part of a host of sanctions following the 2025 African Cup of Nations final chaos in Morocco. Recall that Thiaw ordered his players to leave the field in stoppage time after opponents of Morocco were awarded the penalty in the 18 January showpiece in Rabat. The match was delayed for 17 minutes before Senegal returned to the field, and goalkeeper Edouard Mendy easily saved Ibrahim Diaz's Panenka penalty. Papa Gueye scored the winning goal in extra time, and Senegal went on to lift the trophy. We heard it's also been fined $100,000 and a 5-match ban. And what a way to stand behind the man who won them the trophy, coming from the Senegal FA and the government itself.
Well, I think the government will cover the fines. However, I think, for me, I think FIFA, since it's an African competition, I think FIFA doesn't want to get involved. But what the coach did, if we are being honest with ourselves, is very disgraceful. See, the thing is, as a professional, you keep your emotions behind. Sadio Mane was a player. He decided not to act like a child. The coach acted like a child, and he brought disrepute, to the game. And I'm not excusing, the underhand tactics from Morocco. I'm not excusing the poor officiating. I'm not excusing, what surrounded the preparation of Senegal. That is for CAF to deal with the host. The moment you show up on that particular field of play, you are supposed to be a professional through and through. I was disappointed in the coach, urging the players to go. Remember, the players were protesting the call. They were not leaving until the coach signaled to them for them to leave. So the leaving of the field was started by the coach. It took the intervention of a player to speak sense to the coach, to come back, to come and play. So it's as bad as that. As far as I'm concerned, that was not leadership. That was letting emotions run over him. Yes, I understand that human beings, sometimes the emotion that comes with football and just that. However, as a professional, the reason why you are a professional is you are leaving your emotions behind and you are facing the job of the day. On that particular front, the coach messed up, urging the players to leave. I think the 5-game ban, I think that's a slap on the wrist, to be honest. I think they should have come harder on him. However, I think the fine, the 100,000 fine, I think it's appropriate. It needs to be fined. However, I know the Senegalese FA would definitely pay that amount on his behalf. There is no justification for it. If I were Senegalese FA also, I would support him, in the open, and probably caution him behind the scene. What he did is a disgrace to football, if you would ask me.
All right, and of course, reacting to the development, Kadi Dieng Gaye, Minister of Sports, said that Thiaw only defended the country's color and won't be abandoned. And of course, he said, and I quote, "We'll do everything in our power, both at the federation level and at the Ministry of Sport, to defend him. We will not let him hang and dry." Okay? Talking about holding their own and defending their man. All right, let's talk about Ademola Lookman. There seems to be a transfer story twist where the Nigerian international forward Ademola Lookman has put a hold on talks on a January transfer move to Turkish side Fenerbahce before the close of the window, following interest from Atletico Madrid. Lookman already agreed terms on the move to the Turkish side, with only a club-to-club agreement yet to be in place with Atalanta, who are demanding 10 million euros more from what was offered. Fenerbahce have, however, been dealt a cruel blow, with Atletico coming into the picture with a better offer to Atalanta and also matching what they offered to pay in salary. We will not blame him. Atletico Madrid is coming. Why Fenerbahce has already discussed who will not listen to Atletico Madrid. They have a big chance of playing the Champions League and winning the La Liga, or even going as far as the Champions League title.
Well, for me, I think Ademola Lookman will be making within himself a great service to go to Fenerbahce. I'm still not comfortable with Osimhen in Galatasaray, and so if you count a team that probably win the league, in 2 out of 3 times, you probably choose the Galatasaray over, Fenerbahce. Yes, a whole lot of people, they are the Turkish football club. They have referee support, blah, 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 and the rest of that. However, Galatasaray delivers the league most of the time than Fenerbahce. So definitely, a move to Fenerbahce might not even do him any good. However, I've said it consistently, going to Turkey should be when you want to retire. Ademola Lookman is still in his prime. He still has a whole lot to offer. The Turkish league is not the best place for him. Osimhen that when they're under circumstances beyond his control. I think a better move would be Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid, they have the potential. Yes, they always appear in the Champions League, and also the La Liga is way tougher than the Turkish league in terms of UEFA ranking. So with Ademola Lookman there, it still gives him an opportunity to be able to be in the conversation if he puts in the performance. So for me, I think I would rather prefer Ademola Lookman in the La Liga than in the Turkish league, because for me, if he goes to the Turkish league, that will probably be the end of Ademola Lookman, in terms of competing for anything in Europe.
All right, and of course, the offer has now made the 28-year-old to put a hold on talks with the Turkish side in line with his desire to stay in mainstream Europe. and talks with the Spanish side is now his priority. A decision is expected in the coming hours from all involved, but the offer from the Turkish side is still on the table for his consideration, despite the offer from Atletico Madrid. All right, away from that, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League playoffs. It looks very interesting. Taking a look at the playoff pairings, Victor Osimhen's Galatasaray will face Juventus in the UEFA Champions League playoffs. The draw took place in Nyon, Switzerland today, and it featured the teams that finished between 9th and 24th in the league phase, with clubs ranked 9 to 16 seeded and those that placed 17 to 24 unseeded. Osimhen was in action in Galatasaray's 2-0 loss to Manchester City on Wednesday. Knights and Ademola Lookman's Atlanta will be up against the Bundesliga giants Borussia Dortmund. Another Bundesliga club, Bayer Leverkusen, who have Nathan Teller in the ranks, will face Greek giants Olympiacos. Super Eagles left back Bruno Oyemachi is a key player for Olympiacos. And Rafael Onyedika's club, Club Brugge, will take on Spanish side Atletico Madrid. The 8 winners from the knockout phase playoffs will advance to the round of 16. And the first leg will be played between February 17th to 18th, while the reverse fixture is scheduled for February 24 to 25. And of course, Mayowa, yes, as it concerns the Nigerian players, I had to take it from that angle. Victor Osimhen against Juventus, what are his chances, as well as Atlanta, who takes on Borussia Dortmund in the first leg out there at the Signal Iduna Park.
Well, for Victor Osimhen, I think Galatasaray, they have a shot with Juventus. Remember, the current coach of Juventus now was his former coach, Spalletti. He's current coach of Juventus now, and Juventus has not been consistent. They have not been consistent in Europe, and the result has been, neither here nor there for them. And this is an opportunity for a Galatasaray to be able to do something. Remember, what the coach of the Galatasaray said, he wants to change the poor record of the Turkish side in the Champions League. Now, this is an opportunity for him. Yes, they have the Champions League history behind them and the rest of that. However, a Juventus side that is depleted, it's not the same Juventus side of Buffon and the rest of them. It's not the same Juventus side of Andrea Pirlo and the rest of them. So definitely this is a good opportunity for Osimhen and Okamburak side to be able to do something fantastic against them. Then for Ademola Lookman, the question is this: will Ademola Lookman be there by the time the second round starts? That's the big question, because before the end of tomorrow, Ademola Lookman might be an Atletico player, or better still, maybe a Fenerbahce player. We don't know yet, but if he's part of them, I think it's an opportunity for Atlanta to be able to do something fantastic against, a Borussia Dortmund side. The reason is this: Borussia Dortmund, for all the glitz and the Rasmus stars that they have, sometimes they fail to falter against all these smaller teams in Europe. Sometimes they come up against big teams and they prove themselves, but most of the times when they are playing a team that's not in the class of Real Madrid, you see them sometimes stuttering. So this is an opportunity also for an Atlanta side to be able to do something fantastic. I will not write off an Atlanta, and I will also not write off a Galatasaray to do something fantastic against a Juventus and a Borussia Dortmund.
All right, of course, going through the fixtures properly, it's a very interesting pile-up of games to look forward to, because if you look at Borussia Dortmund at home up against Atalanta, there's Olympiacos versus Bayern Leverkusen, and Galatasaray up against Juventus. Club Brugge will take on Atletico Madrid first leg at home, and Monaco play welcome to Paris Saint-Germain. The Scarabag up against Newcastle United, who almost shocked the PSG out there in the last games played over the week, as far as the race to make the playoffs and the knockout stage is concerned. Benfica versus Real Madrid is a big fixture because these two guys have become familiar foes when it comes to the Champions League. It was a blockbuster last game of the league phase, where Benfica's goalkeeper scored a goal that made a difference Jose Mourinho this time will be playing host to Real Madrid. I don't know how Benfica was seated above Real, but it is what it is, okay? But Real definitely going away this time in the first leg. It gives them advantage in the second leg at the Santiago Bernabeu. It looks like UEFA wants to see the part 2 of that game. It was a blockbuster fixture, and of course, Bodo Glimt play host to Inter Milan. But let's talk about the Benfica Real Madrid situation. Mourinho will fancy his chances, but at the Santiago Bernabeu, you can never tell.
You know, I've said it. Abeloa, the jury is still out on him. I think Real Madrid is going through, you know, a crisis at the moment, and this is a great opportunity for a Mourinho side to be able to do it. Real Madrid has this horrible record of not being able to get their acts together when they are playing in Portugal, and we saw what happened against Benfica, you know, in the last round of that particular game. Real Madrid literally handed, you know, Benfica an opportunity to be in the round of 24, and that's the reason why, you know, we have a Benfica in that particular side. Mourinho, you know, he has done it before. He has won the Champions League twice. He comes with a lot of experience. Abeloa is as far as I'm concerned, it's a rookie coach that's trying to figure things out. If he's still there by the time, you know, the Champions League match starts, I think Jose Mourinho has an edge over him. The experience comes in and that might be what, you know, they will remember the run of Jose Mourinho the first time he was to win the Champions League, especially from the round of 16. He does the job at home and goes away to draw. That was how he was able to navigate that particular period to be able to get Porto to win the Champions League. He might still be able to do it again. Get the job done, you know, at the Santiago, you get the job done at the Stadium of Light, go to Santiago Bernabeu with your life, and probably come out with a victory. We saw him do it against, you know, a Pep Guardiola Barcelona side in the 2010s with Inter Milan. He can still do it again. So I would not want to write to a Benfica off. I think this is playing to the hands of Jose Mourinho, and the experience might count for something when the round of 16 finally starts.
All right, the game will count for something when the round of 16 starts, and of course, you want to fancy the chances of Benfica doing it again. They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but let's see how that pans out. It's going to be a blockbuster fixture. Scores to settle between Benfica and the Real Madrid. Let's see how those games pans out. And let's talk about the Europa League. The draws was also done. Celtic will play Stuttgart, and Nottingham Forest will face Fenerbahce in two-legged playoffs to reach the last 16 of the Europa League. And Martin O'Neill's side could also have been drawn against Hungarian club side Ferencváros, managed by Robbie Keane, but will instead face Bundesliga club. The first leg will be at Celtic Park, and the winners of the tie will play either Porto, who defeated O'Neill's side in the 2003 UEFA Cup final, or another Portuguese side, Braga, in the last 16. Forest, whose alternative tie was against Greek side Panathinaikos, will play Midtjylland or Real Betis if they progress against past the Turkish club. The playoff games will take place on 19 and 26 February, and Celtic booked their spots in the playoffs with a 4-2 win against Utrecht, which secured the 21st place in the league phase table. Forest won 4-0 against Ferencváros in their final league game to finish 13th and end a home tie in the second leg of the playoff. And of course, the top 8 teams are from the league phase, namely Lyon, Aston Villa, Midtjylland, Real Betis, Porto, Braga, Freiburg, and Roma have all qualified for the last 16. The 2026 Europa League final will take place on the 20th of May at Besiktas Park in Istanbul, Turkey. Europa League playoff draw will see definitely a lot to look forward to in this playoffs. Definitely the pick of the punch for you, Maiwa, because Celtic, Stuttgart, definitely these are two very interesting teams. And not to take away the game between Fenerbahce and Nottingham Forest. Definitely Nottingham Forest will fancy their chances in the return leg at home in England.
I mean, Marinakis will be very happy. Remember, Marinakis is the owner of Nottingham Forest and also the owner of Olympiacos. Very happy. An opportunity to be able to do something fantastic in the Europa League. I mean, it has not been very easy for them. They have to fire their coach, and the new coach has been able to do things for them. Yes, they are in the next round, and you know they are playing a worthy opponent. However, with the way if you look at the Europa League, I will not be surprised again. You know, if we have an all English final again, there's an Aston Villa that is doing so well in the Europa League. It's one of the first eight. There's also a particular Lyon that an Hendrick with them that's also doing very, very fantastic. So I think the Europa League match might even be much more, you know, interesting than the Champions League. There's a particular Martin O'Neill who has come back. A Martin O'Neill that's, I think, is about 72 or 73 years old now. He has come back, and you know he has a whole lot to prove. The last time he was in any European final was in 2003 against Jose Mourinho's Porto. So this is an avenue for him to be able to prove himself. There is a Robbie King that's trying to build a profile for himself. One of the best coaches in Europe. So the Europa League is very, very interesting. But I'm looking forward to see how the game pans out. You know, a Nottingham Forest, you know, a Fenerbahce against a Fenerbahce. Let's see how that passes out. It's going to be an interesting game. But I'm definitely rooting for the English side.
Yeah, definitely rooting for the English side, who did not
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to the English side.
I'm definitely for the English side. I mean, last time it was, you know, Manchester United versus Tottenham Hotspur in the final. Unfortunately, Manchester United lost. But this time around, I mean, I'm looking forward to the English side. I want to see how they can do it again. I mean, there's a Nottingham Forest that, you know, they are beginning to build a profile for themselves in the Europa League. There's an Aston Villa that is, you know, that has dispatched all team with reckless abandon. So I want to see how far, you know, a minority side will go. I want to see how far, you know, a Sean Dyche team will go. Sean Dyche, you know, the pragmatic football specialist. I want to see how pragmatic he can be in the Europa League. So I'll be rooting for the English side. I'll be rooting for Nottingham Forest to probably go past their opponents.
All right, rooting for Nottingham Forest to go past the Fenerbahce in that one. And we'll wait for the fixtures to start coming up in the month of February. And let's talk about the English Premier League. Weekend fixtures to look forward to. And Mikel Arteta said his role was to bring optimism and reality to where we are. That's his words as he seeks to end Arsenal's mini slump at Leeds on Saturday. The Gunners remain 4 points clear of Manchester City and Aston Villa at the top of the Premier League, but have taken just 2 points from their past 3 matches. Last week's 3-2 defeat by Manchester United, which came after goalless draws against Liverpool and Nottingham Forest, was their first home loss of the season. But the Gunners beat Kairat Almaty in midweek to complete a clean sweep of 8 wins in the league phase of the Champions League. And Arsenal boss Arteta was asked today how important the European win was after the disappointment against United. Arteta said it was crucial to concentrate on the positives as he seeks to keep City and Villa at bay. Of course. But if you take a look at it, Leeds is going to be a very difficult one because the certain English guy is on fire. Talking about the striker, Calvert-Lewin, is on fire right now. And I don't know. February used to be the month of difficulty for Arsenal. It seems that they've decided to add January to it. Are we going to see Arsenal's lead at the top cut to 1 point this weekend?
Yeah, I would expect that. Look at that game against Kairat. They struggled in that particular game. The game they were supposed to win without being nervous. I think there's a nervousness around them, and it's bad for a team that wants to win the league. If you want to win the league, when the pressure is on, when you're under a whole lot of pressure, that is when you're supposed to show the stuff of champions. There's a nervousness around them, and the game against Manchester United was the hallmark of nervousness. Manchester United was leading 2-1, and you started making this panic substitution, and we saw what happened in that particular game. I mean, how do you explain getting 2 points out of possible 9 and you played a Manchester United that has been lackluster all season. Yes, we might want to throw banter at them that Manchester United won and the rest of that. However, if they have done their homework properly, Manchester United should not be a team that should be stopping them. A Wolves should not be a team that should be stopping them. Yes, Liverpool, you are playing a defending champion. You should expect a whole lot of opposition. But the other teams that they drop point to, are the teams that they are not supposed to drop points against if they are supposed to win. So as far as I'm concerned, I think I always said it. I've said it consistently until the last game of the season, and Arsenal is leading by 4 points. That is when I will believe they will do it. The nervousness around them is not going anywhere. I think they are carrying it. Yes, it's a boost for them that they won the Champions League. However, I don't think they have it in them not to drop any other points again. I think they will still drop a couple of points. The big question is this: will Man City be able to take advantage? Arsenal wins the league if Man City or Aston Villa do not take advantage of the nervousness around the Arsenal camp at the moment.
All right, they have to take charge of their destiny, because if they don't win the league this season, I will be one of those leading the pack of those that will be lashing them. But of course, taking a look at the fixtures more this weekend. Brighton play host to Everton. There's Wolves, who will be hosting Bournemouth. Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, trade tackles with West Ham United. There's Liverpool up against Newcastle United. The bad blood of over the sale of Isak to Liverpool is still there. And this one is happening at Anfield. But you can never say it's going to be a blockbuster fixture as well. Newcastle is still finding it hard to replace Isak's goals this season. There's also Aston Villa up against Brentford. It's a powerful fixture. Brentford, Kelleher, away to Aston Villa, who still fancy their chances in the title race. Manchester United, in a rich vein of form, back-to-back wins against top sides. How would they fare against Fulham's stubborn side that has been on form? Definitely, they say time will tell. This time around, at Stamford Bridge, where they have been generous this season. Okay, there's Nottingham Forest up against Crystal Palace. And of course, Spurs versus Manchester City is the Super Sunday fixture for everyone to look forward to. And on Monday, there's Sunderland up against the Burnley. Let's look at Man United against Fulham. Samuel Chukwueze, sorry for his loss. I don't know whether he will be fit and ready to play that game. But Fulham will give Manchester United the run for the money at the Old Trafford.
Well, I'll be the first to say it. It's going to be a win game for Manchester United. I think the guy that decided not to barb his hair until Manchester United wins 5 straight games, but probably barb his hair before the end of February. I think we are on the run right now, and I think Manchester United, the momentum that they've been able to, the momentum that's behind them, beating the top 2 teams of the league, it's enough to prepare them. It's enough motivation to prepare them to go against a Fulham side. Our own Chukwueze, we don't know whether he will be there. I think they might probably give him some time off to go mourn, the loss of his mom. And I don't think he will be there. However, I think the momentum coming, the motivation coming from beating the top 2 teams will probably propel a Manchester United, that has featured a very, very dominant, a very, very strong side, a side that is, takes the opportunity. They don't create more chances, but the little chance they create, they take those opportunities, and I think that probably work in their favor. Marco Silva, it's not an easy team. Fulham, they've come to the Old Trafford and defeated Manchester United before. Can they do it? Yes, they have the opportunity to be able to do it. However, the momentum that Carrick has brought, I think, continues this weekend, and I think Manchester United have enough quality to be able to dispatch a Fulham side.
Unfortunately, there will be no Dogu to score the goals. He's out for about 10 weeks, and Old Trafford has been a generous ground for away teams.
No Dogu, no problem. No Dogu, there is Mason Mount, there is Sesko, do the job. Yes, we'll miss Dogu the way he provides enough body in front, the impetus he has with the attack, and also what Dogu brings. Remember, he also starts as a defender. He knows how to also defend. That might be missing, but I think a Carrick will probably figure a way out to be able to fill in for a Dogu that will be missing for the next 10 weeks. So I think we have enough quality to dispatch a Fulham side.
Wow, I like the confidence. Definitely, that's what it does to you when you beat Arsenal. Confidence will surely pick up. when you did win a team at their home ground, talking about the Emirates Stadium.
Correction. We beat Liverpool, defending champion. We beat Arsenal, the top of the league, and we beat Man City, the second on the league. So the confidence is too much.
It is well. Anyway, you play your Champions League playoff against Fulham this weekend. Let's see how your playoff will end if you make it through the next weekend. Because that time I'll see your humility then. But I'll wait. I'll keep it on the wraps. Anyway, Newcastle United has found it hard to replace Isak's goals, though Otomade showed some bit of brilliance. But this one against Liverpool at Anfield, would they fancy their chances? The first leg out there at St. James Park was filled with so much bad blood. Gundogan even got a red card in that one. I hope there will not be tension in this one.
Well, it took that is coming on the backdrop of defeating a Karabakh 6-0. That's enough motivation for them. That's enough, encouragement for them to go into that particular game to want to beat Newcastle. Now, Newcastle also has not been consistent. They have issue with consistency. You don't know the Newcastle you will get. 1 minute they are fantastic. The next minute you'll be scratching your head and wondering what is the outfitting his players. So it's going to be an interesting game. But I think it's tilting more to a Liverpool side because of at least they've shown some. Yes, they lost against Bournemouth. A lot of people might throw sticks at them. They didn't play badly against Bournemouth. It was just that they couldn't take their chances, and the loss of concentration contributed to it. I think the win in the Champions League will probably breathe some life to them. And because of the inconsistency of Newcastle, I think I want to tilt towards a Liverpool taking this particular fixture.
All right, of course, we'll wrap it up with the Italian Serie A, where injury hit Napoli must now refocus on the defense of the league title following their ignominious Champions League elimination. Coach Antonio Conte said, and Napoli blew a 2-1 halftime lead that would have been enough to qualify for the competition's playoffs before losing 3-2 at home to Chelsea on Wednesday. And a slump in form has seen Napoli win just one of their last 7 matches in all competitions, and they have dropped to 4th in Serie A, 9 points behind latest Inter Milan, and only hanging onto a Champions League qualification place by 1 point. It's a horrible time for Antonio Conte. Injury left, right, and center, and they play host to Fiorentina this weekend. And of course, it's a big fixture for them. And there's Juventus away to Parma, Inter away to Cremonese. For the bookies, take your pick. Maiwa, let's wrap up with this one.
Well, I think it's a bad period for Antonio Conte. Injury concern. He has not been doing so well. He has sent a whole lot of bookie home, Napoli side. You can't rely on them. However, he has done it before. He has won the league with different sides, and he knows how to trick his team to be able to win. I think he's going to get out of it. There's no Champions League responsibility anymore. His focus is now on the league. I think he has it in him, and I don't want to write him off. He can still go ahead and beat a Fiorentina side. For Juventus, for Inter Milan rather, I think probably Inter Milan will probably be the runaway winners. Inter Milan will not lead you with 9 points and probably lose a 9-point lead. They are not Arsenal, but I think they can do it this season.
All right, that's a jibe on Arsenal. I think Ikechukwu is not finding it funny, Maiwa, all the jibes. Anyway, have a great weekend, Maiwa. It's always a pleasure having your insights on the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. And on the selfish note, I want Newcastle to win, so I can probably put pepper in your eye on Monday when we come back for local room. Thank you for having me.
Pull on for the win. Go and put your money. Pull on. All right. Big thanks to the guys for making it awesome behind the scenes. Telling my likes of Manfred, not leaving out Adura, as well as Ikechukwu, and of course Jeremiah. My name is Jerry Apelohai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro, and have a great weekend.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a boy, but shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, it's always about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother, her daughter. The story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Minister of Family.
In a world where
Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukuma Okoro. A federal high court in Ibadan has nullified the People's Democratic Party PDP's National Convention held in the city on November 15 and 16, 2025. The court ruled that the convention was conducted in defiance of existing court orders and therefore set aside all decisions and outcomes arising from it. The presiding judge, Justice Uche Agomo, also affirmed that the caretaker committee led by Mohammed Abdulrahman alongside Senator Samuel Anyanwu remains the only recognized national working committee of the PDP pending a valid national convention. While the court barred Kabiru Turaki and other officials purportedly elected at the Ibadan Convention from presenting themselves as national officers of the party. Reacting to the judgment, counsel to the caretaker committee, Chief Ferdinand Obi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, described it as a victory for the rule of law and Nigeria's democracy. He said the ruling reinforces the need for political actors to obey court orders, noting that the PDP can only be lawfully administered by a caretaker committee until a proper and legal national convention is conducted. Meanwhile, the Kabiru Autonomy Tanimu Turaki-led National Working Committee of the PDP has reaffirmed its claim as the party's legitimate leadership despite a federal high court in Ibadan nullifying the November 2025 PDP National Convention. The NWC said it has instructed its lawyers to appeal the ruling, noting that a similar case in Abuja was earlier declined and urged party members to remain calm and united, insisting the leadership remains legally intact pending a final decision by the appellate court. Well, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, author, as well as a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Now, you heard the intro. How do you react to this development? Everything that happened in Ibadan regarding the convention of 15 and 16 of November, organized by Makinde, Sheyi Makinde, faction of the PDP, has been declared null and void by a court of law. What's your reaction?
Well, it is expected. And if it's where things are done properly, that was government money that was wasted. It wasn't Makinde's personal money. And they have legal advisors within them. So when this convention, before this convention, I said that it's going to be a jamboree. I said that it's going to be a jamboree, that they are just going to waste people's funds. Because I said then that INEC will not observe the Ibadan Convention. They would rather abide by the Abuja, because there were two court cases that came out simultaneously. One in Abuja, nullifying the convention and barring INEC from attending. And then the one in Ibadan, upholding the convention. So I said then in a program like this, that INEC, because they have compromised, will abide by the Abuja decision. Therefore, what is going to happen in Ibadan? What is going to be a jamboree? And I remember then that Saraki was talking about a reconciliation committee, why the former governor of Jigawa State was talking about postponing the convention. Understand? So, but they were hell-bent on doing the wrong thing. Understand? So now it has happened. It was a waste of people's funds.
A waste of people's funds. Now, you have said quite a few things now that need further interrogation, especially from a legal perspective. And in the course of the program, we'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adam. He's a constitutional lawyer, and he'll help us untie some of the legal knots around this decision. Now, but when you say that it was government money that was spent, I don't get it. I mean, Sheyi Makinde said before he got into government that the first money he made, that was in the 90s, was about $1 million. And all this while, he's been a businessman even before he became governor. And we know that parties do get donations from stakeholders and all of that. So what gives you the impression that it is people's money that was spent?
So you now want to tell me that Makinde spent his money for the convention?
I wouldn't know. So
nobody can believe that. So
who would believe that he spent Oyo State money? Do you have facts?
It is government money.
No, do you have facts to that?
It is government money that he spent.
I understand your position, but do you have facts to that? That look, he probably has spent government money.
A committee was set up.
Okay.
And those committee was funded.
Was the committee set up by the Oyo State government or by the PDP?
By the PDP.
Okay.
By the PDP. Okay. Understand? And they were the organizing committee, the entertainment committee, and so on and so forth. Okay. They were funded by Oyo State Fund.
Now, I understand all your position, but how do you prove that it was funded by Oyo State?
No public officer uses his own money.
Okay, no public
anywhere,
officer uses his own money.
Anywhere in this country.
Okay, before we get into the legalese of it, INEC at one point said, like, look, or the Makinde faction of the PDP said, look, what INEC needs to do is you just need to notify INEC. INEC doesn't necessarily have to observe your convention. And I pointed out cases where INEC didn't observe conventions, but approved of them. And you recall that the person that emerged as the national chairman of the party then, that's the one that has said, well, ignore these people. Talking about Taminu Turaki, is a senior advocate of Nigeria. Do you think that he doesn't know the letters of the electoral law or the constitution of that of PDP and Nigeria to have gone into that blinded or blind?
Well, for me, I wonder how many Nigerians get the certificates that they are parading. I'm not a lawyer, but I have been able to read INEC guidelines, both that of 2010, 14, and 2022. So, and it is stated there that INEC is the regulatory body of the political parties. Understand? So for you to hold a convention, you have to notify them. They have to supervise it, and even you have to notify security agencies who will also supervise. And there are spaces where those who observe convention are written.
Okay.
So the space for INEC must be filled. The space for security, maybe police, and so on must be filled. So those forms are there.
Okay.
Because I have been a member of an election observing team.
Okay.
Understand me? So all these are there. So, but at times in Nigeria, we practice might is right. Understand? But at the end of the day, they will bring you back to your senses to follow due process.
Okay. Now, do you see some kind of politics? Political interference in all of this? You recall that sometime when they were doing the lead up to the primaries for the Ekiti Goba, it's an off-cycle election. At that point, the PDP also had parallel primaries between two factions. And you know what? What INEC did was to recognize the candidates of
the Turaki.
Yes. Even when they didn't observe, as you said, the convention. So at that point, what role was
But
INEC
now they have not notified the Ekiti State governorship candidate for the PDP.
Okay, who nullified it? The same INEC.
The same INEC.
The same INEC. So exactly my point. So what role is INEC playing in all of this?
It is a game where that INEC has compromised. They are now doing the bidding of the executive. So all these are written scripts that to make sure that that winning election becomes easy for the APC.
Okay. Oh, no. I don't get it. When you say rigging for the APC, do you think that APC
I said winning election becomes easy for the APC. Because what happens now, PDP don't have any governorship candidate in Ekiti State.
Okay.
Understand? So it's now going to be a one-horse race.
Okay.
Just the APC candidate.
But ADC has a candidate.
But he is not on ground as we speak.
Okay, the person is not strong. He's not a strong candidate.
Sure.
Okay,
because PDP, Ekiti has been a PDP state for a very, very long time. Most of the governors has ruled under PDP.
Okay. So this is the first time.
So the structure is already
is already there. Now, before we get in the barrister into this conversation, something is quite confusing regarding the judgment of the High Court. The High Court says it declared the convention null and void and said that the only recognized authority leadership of the PDP is that led by Mohammed Abdul Rahman and Samuel Anyanwu. This same caretaker committee was appointed by the Ilya Damagun and Samuel Anyanwu NWC, which at some point, the Supreme Court says, look, your tenure has expired. And when their tenure expired, they appointed this committee. So are we now trying to build something on nothing? We see a regime, a leadership whose tenure had expired, appoint a caretaker committee to supervise a political party. And we saw a Supreme Court say, look, your tenure had expired. And we see a High Court say, look, this is the authentic leadership of the party. Can you help us make sense of it?
Well, that is this. That INEC and the judiciary are just creating a confusion. Mind you, last week or so, a court came out with a judgment that Samuel Anyanwu is no more the national secretary of PDP. You remember?
Yes.
That should be about 10 days ago.
Okay.
So does it mean that this judgment was written before that court judgment? So these are just games that to make sure that PDP is weakened. Understand? So that they will not be strong for 2027. That is exactly what is going on. But ADC are going to be the beneficiaries of this confusion.
The ADC?
The ADC.
Okay.
Because the Turaki faction, when they see that that this problem cannot be solved, they will defect to ADC.
Okay, they will defect to ADC. Okay, now let's look at the political jigsaw of all of this. If you go on media now, the Wike camp, they seem to be gloating, you know. We told you it's not. The Better Convention was a jamboree.
But they say so.
They said so, you know.
They say it's a Amanda gathering.
Amala gathering and all of that. And on social media now, in the media, even traditional media, they are saying, look, we told you and all of this has happened. So now, does it look like the Wike camp is having an upper hand now? Meanwhile, we also hear Taminu Turaki say, look, ignore that judgment. We are going to appeal it. And by the time it gets up to the Supreme Court, might just have our way.
When are they getting to the Supreme Court? So this is the game.
Okay.
This is the game that to make sure that they will not have any strong presidential candidate.
Who is playing this game?
INEC and the judiciary.
Using who?
Huh?
Using who?
You ask who is playing this game.
Okay.
I say INEC and judiciary are the ones.
No, why I say
game.
using who is because both INEC and judiciary, they are not members of the PDP. There must be people in PDP that they are using.
Using that is the mandate that was given to Nyesom Wike. Understand me? That was the mandate that was given to Nyesom Wike to make sure that PDP remain in intensive care units until the election comes and goes. That's why more than 2 years ago, I said that PDP is like a car that is damaged and will not be repaired till after 2027.
If you say that it was the mandate given by Nyesom Wike, I would like for us to do a bit of history around what is going on. We recall that about a month or 6 weeks ago, Seyi Makinde said something that was the mandate given to the president, given to Wike by the president, but that Wike just opened up to say, look, this is what the president told me, and that is what he's using PDP to do. At that point, Seyi Makinde said, no, Nyesom, we didn't, that was not our agreement.
That was not our agreement.
We didn't discuss that. And they went back and forth. Last week, Seyi went to the villa to see the president. And from what Peter Ayo Fayose told us, he said, well, the president said, Seyi, if you are coming to discuss your state matter with me, you can come. But if it is about party politics, please, I don't want to talk to you. You need to go on air and continue discussing because, I mean, you just said something that I didn't say, that Wike said. I gave him the mandate to destroy PDP. And when Seyi came out, he said, well, I don't have any problem remaining in PDP. So does it look like, from what I have said, does it look to you like Wike actually has a mandate from the president to destroy the PDP? Because the president has tactfully...
Did you expect the president to accept? Did you expect the president to accept?
No, but okay.
What Wike is doing, Wike has even confirmed it. Understand that he is working for the president for 2027. Then, if he's working for the president in another party 2027, you will not expect him to allow the PDP to be strong for 2027. So this is common sense. This is common sense. Wike has a mandate to destroy PDP, and that's what he is doing, using the court and the judiciary, using the court and the INEC.
Now, I'm happy that you have come back to the question I asked before. So you said INEC and judiciary using who? I know it is
using Nyesom Wike.
Now, the question would be, why would PDP allow itself to be destroyed? I want us to give a brief profile of PDP. At some point, Africa's largest party, according to them, that produced three presidents consecutively, three presidents consecutively, talking about Olusegun Obasanjo, Umaru Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan. They still have three of the vice presidents alive, Atiku Abubakar, Amandi Sambo, and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who doubles as both vice president and president. Now, in all of this, we have people like Bode George, we have former Senate presidents, And everybody is leaving the party based on the fact that one young man, former governor of one state, is the one causing problem, and everybody is abandoning that party for him. Who should actually take responsibility? Is it Nyesom Wike or the stakeholders, the founding fathers of the party who are still alive? Who should we take the blame to?
One, for me, the problem should rest squarely on the shoulder of Damagu. Understand? Damagu is the problem in PDP because he condoned evil. He allowed evil to grow roots. Understand? If immediately after the 2023 presidential election, Damagu has sacked the G5 governors, understand, we would not have been having this problem that we are having now.
The G5 governors that made him national chairman?
If he has sacked them.
No, I just asked a question now.
So that's why I am saying that he is the problem.
That Damagu is the problem.
Damagu is the problem of PDP even up to today. Though he's no more there, but he is the problem of PDP because he condoned evil.
Which evil was that? The people that
the people that sabotaged the party, instead of sacking them, he allowed them that to stay. So that's where all these things started. If Wike was sacked immediately, understand, within a year, his problem would be over. But from there, PDP will begin to rebuild. Even if Wike has 1 million followers in PDP and he go with them, they will begin they will start on over again. So even at a point in time, they were saying that there's no evidence that Wike committed the anti-party. You heard it. So then, why did they sack him and even give him certificate of expulsion? By then, it is too late.
Okay, so does it look like all of them are acting the same script? Both Eli Adamagun, Shei Makinde, Nyesom Wike, and all of that. It's more like what they are doing is more like a smoke screen to disable the party.
I have said it over and over that all of them are working for the same one.
Okay.
All of them are working for the same one because one, Shei Makinde was a member of the G5. Understand? In 2023, Turaki worked for the president. And that was why the Kebbi State chapter of PDP suspended him. Even up to now, they have not lifted his suspension. That was why the Kebbi chapter of PDP boycotted the Oyo convention. Understand me? That this man is not a man, is on suspension. Then why are you now giving somebody who is on suspension for anti-party activities the national chairman of your party? Understand? So all of them are working for the same man, but using different methods.
Okay. Now, if you consider everything, how soon do you think that this logjam could be resolved?
It will not be resolved till after 2027.
And so if they are resolving it after 2027, to what end?
No, it's a continuum. There are still other elections.
Like 2031 or obstacle elections?
2031, 2035.
I think that PDP will be able to rebuild by then if it is dismissed at this point.
They know what they are fighting. Everybody's interest in 2027. Understand? Once 2027 is over, the wave will come down. Understand me? So people will begin to think straight.
Okay, people will begin to think straight. Dr. Anosike, let me ask you, is there a possibility that the PDP and ADC might just work together in 2027? Can it happen?
PDP is in ICU.
Okay.
What we are going to witness is individual defections.
Okay, individual defections, major stakeholders moving from the PDP, as we have seen Atiku Abubakar.
To the ADC.
To the ADC.
Yeah.
And when they move to the ADC, they are going to move with their structures to the ADC. The major stakeholders.
Assuming they have. They claim that they have.
No, but the structures are still there. Does it look like when we still have the state chapters of the PDP, even if there are problems. So if you see one big man in one state, that moves from PDP to the ADC, he's going to yank up that structure and dump it in the ADC. So will that strengthen the power of the ADC to probably challenge the president in 2027?
Not probably. ADC is going to challenge.
No. What I mean,
ADC is going to be competitive in 2027, whether PDP or no PDP.
Okay, whether PDP or no PDP. So what gives you that impression? Do they have structures on ground? ADC. I'm talking about ADC.
What are structures? In 2023, we heard that P2B had no structure.
Okay.
So then, what produced 6.1 million votes?
But people also say that if he had structure, that he probably would have won. That there are polling units, polling booths where there were no agents, and that it was easier, for the opposition to manipulate figures in those units. So at this point, you still believe that?
Not even. You cannot contest an election in a you cannot contest. You cannot go to court over an election in a polling unit where you don't have a party agent.
Exactly my point. So that is the question I'm asking about structures. Do they have the structures?
So these are party agents.
A new party.
His inability that to have a party agents across the length and breadth of the country. So it's not the issue of having structure or not having structure.
No, that's the structure.
Structure is people. Structure is human beings.
No, but those human beings have to be organized into structure. Population is an asset. Human beings are asset. Like what I mean is that if you go to a local government area, somebody has to organize the people that his supporters say, okay, on election day, you are going to be the agent. You are going to be the whatever for this political party. Now, that is part of the thing that Peter Obi lacked in the Labour Party. My question
because he was the one that was financing his election.
Okay. Now, my direct question is: do you think that ADC has this population, this structure, to effectively confront the APC in 2027?
Once all the key members of the party agree to support whoever emerges, understand me, as the presidential candidate of the party, they will have that's polling agents in all the polling units in the country.
Okay. You are very optimistic.
It will be very, very easy for them.
Okay.
Just Atiku taking care of the north, understand? Then MP will be taking care that's of the south. Understand me? So what's his name? Rotimi Amechi, and others. It will be shared. But in 2023, it was only P2B.
Okay. Now, I like the twist that you brought into it. You said if the other people agree to support the person that wins,
that emerges, whether it's Obi, whether it's Atiku, whether it's Rotimi Amechi, if others agree to support whoever emerges, they will be competitive.
But Amechi has been very clear. I don't want to deputize anybody. It's either presidency or...
No, that's what P2B also said the same thing.
Okay.
So, even, what is his name? Emeka Mwajoba would also say the same thing. Okay. Because you don't run for the office of the vice president.
Okay.
You run is for the president.
Then you might just be selected to be the running
to be that sure.
Okay, Dr. Onasike, let's go for a short break. And when we return, we'll get into our second topic of discussion. And welcome back. This is still Political Lens. And APC chieftain Farouk Aliyu has argued that demographic realities, particularly in northern Nigeria, make a Muslim presidential ticket the most strategic option for the ruling party ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking on a national TV program, he said electoral decisions are driven by numbers and political calculations, stressing that Muslims constitute the majority of voters in the north. Well, Aliyu noted that the final decision on the ticket rests with the APC and its candidate, adding that party members have been warned against speculating about Vice President Kashim Shettima or the 2027 lineup. He maintained that whether the party adopts a Muslim, Christian, or other combination will be determined at the appropriate time based on political interest and voter strength. Dr. Anosike, I recall you saying that the Muslim ticket died on the 25th of December 2025, the day Trump's bombs went ablazing in Sokoto. Do you still share that position today?
100%.
Looking at what this man has said.
100%. Nigeria has changed. Nigeria of 2023 is not Nigeria of 2027. 2023, it was comfortable, understand? And that was why it was comfortable and acceptable, understand? But in 2027, it will no longer be acceptable. Because, one, this issue of Christian genocide has changed that's everything. And if Tinubu comes up with another Muslim, it will be seen that the persecution, marginalization of Christians is a reality, and he dare not attempt it. I know that Muslims constitute over 70% or 80% of the voting population in the north.
Okay, according to what Farouk Ali said.
No, it's a fact.
It's a fact, okay.
It's a fact. But circumstances has changed. Circumstances has changed. And that's also what is going to affect Bonami Tinubu in 2027. Because we don't have a very strong Christian that politically in the north.
Okay, a strong Christian north.
That's a strong Christian candidate
okay.
in the north. Because one, a presidential candidate choose a vice to complement him, maybe in the area that he feels that he's weak. An instance, a man can choose a woman so that the woman will help to get women votes. Understand me? A Christian can choose a Muslim to help and get Muslim votes. So what a vice presidential candidate does is to complement the presidential candidate in his own area of weakness. Understand me? So Tinubu will not have such a person in the north that will help him, that will complement him.
A Christian.
A Christian.
Okay, so apparently he still might go for the Muslim ticket.
He dare not.
No, but isn't that some kind of contradiction that you're presenting? You said that
I said circumstances has changed.
No, okay. What circumstances have changed?
With America watching, and Tinubu goes with a Muslim again.
Is America actually watching?
Eh?
Is America actually?
They are watching, and Donald Trump has not stopped to mention that genocide in Nigeria.
But the government has denied it vehemently and committed so much money, $750,000 a month, to fight that narrative. And it looks like it is working for them. When we see a highly regarded tabloid like New York Times, right, look, that it was someone down south, a screwdriver seller in Onitsha, that gave intelligence for the Sokoto incident. And New York Times, of all tabloids. So, and the government, so what has changed in that?
The Republicans recognize New York Times? Donald Trump calls them fake news. Understand me? Donald Trump calls them fake. The way he regarded the CNN is the way he regards New York Times.
Okay, does that matter?
So,
to policymakers in Washington, does that matter?
I say, quote me anytime, any day. Tinubu have to get a Christian candidate, whether he likes it or not, whether it will help his candidacy or not.
So is he going to... Okay, land on your thoughts.
He has to do it.
Is he going to help himself fail if you say that, look, there is no strong candidate, Christian, nor in the Christian North, that will probably mobilize votes for Tinubu and all of that, and you are still expecting him to look for somebody who is a Christian in the North to run as vice president? So is he going to help himself to fail the election?
And not when a sword is dangling around your neck.
So apparently he will help himself to fail. He might just say, okay, whatever had happened, let me still go for Muslim ticket, which is what Farouk has said.
Maduro
it's all about numbers.
Maduro experience is still there.
I don't get it.
Maduro experience is still there. So 2027, even this year, Tinubu is going to choose a Christian as his running mate.
So if we are looking at all of this, how strategic has Shettima been to the success of this administration?
One, Shettima, he complemented.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. One, he had been a two-term governor that's in the North. Understand? He is also, he has a deep pocket and a lot of connections.
Deep pocket as former governor or what?
Deep pocket as a former governor.
Okay.
Two-term former governor, and he has a lot of connection. That was why he was picked above other people in 2023.
In 2023. Now, let's look at the options available to the president in terms of going to the North. A lot of names have cropped up. One of them is Yakubu Dogara.
And all of them are shoe-shiners.
Former Speaker of the House of Representatives.
He came from a very minority tribe in Bauchi State.
How about Shettima? Shettima is Kanuri.
Shettima is Kanuri. I said, has been two times governor. Very, very influential, not only in but he's Kanuri, but he won Borno State governorship election.
Okay.
So that shows you his influence.
Okay, so you think that, but what's his name? Yakubu Dogara became the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
He was elected.
Is that a mean feat? Is that a mean feat?
One, he was elected in the House.
Okay.
And for convenience.
Okay, so and you think that convenience wouldn't work for him this time?
No, it will not work.
Okay, now let's look at Babachi Lawal, former secretary to the government of the
state. He's in ADC.
He's in ADC.
Yes.
Okay, you think he can't swap?
He is.
If they dangle that carrot before him,
he is in ADC.
Oh, you think he can't move?
He will not move.
Okay, we hear that Abu Kefas,
the governor of
Taraba.
Taraba.
Okay, he's porting to the APC.
He's already in APC.
Yes.
But what is his political weight?
Okay.
It's not much.
And he's governor.
Both
he's still a governor.
Both Taraba and Adamawa came from the old Gongona state.
Yes.
But the talk of Gongona is Adamawa.
Okay.
Understand me?
So
it's not there.
But the PDP governor of Adamawa, one article left, the PDP governor of Adamawa didn't go with him. Like what happened in what happened the other time that he ported to...
But he will still go.
He will still go.
Yes. Fintri will still join ADC.
Fintri will still go. So in all of this, so what do you expect the president to do in 2027? One, you said there is no strong northern Christian, that could rally support for him.
Well,
and you are saying that...
you did not mention the other names. Christopher Musa.
The current minister of defense. So what's his pedigree? What's his political capital?
I said these are names that are coming up. Bishop Kuka.
Okay.
Bishop Kuka up to today has not denied it.
Okay.
Understand me?
So what is
just even Dogara say, don't put my name in that.
Okay.
Dogara said that.
Yes, Dogara has said, look, can't
yes,
be out.
But Kuka has not denied it.
Okay.
Kuka has not said, don't put my name. And Musa has said, don't put my name.
Now, all these people
Musa has not said
all
anything.
these people are coming from the northwest and basically the northeast. What happens to the north central?
No.
Can the president...
No, Kaduna is northwest.
Northwest. That's about Christopher Musa.
Christopher Musa and Bishop Kuka.
And Bishop Kuka. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Now, my question is this. How about the North Central? You think that the president can look...
Nobody has been mentioned in North Central, and in North Central, who are the powerful candidates? Is it the current secretary to the federal government? Is that him? Akume, can he do anything?
Okay, he's been governor before. If you say that Shetima had some kind of capital, was it because, according to you, he was governor, two-time governor? Akume has been two-time governor, secretary to the government of the federation.
But when you check, Akume was of the 99 to 2007 set.
Okay, so a lot has changed.
A lot has changed.
Okay, in terms of having deep pockets.
And sure, a lot has changed.
Okay, he's secretary to the government
yes.
of the
federation. And Benue, where he comes from, is deeply divided.
It's deeply divided.
Even Akume and the governor, Hyacinth, and they are not on the same page.
Okay. So he can't muster that kind of support for the president?
No, no, no.
You know, so who do you think that... So I go back to asking you this question. Do you think that the president is going to open his eyes wide open, choose someone, according to you, based on the parameters, you know, will help him fail the election? Is he going to do that? Or he rather say, well, let me still go back to Muslim ticket and try my luck?
I said the circumstances is no more or the same.
Okay.
The circumstance is no more or the same.
So what are the options available to the president?
It's not my responsibility to help
him.
I'm not his political advisor.
You are not his political advisor.
No,
but you are able to tell us what he will do and what he will not do.
No, he cannot come up with a Muslim
ticket.
Running mate.
Okay, but you cannot help him with a Christian candidate.
People are being paid to do that.
Okay, it's not your responsibility.
No, it's not.
All right, now let's see how it goes. Let's get into our final topic of discussion. And Vice President Kashim Shettima said ongoing reforms of the President Bola Tinubu administration were beginning to restore the confidence of the global community in Nigeria. Well, Shettima said the said this and explained why foreigners now chose to participate in professional courses like the Professional Certification Program in Nigeria. He spoke yesterday during the inaugural convocation ceremony of the Professional Certification Program held at the Old Banquet Hall of State House in Abuja. The Vice President, who was represented by Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Senator Ibrahim Hadejia, stated that the first cohort of certified procurement professionals was a milestone that indicated the firm resolve of our administration to implement the President's renewed hope agenda. According to him, on this day, we commemorate the 2,100 certified procurement professionals from Nigeria and around the globe. Well, this is far from a trivial accomplishment. Dr. Anosike, the VP says reforms have restored confidence in Nigeria. Do you see the confidence you talked about? Because a group of 2,100 people received certification and received certification in project management, professional examination, and all of that. So that alone has restored. So people are coming to Nigeria now to acquire certification and all of that. So investor confidence has been restored in Nigeria.
There's one thing that Shawore said, which I'll repeat here. Shawore said, show me one investor that has come to Nigeria. Understand? That is what Shawore said. And the truth is that there is none.
No, Shell is planning to dump 20 billion naira.
Shell has been here. Shell has been here.
No, it's fresh investment.
From the 60s.
Fresh investment, according to...
They are exploiting us. Understand me? Shell should be paying repatriation. Understand me? So, you cannot say that Mobil is coming. Mobil has been here. Shell has been here.
No, you know that at some point, Shell had to, downsize. They even, I think their only operation in Nigeria is their gas operations. But now they are making plans to come back, invest in the Bonga field, Bonga onshore operations.
Because they have been assured of better profits.
Okay, so they are coming. Exactly the point. That's the point that the Vice President is making. Investors are coming. The confidence is restored. And you say you can't see it.
Investors can never come in a country where there's no stability. Investors cannot come in a country where the judiciary is not transparent.
Dr. Anosike,
investors cannot come come in a country where there's insecurity. Understand me? Investors cannot come in a country where there's epileptic power supply. Understand me? So I've given you 4 factors that drive investments everywhere in the world.
And that is the basis of my next question now. You are a business consultant. You talked about instability. You talked about lack of power. You talked about insecurity. And what again? There's another factor that you mentioned.
I say epileptic power supply.
Power supply, insecurity, instability, and the judiciary.
Transparency in the judiciary, yes.
Now, let's take 3. Let's take out transparency. Now, those other factors speak to some kind of market opportunities. And we know that investors go where they find market opportunities. If everything was working in the power sector in Nigeria, do you think that Siemens will come to Nigeria if they are invited? I mean, instability creates opportunities, market opportunities. So don't you think that it's enough reason, for investors to say, look, they have their noses out there. Okay, there's a problem there. And businesses are necessarily solution providers. Now let's go there and provide a solution. And that is business for them.
Within security.
I mean, it happens. People were jumping on a plane and going to Afghanistan, even when bombs were going up there. Even in Iraq.
What are they going to do their
to look for opportunities?
Construction. Dangote even say you attract investors, you don't invite them.
Okay.
This is what Aliko Dangote said. How do you attract them? By creating enabling environment. Understand me? By creating enabling environment.
If that environment was very conducive, the locals will be the one investing. They have a lot of money. How many people have gone to India to invest? How many foreigners? Instead, India is taking investments out of India to places like UK. They control the automobile sector, like Tata. What Tata is doing in the UK.
That's why, if there's an enabling environment, our micro, small and medium industries will be growing.
Okay.
Understand me? Because there's enabling environment, and then it will be attracting other people from other countries of the world.
Okay.
But here, when you hear that over 7 million companies died in 1 year, what are you going to do in that this country? It's your own business, bulletproof.
Those 7 million companies that died, they have the technology to survive.
So you have heard it, that where you are going is not fertile. Understand?
No, I'm talking about...
That people are dying there. Chukuma, investors didn't come under Buhari. They will not come under Boname Tinubu, period.
Okay, because of instability.
I've given you four
instability and lack of
corruption in the judicial system. So I cannot go to a country where if I have a problem, I cannot get justice in the court. Court is for the highest bidder. Court has been compromised. No. So all these things are affecting investors. They will not come.
But we were told in 2025 at some point that the National Bureau of Statistics or the presidency said that they had attracted $30 billion investment.
From who?
From outside, investments in Nigeria.
Mention the companies now.
No, I'm just telling you about what the MBS said. MBS also didn't mention those companies.
Okay.
So you don't believe the MBS?
Even with the head of MBS now, being one Adeyemi, I don't believe MBS anymore.
Okay, you don't believe MBS?
Yes.
So, but when MBS says that 140 million Nigerians will descend to abject poverty in 2026, will you believe them?
I feel it. Okay. I don't need MBS to tell me that Nigerians are suffering. I'm on the street. I saw what my fellow Nigerians are going through every day by day. You see a well-dressed man begging you for transport. So I don't need MBS to tell me that Nigerians are suffering.
Okay. So if they don't tell you that Nigerians are suffering, they shouldn't also tell you that that there is a surge of investors coming to Nigeria.
Mention one of them.
Okay.
If investors are coming, mention one of them. For me, I know that Chinese can come, Lebanese can come.
But are they coming? Are they
Indians can come because these are crooked businessmen.
Okay, but these people that you mentioned,
who will want to do business in a crooked country because they know how to manipulate, how to avoid a lot of things.
These people that you mentioned, do you see them coming? Are they coming?
These are the people that can come. Even at that, they are not even coming.
Okay.
Even at that, they are not coming because there's no enabling environment that will help businesses to grow in the country.
Okay, so Dr. Anosike, apparently you don't believe that the economic reforms of the president is making, any great change in our society, especially with what
it can be making change in offices in Abuja, not on the streets in Nigeria.
So because of that, you also don't believe that foreign investors are trooping in?
None has come and none will come as long as the situation remains as it is.
Okay, so there is no confidence yet in Nigerian economy as we speak. You said they didn't come under Buhari and they wouldn't come.
They will not come under Boname Tinubu because there's no enabling environment for them to come.
Okay, can we have your concluding thoughts on what the issues that we talked about?
On the issue of
PDP convention.
It was a waste of people's fund. Understand? And if it's where things actually work, Makinde should be asked to refund that money.
Okay.
Because they should have advised him that what you are going to do is a jamboree and not a convention. Understand? Then, and what's the other issue?
Muslim.
No, Tinubu is going to come with a Christian candidate in 2027.
Okay.
And on investors, no investors will come under this present administration.
All right, then. This is where we have to drop anchor on the program. We've been speaking with Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, and business consultant. He's also an author. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Anosike, for being part of Political Lens. I appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you for having me.
Right now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemdioto. Join us again 7 o'clock on top of the hour for Issues. And from me, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classroom, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I
better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From courts declaring factional PDP National Convention invalid, to Wike threatening to disrupt Rivers Stadium if denied access. Also, resident doctors extend strike suspension, give federal government 4-week deadline. And finally, police deny firing gunshot during Makoko demolition protest. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Federal High Court in Ibadan has nullified the People's Democratic Party's National Convention held on November 15, 2025 in Ibadan, Oyo State. The court also barred Kabiru Turaki and others from presenting themselves as national officers of the party, dealing a significant blow to the faction that emerged from the convention. Recall that despite internal disputes within the party, the PDP went ahead to hold its 2025 elective national convention in Ibadan. The court's decision follows ongoing leadership disputes within the PDP, which have led to competing factions and legal battles over the party's national leadership and internal processes. However, in a swift reaction, the party's national publicity secretary, Ini Ememobong, said the PDP is awaiting the final pronouncement of the appellate court, which it believes will uphold its position. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a guest here in the studio. We have Mr. Elvis Elimihele. He is a senior journalist and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nina. Hi, sir.
Fine, thank you. And how was yours?
Good. God, it's Friday.
For you. Me, I don't have anywhere to go to.
Yes, that's what media job is all about.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so let's start. I'm sure I don't know if you were surprised, or how were you surprised when you saw this court ruling nullifying this faction that maybe some persons might think might eventually become the real faction, if I could use that word, of PDP?
Well, if I say I was surprised, it would be like I'm not following the trend of things. But I was actually expecting the judgment to go the other way, not,
To go which way?
To allow this crisis to be over, especially when the court made pronouncement last week that Ion's tenure has ended. And that at least we now know that really their tenure ended in December. So I was expecting that the court will now, okay, let Turaki-led fashion of the PDP now continue, and let's see how they can begin to merge fences. But unfortunately, it's like one step forward, 2 steps backwards again. Like we are going back they are going back to the trenches now, starting from where they stopped all over. But one good thing about it is that this is just the first court. It could still go further. Maybe appeal court may avoid this, and it may go the other way. But this should not discourage members of the PDP. You understand? Especially these Turaki-led members, this new executive that came up in Ibadan, they should not be discouraged. You see, life is all about that. You have to fight your ways. There's nothing good that you are seeking to get that you always come easy. It is becoming so obvious now that there are some people that don't want PDP to function. And as a result, PDP must not relent. They must be able to know that they have to fight these common issues they have. Going to court, back and forth, and, move forward, backward again, it's not helping PDP. But so this Ibadan convention that brought this new leadership must close rank with other persons, members, and make sure that they find a way to move PDP forward. All the governors are almost gone. As we speak, they have only about 3 governors, Oyo, Adamawa, and Zamfara. Out of all the about 12 or so.
You've forgotten about Bauchi.
Oyo, okay, Bauchi.
Yeah.
Okay, they have only about 4 left. So, which is not good for them. So they should not just fold their arms and allow the party to go. Because if you still talk of a national party today in Nigeria, Nena, it's still PDP. It's only that PDP that you see that it's not one man that is actually dictating the shot. That's even why you see so many other persons, have interest in that this party must die. But it now left for the real members who actually want to guide this party jealously to take the bull by the horn. APC, as we have come to discover, is not a political party. It's just a party of, strange bedfellows. They came together and they had the opportunity of grabbing power. And because the PDP actually allowed them to grab power, if PDP had put their home in order, that matter would have happened in that 2014, 2015. Now, we've seen, if we have not had the experience of APC within these 10 years now, they've been in power, who would have been talking about, PDP have not done well, APC would have done better. But now we have an opportunity of, trying both PDP. Now, Nigerians are even saying that if only we can have the era of PDP back, which is not possible any longer. So, be that as it may, I expect PDP to actually find a way to put their house in order. And let them go to appeal this. This is just the first court. Let them appeal it. Then if it favors them, but the only issue is that they should not really be too eager about 2027 election. Let them put their home in order and work favorably towards the next election. Because before these court cases are dispensed of, Nena, you know that PDP may not have so much stronghold in 2027 general election. So if they are, running after 2027 and running after the court cases and, uniting the PDP, they might miss it. Now, let them close rank, unite PDP. If they're able to settle all this matter off before 2020, 2031, or even some of the staggered elections that will come up before then, PDP might come back again gradually. It's not going to be an automatic thing because Nigerians are not happy with the present situation we are going through in the hands of APC. So we need just that will take us out of this. ADC, we see that ADC is also coming up, but we are watching what is going to happen in ADC. That is during the time of the primaries. If ADC is able to survive primaries, they might step into that shoe of PDP for now. But PDP should not lie low. They should still be able to see how they can move forward because ADC must also guide jealously what led to the dissolution of PDP where they are today so that they will not step into that same shoes that led to where PDP is now and use it to, destroy whatever they are building. That's my fear for ADC because as you see, everybody there is like, oh, I want to be there, I want to be there. If they are not able to manage that and get into the primaries like a united party and everybody is okay, whoever comes up from the primary, we are going to support him. ADC might also go down like PDP is now. And that, that will now give automatic ticket to APC as it were. So we just want ADC to put their house in order. Then PDP should close rank, work towards, even if they are not getting anything in 2027 election, let them work towards bringing PDP back. Let those members that are still there and have faith in them. I still saw Makinde talking about that PDP remain his party. Then Bala Mohammed have not actually said anything about the party that is still fervent with it. They may not be automatically be having more states now. If at local government level, let them start all over after this crisis will have gone. But this crisis, the hand that is on this crisis is somewhere. Because we saw that judgment that came last week that, Anyanwu is gone. Everybody was happy that, okay, PDP is actually now getting somewhere. But this one that came today has drawn them back again.
But does it not look like it's conflicting when you have one court talk about taking off or the tenure of Anyanwu is over? Then now we get to see this particular court now say this convention and then those leaders who were elected during the convention have been bad. Does it not look like a contradiction sort of? And aside from that, you said, so that's one question on one hand. Then on the other hand, you talked about them not being discouraged. How easy will it be for these people not to be discouraged? But even the publicity secretary, while he was during his statement, or when he made his statement, he actually said that yes, that the members should be resolute and all of that. That's what you're saying. And that's like, but those things like that would shake anyone. I don't even know where PDP wants to start from, really. I don't know where they want to start from. You're saying they should put their acts together and put their hands together and try to ensure that even if nothing happens in 2027, they should look beyond that. It's but if they don't kind of bring out a candidate for 2027, don't you think they'll just go into oblivion?
No, they may bring out candidate, but my fear is that before these court cases are over, we'll be too close to the election. They may not have that formidable impact, campaign, selling themselves again to the people and all that. It takes a lot of time for people to now. They have members quite well. There's no disputation about that. But it's not just the member. Winning election now matters. You understand? But the judgment we saw last week, it depends on the cases that are filed. Even last week, that judgment that came was, normally we actually knew that Anyanwu and his leadership were going to end their tenure in December. So I think that was the one that now favored the PDP, that, okay, these people, you don't have any relationship with PDP any longer because your tenure has ended. So that was a different case that was filed. Even when that judgment came last week, everybody was still waiting to hear this judgment from Ibadan Convention. And this Ibadan Convention, we were like, if that comes and it favors the PDP will glue. But unfortunately, when this one came now, they are back to their knees again. But like every political analyst will say, we also look at it. PDP is still a party. Though they are passing through their rough times, but they should not give up. And also, they should not be too focused on 2027 general election because they may not have so much impact when it comes to 2027 general election. Because before all these court cases are over, primaries would have been so close or even gone. And what does that mean? It means a party that gave us leadership for 16 years will just go down the drain in that manner.
Wow. Okay, like you mentioned, a party that it's sad. I'm sure that many Nigerians might also share this view that a party, like you said, that gave leadership for 16 years, it's gradually going down the drain this way. And PDP used to be a very strong party. But what would you say that has gotten them to degenerate so low to this point?
It's so obvious. Insincerity. When elders are beginning to be deceiving themselves and deceiving their members, that deception will only last. It's just like a bubble. It will burst. When you now jettison the party's constitution because you want to favor some persons, then that means you are packing up. You understand? Let it not be that whenever an issue arises, because there are some fat pocket boozers, financially rich persons, you are now using them to judge those that cannot. Look at what has been happening in PDP. PDP were not sincere to themselves. In the first instance, right from 2011, Jonathan won 2011 election. and became president for 4 years, 2011 to 2015. That 2015 general election, unfortunately, President Jonathan was deceived into contesting for that 2015 general election. If Jonathan has not contested, because PDP were having this belief that incumbent will never lose election. But they didn't know that it has gone beyond that level. Nobody knew what happened, but we know too well that Jonathan became alone. Even Jonathan's cabinet had deserted him even before the election, which he didn't know, and which PDP themselves too, were trying to manage. Unfortunately, that lack of truth was one part of the trend that sold PDP up. Then look at the one that now brought Wike up and all that in 2022, 2023 that led to this dragging PDP to the Golgotha now where it is. It was just because the leadership of PDP could not stand their ground and say, no, we are also zoning our ticket to the South, because we have always had this arrangement of let the North go, let the South go. Look at the popularity. Look at where the pendulum swings. Look at what feed the pulse of the people outside. They now, because there's one person that is rich and they believe that, he will be able to manipulate everybody with his riches along. They said, okay, that was jettisoned. That was all led to the G5. The G5 is part of those things that matter that actually need PDP to where we are now. People like Wike and others now started jumping out and working against their party. So when leaders who are supposed to be the head of the parties are not speaking the truth to issues, look at what has been happening in Lagos State. PDP has never had a grip in Lagos since 1999 to today. But PDP are leaders in Lagos. Are they sincere to themselves? Are they sincere to the Constitution? Are they sincere to what they preach to people? So when you now see, look at Jandor, their governorship candidates in 2023 election. He has gone to APC, and today he's one of those that are even assisting APC to put up advert and jingles now for them. That's to tell you that. So some people are aggrieved. Normally, when we were growing up, when we used to hear of political parties, especially I can speak for the era of Second Republic, when we used to have MPN and UPN as major political parties then. I can see my dad even talking about, fervently about UPN. That even if there's no way, because they don't believe in the ideology of the party. Today, political party in Nigeria don't have anything like ideology. Every time I say, okay, if it's not favoring me, I'm packing my bag and I'm leaving. Those are what we are talking about, Nena. There's no sincerity. There's no we are doing it for Nigerians. They want to do it for themselves. Doing it for yourselves, and the same interest you have is the same interest I have, the same interest everybody has, will be stepping on toes. And stepping on toes will now be jettisoning the rules and regulations that set other political party or the Constitution. You now push it aside because you want to favor some other persons. When you are favoring persons within the leadership of the party against the people, that party is bound to die, because the people owns the election. It's not the leadership of the party. It's the people, because at the end of the day, if you are not unable to settle your home very well, you cannot be campaigning and be telling the people, they say, look at what we are even doing. That means you are telling Nigeria, you are telling the people lies. They will not believe in you. So that was just what happened to PDP. The leadership of PDP were not sincere to themselves. That's what led to where they are today.
But we have some people who are elder statesmen, who are still, or the elder statesmen rather, who are still part of this party. Is it that they don't have the willpower, or they don't have, they are not being, they don't have the, they don't have the respect or the honor to be able to, try to ensure that this party, these differences are settled? Because we have people like Obasanjo, PDP, he's still an elder statesman. Of course, there are people like Bode George. Some persons will say Bode George, some persons will say some things about Bode George, about him not, But these are people who are elderly. Even the former president, Jonathan, can't they rally around and ensure that this party doesn't just go into extinction?
That matter becomes matter of interest, Nena. These persons you made mention of, they all have their interests. Like Obasanjo, after his 2 tenures as president under PDP, he came out publicly and tore his card.
Yes, true.
What do you expect of that? Today we hear of presidents of America, they tell you he was a Republican president, he died as a Republican president. He was a Democrat president, he died as a Democrat president. When leaders see that political party just as a vehicle to just get into power, and after that, whatever happened is not part of them, which means their own interest was not actually there. You see, party is all about what you believe in. This is what we are selling to the people, and this is what we believe in. Not you now come in and say, okay, I want to use my money to buy what you and I believe. So because I want to use it as a vehicle to get to the top.
To where you're going to.
At the end of the day, you are going to still roll it off, because once you get what you are looking for, you are going to go. Obasanjo tore his card publicly. Jonathan, after he lost the election, we say he was not too interested in politics. PDP matter any longer. You understand? Then where is the party? You made mention of big Uncle Body George in Lagos here. In Lagos here, in 2023 general election, Body George was not in support of Jandor, even though Jandor was a PDP candidate. He was supporting another party. That's matter of interest. So when these interests are clashing, they now push out the ideology of the party off. Nena, what is happening to PDP will be happening, and it will also happen to other political parties. That's what I'm already telling you now, that they should not allow such now. ADC should not allow such for individual interest to have a predominant role in whatever they are talking about now, this coalition. If it happens in that manner, the same thing that happened to PDP will also happen to ADC. So when all these leaders, deceiving themselves, they come to tell you, speak at the television, but when they go back, they know that they have a camp that they are projecting, and that camp they are projecting is not for the interest of the party. It is something that will always lead to things of this nature. So they didn't believe in the ideology, but they only come to confess it in the public because of what they are looking for. PDP thrived so well, but unfortunately, look at where they are today. It shows that any party can also go down, in Nigeria especially.
Wow. Okay, this ruling, or this recent ruling, is it a triumph for Wike over his friend or his former ally, Makinde? Because it looks like, aside from, it looks like it's a fight between these two, like looking like it. Even if it looks like they are the two people leading the two factions, sort of. So is this like a win or a triumph that Wike has now over his former ally?
I wouldn't see it like a triumph, Nena, because Wike is not even a member of PDP any longer. So,
well, I'm sure that he doesn't say. I'm sure that in his head, he still feels like he's a member of PDP.
It's not, because the court cases are still coming up, and more. I mean, an appeal is still going to come up. So, until that appeal is dispensed of, probably this matter will still get to Supreme Court.
But can I ask you this question? You said he's no longer a member of PDP, but the people who expelled him from PDP and the party, it's still the same people that this faction has been bad.
Yes.
So of course, that means the expulsion is nullified as well.
That's why I was talking about the court cases that are still going to come up. So for now, until all the court cases are dispensed of, before he can begin to ring his bell and say, oh, he has succeeded. But even before then, so much would have gone past, so much water would have gone past the bridge that we will not even be talking of PDP, whether PDP is alive or dead that time, because Nigeria would have moved so much forward. So let him now. The court has said, okay, the Ibadan Convention has been quashed. Then let him now revive his own faction and let them take over the secretariat and see what they are going to make out of it within this period. Do you think what they're going to make out of it? Are they going to come up with candidates for the 2027 general election? Let's see what is going to happen. If eventually they raise the secretariat, they are celebrating. I know politicians are very good at celebrating. They are going to celebrate this one very soon now. By tomorrow, you will be hearing that from his own faction, they will be commending this judgment. Good. There's no problem about that. If they can revive the secretariat and come up with their candidate, let's see. But if the case goes the other way again, you know what it means. So whoever is aligning with any of these two now should be very careful. That's even why you see this jumping ship become so rampant now with all their governors, because especially those that are doing the first tenure, they also want to continue second tenure. And they want a formidable party that can sign their form. A situation where PDP, a faction will sign in PDP and the other faction will go to court, and at the end of the day, the election is nullified, which means he has lost that chance. So that's just the issue is now. So whether Wike and his faction is happy about this, they are going to celebrate this judgment now, it's of no case, because tomorrow another judgment may come up, and it may also erode all their celebration today. So the issue is, let Turaki faction be resolute. They should come together and fight this to the final conclusion. This matter must end with time. It may only after 2027 general election, all this matter will no longer be fashionable. What is happening now is to make sure that some of these political parties don't come up to challenge the ruling party. That's what we are seeing now. And this ones will continue. Unfortunately, they've played into their hands to get to this level. The ruling party, like they keep telling you, that they have a hand in this, just like the hand of Jacob and the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau. It's what we are seeing in this matter. So the ruling party cannot share themselves away from what is going on, because we saw a judgment last week that like favor PDP is coming alive again. Another judgment has come again that's taking them back to where they were. So if at the end of the, that's what I keep talking about ADC. ADC is the only opposition that Nigerians are looking onto, because even if this judgment comes in March, May now, PDP can no longer do much. So ADC should guide their home so that what this balkanization that came into PDP should not spill into them.
Well, you're not talking about ADC. Some of these members in ADC also spilled out from the same PDP.
Yes.
So I don't know if there's any difference, because it just looks like, can a chameleon change his skin or can a leopard change his skin when he's old? Because this same ideology that they had when they were in PDP and they've now moved to ADC, don't you think the same thing will play out at some point?
That's my fear. That's my fear. This personal interests. If they allow that selfishness to override the ideology of the party, they will have the same problem. But one would have expected that they should borrow a leaf from what has happened to PDP and say, no, we should tread consciously so that we will not fall into this, especially if they say they are coming to rescue Nigerians. If you are coming to rescue Nigeria from this present ruling party, you have to sacrifice. It may not be to your favor all the time, Nina, but put your name, in the mind of engross your name in the heart of Nigerians with gold. Nigerians will say, yes, it was not favorable to him, but because he just wanted to deliver Nigerians at a certain time that we're at a stalemate now, that was why they have to do that. He has to come up with that sacrifice. Can't you sacrifice if you so believe that you love the country and you actually believe that the present ruling party is not the party that should be in power come 2027? Then sacrifice has to come in. But unfortunately, politicians hardly sacrifice. But in this case, I want to believe that ADC will now trend the line of sacrifice, and some of those that are too interested in, I want to get the power at all time, I don't want to start mentioning, they will know them. So that they can also actually play down on that and come up with candidates that Nigeria can rally around and say, okay, let's believe in this. And they should also work with that candidate. Look at what is happening to NNPP. Is it not gone? NNPP is gone. What is happening? In 2022, 2023, we were seeing NNPP coming, they were going to merge with Labour Party to form an alliance. But what happened? Too much interest. No, I will never be vice. I will never be this, you understand? That killed it. The only canoe that they head onto, the canoe now has slipped off their hands. If NNPP had come in alliance with Labour Party in 2023 general election, Labour Party would have done better. You understand? With only Labour Party, only Obi came in and he got 6 million votes. Then all the Kwankwasia and whatever all over Nigeria and whatever would have increased that vote. Probably they would have been better. But this personal interest is the issue with Nigeria politicians. Nobody wants to sacrifice. Nobody wants to shift goalposts for another. Say, oh, let this one go. We can assist you. But when it comes to a time, that was the only thing Tinubu did that brought him to become president today. In 2014, he came with ACN and they formed an alliance with other political parties to form APC. He didn't say, I'm popular enough. I said, he allowed Buhari to contest. And he didn't even go for the vice president and say, okay, let me even be vice of Buhari. He didn't do that. He still allowed Osibajo go ahead. They had 2 tenors. Then before he now said, it is my turn. So whoever was actually wanting to work against him in APC, then I would have said, this man has sacrificed enough to some extent. So that's what I'm trying to see that ADC should be able to do now, some of their leaders, so that they can also, look at the 8 years of Tinubu, Buhari as president of this nation. What was Tinubu's toga in Nigeria? National leader of APC. Is this constitutional? It's not constitutional. It was just like a name that was just given to him, just to put him somewhere. Just to honor him for what he did. National leader. Can't somebody else also play that kind of role now and say, you just go. Let us all rally and back you, so that we can now have a very balanced contest between the ruling party and this new one that has just been formed.
Well, I know you said you don't want to mention name, but I don't know why you don't want to mention
because
name.
I've mentioned this name so severally.
But I'm sure you're possibly talking about. I don't know if it's Atiku.
Yes.
But you're not talking about him.
We've mentioned it
Age is
severally.
not on his side. So let's look at it this way. He might not. Maybe he's feeling like, okay, if he allows this to go, by the time he, let's just try to just play the devil's advocate. By the time he allows someone like Obi, for example, to take over, to become the presidential candidate, and then Obi eventually wins, and even if Obi decides to do one term, we don't even know if nature would allow, we still keep him, if he will still be alive till then, because age is no longer on his side. So that might be another reason why he's feeling like, no, I have to really do this. Don't you think so?
But you know that there are some kingmakers that are more popular than the king?
Definitely.
That's just it. That's the area I'm coming from.
I know.
There are some people who say, no, he was not there, but he did.
But he did
today,
right.
Awolowo was not a president of this nation. But if you any Nigerian you meet today, whether I said you don't want to speak the truth to issues, everybody reverend him and say he did his best. He was never a president. Do you understand what I'm saying? So look at people of that nature now. Why don't you also... If you are writing
toe that line.
I mean, toe that line. If you are writing the history of Nigeria today, everybody from the southern part of Nigeria, especially the southwest and the former Midwest, Edo Delta, before the Midwest was created, they will tell you about Awolowo. My dad was one of those people that was celebrating Awolowo in my presence before I grew up. Because look at, leaders have vision for people. My dad said when he came to campaign in my town, it asked them, what will I do for you if I win? What was he campaigning for? Premier of Western region. Not president of Nigeria. Then Midwest was not created yet. Edo Delta was still part of Western region. I said, what do I do for you if I get here? They said, we don't have potable drinking water. I said, really? He said, yes, because it causes yaw. There's this sickness they used to say is yaw. It comes up like a boil, and when the blister bursts, another one will come. So all over their body, they stink because they were drinking pond water. Water from the pond. You know how dirty it was because there's no water. And I said, okay, that same water you guys are drinking, put it in a clean bottle and give it to me. When I get there, I'll solve it. That's how they put pond water in a bottle and gave it to him. Boom, and brought it down to Lagos. When he won, he gave my people potable water. I saw that tap till 1979, 80, 82, 83, 84, the tap was still flowing in Epoma. That same tap today, now that if you get to my town now, for me to give you water, it's easier for me to give you a bottle of soft drink than to give you water, especially in dry season. Tap was flowing. If somebody can do it then, 1950-something. The subsequent government did not come and say, okay, this dam he did, that was giving the whole of Eastern Division that have about 5 local governments now, water. Let me expand it, so that this project can continuously remain. It was being powered with generator. Then one would have thought, okay, let us connect electricity to it, or let's even use solar. Let's expand it. Subsequent government, where we speak, are coming to the borehole. Every home in Lagos has borehole. How do you serve a town with a borehole? So today, the whole of Eastern have no water. But Awolowo did that. So what am I trying to say? When you leave your name, in gold for some people, your name will continue. It doesn't mean you must be there. There are some presidents today, now that you mentioned their name today in this nation, somebody will tell you, it would have been better he was never president. Somebody like Buhari. Buhari was a failure in Nigeria. It was a monumental failure. Buhari came into power in 2014, 2015. Nigeria was the biggest economy in Africa. Nigeria. But before he left, Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world. The economy he inherited from Jonathan and a PDP government, he crumbled it. Before Buhari left, Nigerians voted for him in 2015 because he said, he's a retired general, he was going to fight the terrorists and stop this insurgency. But before he left, he increased it. Banditry was not in Nigeria before. It was only Boko Haram who were fighting before he came into power. Sure. But before he left, banditry came in. The whole of Southwest, Northwest that were not having issues, now started having issues. There was no problem in Northwest before. It was only Northeast that will have Boko Haram. But before he left, we now saw banditry came to Northwest, and which has now, and again, he empowered some other persons in this nation that now began to spill into North Central. Now just trying to eliminate villages and plant themselves in the village, and the villagers are now in IDP camp. So where will you ever think of somebody of that nature now that Nigerians are going to be happy when his name is mentioned? The only people that are going to be happy with him is just those people that benefited from him. Honestly, he brought monumental hardship to Nigerians, because if you look at most of his statistics, there is nothing really favorable. Poverty capital of the world, as rich as we are. Today, Nigerians cannot sleep with their two eyes closed. The terrorism has gone so bad that another country is even the one that is now helping us. So he all the toga and all the image he brought into government, none of them actually fly. But we are just talking of somebody who did not have opportunity to become president of this nation, but he affected people's lives. Talking of Chief Awolowo, the whole of Southwest. How do you think today? If you get to no matter how big the office is, if the Yoruba man is not the MD, before you get to the chief accountant or financial director, you see that it's a Yoruba man, because he gave scholarship. This scholarship was not from oil. This oil that everybody is packing billions today. It was not from oil. As at this time, oil was not in vogue. It was just because the resources they were getting from the southwest here, the cocoa, was what he was using. The first skyscrapers in Africa was not built with oil money. Cocoa House Ibadan. He did it. The first television station in West Africa came in. TV. He brought it. Some people said that even this television, even as at that time, France has not gotten the television station. He brought it. The Obafemi Awolowo University of today, he brought it. So when you look at the footprint of somebody of this nature now, we don't not rate that one higher than some people who came and said they were president in this nation and plunged Nigeria into poverty and plunged Nigeria into much suffering. Nigerians in IDP camp are more than the Nigerians are living in their homes. Even those of us that are not that are in IDP camp, we are in IDP camp in a way because you can't even travel freely, you can't go to work freely, you can't go to your farm freely. We are also in IDP camp in a way. So look at what we are talking about, Nena. It is not just that you must be there. It is what you must be there for a reason and be able to affect people's life.
Wow, thank you for speaking so extensively. But let's move on to the next conversation that we have tonight. Political tensions in Rivers State have fled again as former Governor Nyesom Wike has warned of potential disruption at the state stadium if he is again denied access. Wike stated that any attempt to again deny him access to the Yakubu Gowon Stadium in Port Harcourt will be met with strong resistance. He disclosed that his group had formally applied to the state government for the use of the stadium for the inauguration of senatorial and local government coordinators of the Renewed Hope ambassadors, but was denied access. Describing the action as unprecedented, Wike said if denied access next time, they would break the stadium and nothing would happen. Let's hear the video. I actually had to go look for this video because I wanted us to hear him, let's play the video first before I say what I want to say.
We applied to the state government for the General Gowon Yakubu Stadium. They refused us. But let me say, next time we will do this. If we don't approve it, we will break it by force.
Mr. Limihele, you can, I don't know what you make of this. This is a minister. This is a lawyer making this kind of threat on public television, on national television. I don't know. What do you make of it? Let me not put words into your mouth.
No, I mean, Nigerians are not going to be surprised when we see we can make this kind of threats because it's what he's known for.
But there are no limits to, breaking a stadium. How can somebody say that kind of thing?
Yes, because the Rivers people have given me that so much latitude for him to now ride them. Do you understand? When Obi wanted to come and campaign in 2023 general election in Rivers State, what did he tell Obi? That Rivers State was not open available for him to come and campaign. He told that a presidential candidate today. He is saying that he will break into a stadium and if he's denied, he has denied people. But let's bring it down home. What we are talking about is he should allow peace to reign in his state. Rivers is his state. If he's talking on renew hope, whatever, is it not just for President Tinubu to come back to power in 2027? Is it not? Then, yes, this Phil Barra is also working for President Tinubu for 2027. That's not a problem. Then, if you are working for President Tinubu for 2027, then the Rivers State governor belongs to the Rivers people. Everybody that you are going to clamp into that stadium, not all of them will work with you. Some of them are just coming. Some of them are just coming in there because of, they've been greased. Their palms have been greased. So Fubara is for APC and is going to work for President Tinubu. Then Rivers people should now work along with Fubara to retain his seat, because from all indication and from all I've read and from all the feelers on ground, Fubara has not disappointed Rivers people. So where is the weakest threat? If you know you are sincere, you have come to talk about, Rivers, APC must win Rivers State 2027, it's not an issue, because that's also what Fubara is working towards. But the governorship of that state belongs to APC to say this is going to be the person that is going to flay our ticket. And if they give the ticket to Fubara, then leave Rivers people to now say whether Fubara is going back or not. He should stop this trend, because no matter the trend, he is not coming back as governor of Rivers State any longer. He has finished and he's finished. So even those ones that he is using, his full soldiers, like the Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly, all those ones that he's using, when the rain starts beating the roof and the roof is off, the rain will get to the inhabitants in that hole. A time is coming, all this will no longer fly, because everybody is already getting to know who Wike is now. Then these ones that their political future is just growing, he would have condemned their political future. That's why I'm looking at it. Is if you don't use sense to kill your enemy, it will boomerang. So all this threat is supposed to be something that the DSS is supposed to have invited him and say, come, don't foment trouble in where there is no trouble. All this time he is making all this noise all about. Did you see Fubara answering him? Because he has to concentrate in giving his people the dividend of democracy. That's what Rivers need. And that's the only agreement he has with Rivers people. Not this time he's coming to say there is an agreement. Or there is a structure. The structure is the Rivers people. The structure belongs to the Rivers people. And the agreement between the serving governor and the Rivers people is dividend of democracy and good living. So he should not come and disturb the peace that is going on inherent in Rivers State at the moment. I expected the DSS at least to have told him this kind of threat, breaking his stadium, it's not good for a sitting minister and whose government you are serving. The government is talking about how to make peace reign in this nation. Then you are also talking about how to now bring anarchy and chaos into part of the government you are serving. So Tinubu also have a role to play here. President Tinubu, by now, Nigerians have been telling, speak to your minister, because at the end of your administration, so many people will remember, we can serve under whose government? They say Tinubu's government. So the buck stops on the table of the president. By now, APC as a party that whose party he is serving that gave him this ticket are no longer comfortable with some of the things he's saying. You saw when he had issue with the national secretary of APC. And I know too well that even the progressive governors, as they call themselves, the APC governors, are not too comfortable with most of these things because one of their own is Fubara. Now, Fubara is a member of that progressive governor forum. Fubara is one of their own. So if they not trade Fubara for Wike, then let's see what will happen by 2027 general election. No.
Okay, we're actually going to just enter into one of my questions, and that is, I was going to ask you if you think the president should call him to order, and you've spoken a bit about that. Because,
it's overdue.
Yes, because it looks like, for a minister to be saying this, actually breaking that statement is very heavy. Because if you as a minister can think of wanting to break a stadium, that means you're telling others to do the same. As he's
thinking of it, his foot soldiers will execute it. I thought by now, even the message Boal had sent to him last week, it should have been sinking into him and know too well that he's alone in this race. Nobody is interested whether you're coming to do your Renew Hope, whatever. Renew Hope is to give President Tinubu vote in Rivers. Rivers people are not even saying they're not going to vote for Tinubu. But what Rivers people are saying that the governor we elect allow him to serve his 4 years. If he so did well and we want to return him for the next 4 years, that belongs to them, not you. You can't impose a leader on Rivers. I want to see that person that is going to bring and tell Rivers this is the best person now, that is not going to be a bad child, as like he's calling a sitting governor a bad child when the time comes.
You know, one of the things he said about the governor, you know, you talked about the governor actually supporting APC.
Yes.
And that he doesn't know why this threat is coming up. But that they're both they're both working together towards the same part. But you know, he said something, I want to read him verbatim. He said, you cannot have a governor in the state while we are openly declaring support for President Tinubu and you're not aligning. How then do you expect a reward? And then he now talked about, he said, it's not about giving 600 billion naira. You don't need 600 billion naira. We need commitments. So I don't know. Like, he actually feels that he's the one who is the man in charge.
He's not
and
the
he's
one
the
in
only
charge.
one. No, not the man in charge in River State. The man in charge that has the president.
Yes.
The president's the president. No, not even that. The president's interest at heart. Every other person or the governor even doesn't have the president's interest at heart, and that's what he's making him feel like you can't be rewarded if you don't show commitment. Just
what kind of commitment? The governor have never spoken against the president coming in 2027. The governor, you know, even have a popular song. If you want to follow Tinubu, not follow Kona Kona. That's a Fubara's song. That is song.
Okay, Fubara has a song.
Yeah, he has that song. If you want to follow Tinubu, not follow Kona Kona.
Go ahead.
That's the popular song, which means he is following following Tinubu, you know, headlong. He is not following Kona Kona because today he is
following Kona Kona.
Wika is following Kona Kona because he's not even a member of APC. So Fubara has declared for APC. And he has gone into APC and he's following the president headlong, straightforward, not corner. So he should even go and declare and say, I've crossed carpet to APC. You know that
and then he will not become under.
Yes.
He will not come under the same person who he does not want.
That's the law. That's the constitution.
The same person who he feels that he's not 001.
Yes. So that he will leave this corner movement. That is not that he's always speaking on along with what Fubara is doing. Fubara is supporting Tinubu in 2027. So whatever rally you are coming to hold in Rivers State, all in the name of Tinubu, is null and void because it's the same thing Fubara is also fighting for. But Fubara's position, whether he's coming back in 2027 or not, belongs to the party. If the party sees that he has done so well, and the people say this is the person we need, he will get the ticket. All this is corner movement, like the song, will become null and void.
Let's have your final conclusions before we wrap it up.
No, the president, it is time for the president to actually bring Wike to his. I think Boala has spoken so well last week. And by now, because of that statement from Boala, now that's why he's wanting to come for another rally now. He wants to come and, assert his stance in Rivers. But Rivers are no longer intimidated because they know whom he is. And Fubara has actually been able to put him in where he belongs. He's not talking, but he is focused and let him satisfy his people. He still has 1 year plus, and let his people now, say this is still going to be our governor come 2027. If you do a voice pop in River State, I think 70 to 80 will still tell you Fubara has not fared badly, that they still need him back.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Elimihele, for being a part of the show. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndamdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m.
Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. It's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you hang out with us. I say us because it's not a one-man affair. Got lots of people on this team trying to ensure that everything goes flawlessly. So welcome aboard. And if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. If I've not said it yet, my name is Vivian Oguche. So if you're game, let's get this show on the road. You remember how last week we broke the news here that the federal government, the DHQ, the Defense Headquarters, had finally admitted that there was an attempt at a regime change towards the end of 2025, even though the authorities had come out to deny that report initially. Now, there is an update to that particular story. Stanley Amandi, he is very popular. He's a Nollywood actor. He has been fingered as one of those who plotted, who allegedly attempted to overthrow President Tinubu's government. That news is all over. The AGN, the Actors Guild of Nigeria, the association, they've also affirmed this particular report, saying that it was since September last year that the authorities arrested Stanley. Now, that has generated a lot of reactions online. Trending Explained has a meatier version of this story. So let me take you online so you take a look at it. Shall we? Let's do it. So Trending Explained says, Nollywood is trending because veteran actor Stanley Amandi is among the military coup plotters. As exclusively reported by Premium Times, and Igbos are asking, from where to where? Let me give a little bit of context before we continue. So Premium Times is an elite publisher, and of course, it was one of the very two publications that broke the news last year that there was an attempt at a regime change, even when the authorities had denied it. Now, Premium Times is continuing to unveil this particular story. So Trending Explained goes on to say, Amandi was hired to be the propagandist by the Coupists, meaning the filmmaker was brought to influence public opinion in favor of the coup and its plotters, planning to kill President Tinubu, Shetima, Godswill Akpabio, and Tajuddin Abbas. Trending Explained goes on to say, despite the presidency's initial denial on March 26 January, the military confirmed a coup was attempted last September. Amandi was arrested on the 19th of September along with 35 mostly northern officers and 1 police officer. The soldiers will be tried in military court, while Amandi and other civilians will be tried in civil courts. Let's take a look at the next page. And so Trending Explained goes on to say, however, his involvement is suspected to be an implication attempt, so investigations are still ongoing. Do you understand what they're saying? You should wrap your head around that particular paragraph. It's worth taking a second read. However, Trending Explained says his involvement is suspected to be an implication attempt, so investigations are still ongoing. And then it goes on to say, Igbos are saying it's just a desperate propaganda to make sure at least one Igbo person was involved in the coup. And with Amadi's name, Southeast finally got a representative for Enugu. Trending Explained goes on to say, as the coup plotters were reportedly from Katsina, Kaduna, Osun, Bayelsa, Plateau, Kano, Gombe, Bauchi, Kebbi, Jigawa, Zamfara, Taraba, Yobe, Kogi, Sokoto, and Adamawa. Others compared it to Emeka, the Onitsha screwdriver seller spy, but patriotic Nigerians insist the retired 70-year-old actor was hired to run PR for the coup. There's a concluding part of the post with a picture of the actor. Let's take a look at it now. And Trending Explained continues by saying the coup was swatted in September 2025 when an insider soldier reported to the then Chief of Army Staff, Olufemi Oluyede, over fears of implication and treason if it failed. And that's a picture of the actor. Number of reactions, respondents are reacting. Let's take a look at how netizens are taking this particular news. Well, before that, the Vanguard also is corroborating the story. And it says, Nollywood actor and director Stanley Amandi has been taken into custody alongside several military officers accused of planning a forceful overthrow of President Bola Tinubu's government. According to a source in the Actors Guild of Nigeria, AGN, Amandi, who is also the former chairman of the AGN, Enugu State Chapter, was arrested in September 2025. That is the Vanguard lending credence to what Premium Times as well as Trending Explained have said. This news broke today. Netizens are reacting. Gracefully gracious Chinedu says, this one does not give me mouth to talk. More reactions, please. Sebastian Charles says, why is it that it is only him they are dragging up and down? Mr. Ola says, I can tell you for free that they just want to implicate the man so as to have an Igbo man in the mix. Nigeria has an Igbo problem. It's what Mr. Ola is saying. Omniprecious says, una just the act film for this country. But some are also saying, are civilians involved in coup plots? It's the questions some netizens are asking. Let's continue to take a look at the reactions now. Next one. So Success Chinedu says, no civilian anywhere in the world can plan a coup aside the military. Disregard any misinformed propaganda. Take a look at when this one dropped 49 minutes ago. So this is fresh and people are just reacting to it. And this is Ola99 Olamide, who says, only his name made it into the news. That should tell you all you need to know. Are you following the trajectory? Netizens are saying, why is it only Stanley Amandi's name that has been named so far? And then Virtual Assistant says, did he do it on his social media pages or through WhatsApp or email or calls or word of mouth? How did he influence a public opinion in favor of the coup? Is what virtual assistant is asking. Now, this story is unfolding, right? As it continues to unfold, we will keep you posted. Another unfolding story is #Rivers, right? It's all about Nyesom Wike and his erstwhile godson, the sitting governor. Wike said he went to inaugurate the Renewed Hope ambassadors. You know, it's an initiative, right? The Renewed Hope